I don't believe it. Until the bond market gives up the ghost, I don't believe it. But we'll see. We'll see. Corrections come out of the blue. There's a lot of money in these funds. They don't want to miss, once one gets making money, the others want to join in so they don't lose assets at the end of the year and they get their bonuses. Oh, he worked for the Gettys? Well, maybe he'll get it then. I don't know. I think it's going to be Hillary. Oh, he's here. He's here.
I am.
All right, let me just.
My dog chewed up my
people can hear you, right? Yes, because it's in the system. They can hear you.
My dog chewed up my hat.
So I just need to turn up the volume for myself. And I don't know how to do that.
Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you.
Raise your left hand if you can hear me.
I know how to do it. I'll use my keyboard.
Bill, if you can hear me, do a headstand.
I'm not doing no headstand.
Okay, that now I feel comfortable now. I feel comfortable. I heard you talking about your decision between surgery or a computer. If that's your decision, I have a perfect suggestion. If your choice is between surgery and a new computer, then the only decision you can make is to get an iPad.
How about an eye patch?
You could do that. I had when I was a little kid, because I'm legally blind in my right eye since birth. So when I was a little kid, they used to put a patch on your good eye and force your bad eye to work. That's how they used to torture kids. It didn't work, by the way, just so we understand.
Well, my sister uses, although her vision, I think, I don't know about her vision. My brother and my father have like 50, well, he had 15/20 or something. I mean, this perfect vision. My dad's, he had always turned down the lights, but my distance, anyway, I have a bit of a, what's that word?
Astigmatism?
Astigmatism. Anyway, my sister,
I have no idea what, by the way, I have no idea what that means, but it seems to be common.
It's common. It's a stigma.
Yeah. I had especially when I was a kid, I think the biggest, well, you could be, though, actually not be able to see at all. But in terms of the distinctions between my bad eye, it got measured at 24,000. And my good eye was measured at 2010.
Because it was compensating.
Yeah, it was compensating. And the brain said, let's focus here, make you better.
So what can you see at 4,000 feet?
Well, you know what? When you go to the eye doctor, you go to the eye doctor and they show you that big E, right? I couldn't see the big E. I knew it was there, by the way. They can't trick you. They try, but that E it stays there. So what do you do? But I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that had, because my family had detached retinas and things like that. So my wife's had like multiple surgeries. It definitely helped them. So,
well, the thing is, for this eye, I've got to get the mass off of it and replace the lens.
Yeah.
But I went to a great doctor. I forget his name now. Highly recommended. He was nice, but he sat down with me. There's basically 5 things to do, and you have to decide on the basic whether you want to be able to see in the distance or read.
Right.
And I've always been blessed that I can read without glasses. But I've gotten used to being able with this eye to see in the distance lately. So I kind of want both. Anyway, the most expensive one is this thing for $5,000 they put in, and then you go back like 2 weeks later and they adjust it so your eye can see in the distance, intermediate, and read. But then I went to my eye doctor and he said, yeah, but the problem is you can't buy glasses if it ever goes
Right.
bad.
Right.
Oh,
They also have one. They also have one. I that was for 5,000. They have one for 7,500. I don't know if they told you about that one, but they find some guy with 20/20 vision and he walks with you and he tells you what you're saying. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, I think. Good
I'll
deal.
take the dog.
All right, the dog. I agree with you on the dog.
Go ahead. Maybe you
yeah.
have an idea what you want to talk about.
Yeah, I was going to throw out because you talked about what Curtis was going to say about MMTLP, and so he's now kind of I don't know specifically what he said, although we speak, so it's not like I'm not in communication with him. So generally, I know what he said, and I did clear the name that I'm going to mention so we can talk about this one.
Pete Sessions?
No, Matthew Price. So
I don't know that name.
Yeah, so what they found when they were looking through records, they found there was a committee that FINRA had that had committee members for FINRA and also members of the financial community who would review corporate actions and issues regarding corporate actions and would theoretically would also review like U3 halts and the like.
Right.
And it was called the Code. I forgot the name of the committee, but if you go to FINRA and you look, they'll say there's 13 committees and one is the Code Committee. That's the one. It'll be the last one. And so it's made up or was made up during the MMTLP time. I think there was 10 members. And you had somebody talk about Patricia Casamates, remember yesterday? I think? Yeah. And there was another, I forgot the name of the person, but there was another FINRA person. And the reason why Casamates is interesting, because those FOIA documents that we got regarding MMTLP, where it talks about, they're talking about MMTLP and doing an investigation and doing the blue sheets. Right. Casamates is on those FOIA documents.
Okay, but that might be where I saw her name.
Yeah, very possible, because I know you went through those. But on top of that, there's a bunch of other, market people that are on that committee. So one of them happened to be Matthew Price. Matthew Price was the chief he's still with the Fidelity, but he was the chief operating officer of the capital markets group of Fidelity, and was on this committee at the time of the U3 halt. Now, some people believe that Fidelity had a problem with regard to MMTLP, that they weren't in balance. They were committed to too many short positions and didn't have enough shares.
Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Certainly some people think that. There was an issue with regard to, if you recall the story, the corporate actions also kind of had a issue. They got changed, and then there was a change of a word from delisting to cancel. There was a bunch of shenanigans that went on, and that was undertaken by FINRA. So theoretically, that group who were in charge of corporate actions or overseeing corporate actions and who were involved and were in charge of overseeing U3 halts and the like, might have also been affiliated with companies that had a financial interest in the transaction. And you wonder, not that it happened, but there might have been some communication between, like Matthew Price, chief operating officer of Fidelity, finds out that that Fidelity's position regarding MMTLP is a little bit wonky, but also finds out that there's going to be a U3 halt. So it'd be interesting to see what the communication might have been between him and the powers that be, and what actions they took or didn't take.
So who is Matthew Price?
Right now, he's a senior vice president at Fidelity.
Ah,
So,
that's
for
why you
example,
might restart your.
yeah. So, for example, so like in my case, Fidelity claimed, no involvement. They stonewalled, whatever. Now, because perhaps they knew and participated in the decision making, and they would have saw again. What's interesting for my position, not that my buy is so huge, but the timing is kind of relevant because I bought at the end. So when these
In
guys
which
are
one? MMTLP.
MMTLP, yeah, I bought
Same
like
with me. I bought at the end.
yeah, I bought December 6th, 7th, and 8th. So those are all relevant dates. And most likely, if this guy, Matthew knew, he would have communicated that before the 8th. So they would have been still selling stock, knowing that they shouldn't be selling stock. They would have had, in effect, kind of like it's odd, but they would have had insider information, right? If they knew that a U3 halt was coming, they may have undertaken actions with regard to the trading of MMTLP different than if they didn't think a U3 halt was coming and they were on the inside. Their argument might be maybe he didn't communicate it to them, but he's like a senior guy and he probably wasn't there by himself. If like a bigwig goes to a meeting, it's usually not by themselves. There's usually a bunch of flunkies that hang out with them too, the junior people. So he wasn't probably the only person that was involved with that decision making and probably didn't know. So there's going to be apparently, I'm using him and how it relates to me and Fidelity, but there's probably going to be like 8 others for different houses that were involved that will have a person who was on the inside that was involved in making decisions with regard to the corporate actions and either had pre-knowledge at least or was a decision maker with regard to the U3 halt and didn't say anything.
It'll go to the top. It won't just be that person.
No, I agree. I agree. And like
I can't get this one. I can't get this one to show everybody, but this is the person I was trying to show from FINRA yesterday. Catherine Rumor. She's not up there anymore. She's industry governor at FINRA, executive vice president, chief legal officer, and general counsel at Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
So she's a governor at FINRA at the same time as being chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs.
That might be a problem. Some people might think
she's gone now. She's not on the.
But the one person that seems to be I know I've talked about her, and think people think that she's a weak link is Hooper, the one who left, who was the head of enforcement.
Maybe she was honest. Maybe that's why.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Let's not give her too much credit. But there may have been a situation where she thought that she was personally at risk and she knew too much about what was going on and bailing out as she did. I think she went to Edward Jones. She's got some high-level position there.
She might have come from Legg Mason. There's Rumor, Hopper, and this one I did videos on. But anyway, go on. I think that would be comfortable for her to go back to A.G. Edwards on the compliance side.
Yeah, and she would just assign like a confidentiality agreement with FINRA,
right?
And so she would, because she hasn't said a word. But my impression.
This guy's asking if he can send a message.
Okay. My impression is that, and I think Curtis alluded to this, that somebody left kind of on bad terms. And my impression is she's the one who left on bad terms because she kind of split really quickly.
Was she honest?
I don't, if you're
I think she's the one that wrote, I didn't keep a picture of it, or at least I can't find it. She wrote the idiotic update from FINRA that said why don't we just, I'm paraphrasing, why don't we just let the short position go into the new company like we always do? I think she's the one that came up with the U3 halt, and they let her go. But
yeah. So
even more than that, she might have just been the sacrificial lamb.
Well, the way you asked me the question about is she honest? So I would say if you don't think the agency is honest and somebody works there for an extended period, how could you not be kind of swallowed up by the culture of the agency? Because there'd be things like, you may disagree. Let's say, like she did. Let's say she disagreed about the handling of MMTLP. She bailed. That was her right. She elected not to deal with it, and she left. That was it. And she hasn't spoken a word. So is that being honest? No, I don't think that's being honest. And then within your career, you're probably faced with a lot of decisions where you could recommend that say that that's not right, and they decide to do it anyway. So should you still work for that company after that? No. But the practicalities are, you work in certain industries, right? There's a certain amount of deception and lack of truthfulness. The profession that I am in, obviously that runs in this profession too. In your profession, in the securities business, obviously we talk about it every day. But it's probably across many, many, many industries. So I don't think I don't judge people necessarily because of that. I just think it's kind of realistic. In some industries, it's not maybe as transparent as we'd like it to be.
She may have left because they can make her sign a non-disclosure, and then if they subpoena her, she can't say anything.
Well, a judge could still order her to testify. So those non-disclosure agreements are good. So they're good so that she can't go out and blab.
Right.
But if there's a court order, then you can get a court order to that effect. But you'd have to have a reason, obviously, to get a court order. So it would be if there was litigation involving, and FINRA was involved, and she knew, you could get a court order. Maybe it would be like in confidence. Maybe it would be sealed, something like that. We don't know. Or the judge could just say, I'm going to relieve you of your obligations under this provision. Speak your piece, whatever can be done, but it's not an easy thing to get done. And it's more to discourage the person, her, from just blabbing about it. That's really what it's designed for.
I will defend my side of the fence a little bit, even though I haven't been strictly inside of the fort in a long time. But I find most people on Wall Street extremely honest. It's just, it could just be that this has been pushing the boundaries and pushing and pushing and pushing, always in seeking more commission, more interest, more fees, more assets under management. And it's just a few that have done it. The rest are looking the other way. But I just want to say, I'm sure it's true in the legal field too, that the majority of people have done it.
I did a joke about that. 99% of the lawyers give the other 1% a bad
name.
Yeah.
The thing about law, which I notice, and unfortunately, I have an uncle that said never hire a lawyer, but I've had to learn a lot about it. I think the law is more about winning than truthfulness, and it's more about settlement than justice.
Listen, if you're the client, do you really care? I mean, some people do, but if you objectively ask somebody who ask MMTLP people, right? So Richard Hoffman, if you could resolve our dispute tomorrow, we don't care what you do. We don't. You don't even have to tell us. Just get it done. And, obviously I'm exaggerating, but most clients just want the result. So they don't care.
Okay, let's go there. Number one, what is the result? And number two, what is a resolution?
Well, I mean, it obviously each case differs, and you're supposed to discuss the, the ups, the possibilities and the likelihood of the possibilities, and then the cost of that. And that usually should be the most important thing, because generally for most people, that ends up being the biggest issue is the cost. But you're supposed to discuss it all, the good, the bad, and kind of give because people I find this funny. So people often ask, am I going to win? And then the lawyers give you like this percentage, there's like a 72% chance you're going to win. It's guesswork, because in a large part, it's
always settlement anyway. It never comes, well, never is the wrong word, but you always,
there's some point in
your
time.
lawyer's going to come to you and say, we've been made this offer and I think you should take it.
Yeah, the way it goes, I was going to say, so, been involved in a lot of cases of various sizes, and they can be where the people wouldn't want to even be in the same city to start off, but those cases end up settling. Because one, they're super expensive, just as, that's just the nature of it. They're super inconvenient because people kind of, when they think they have a dispute, they kind of in their mind, they go to the end. We're going to have a trial and that's it. And we get decided. And yeah,
there's no Perry Mason.
Yeah, that's not. And nobody admits I did it. And there's a lot of room before the start, and there's a lot of inconvenience. So people it wears on them because they're already pissed off if they're involved in a dispute anyway. So it wears on them. They spend money, and at some point in time, it makes sense for their mental health a lot of the times, besides the economics, to get out. And that's why 95% plus of cases settle, no matter what the difference is starting off, which is always amazing to me, because I kind of pay attention to that because I know the outcome generally. So I take note of what the difference is. And sometimes I'll throw it out just at the beginning of the case when both parties are able to hear it, just to say it. I know you guys despise each other, don't want to be in the same room, but eventually we're going to work something out here. And it's just funny because most times it will. And
well, I'm not obviously a lawyer, but what I've noticed,
you play one though on TV sometimes, I think.
Yeah, I play one. Is you think the lawyer is on your side, and the lawyer is, even when you start running out of money, the lawyer stays. But at some point, the lawyer says, I can't represent you anymore. And then you're left.
Yeah, especially if you're working in a big firm, there's no discretion, right? Because somebody's gonna not make that decision for you because they're not gonna let you, carry a client who doesn't pay. I, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm a little more flexible. So I get people that I give people more room, and that was by design. So sometimes that's fun, sometimes not. Sometimes it creates other issues. But, for most, you still got to make a living no matter what. And if you're working,
problem.
Yeah, and if you're working in a big firm and your partners are bringing in X number of dollars and you're not, it's going to be noticed. It's not going to. It's going to be an issue. So, but I was going to say is kind of getting to your point was, in a lot of cases there is a good guy and a bad guy, right?
Yeah.
So there's somebody who's, you could play the legal stuff, and we all do. So there's defenses, there's legal maneuvers, but in disputes, there's often a good and a bad guy. And the guy who's representing the bad guy, he knows it. It's not like he doesn't know it too, but that's his job. So it makes law tricky because that guy also, because I've had plenty of times, the guy's client might be like a pathological liar, right? It's, you may not know he's lying, but if you listen to his story, it sounds like a story. Doesn't sound like it's based in fact. So you're not going to you have a certain degree of influence over somebody, and you want to keep them as a client so you can, suggest things to them. But usually if you call your client, straight out liar, that means that's the end of your relationship. So you kind of have to dance a little bit, but you kind of know. I mean, I've had plenty of clients, I hear their story, and again, it just sounds like it's some constructed nonsense. And to them, I always wonder if they think it actually, is like a coherent, persuasive story, or they think it's like a bunch of garbage also.
So we started with Curtis, and Curtis is going to maybe have this day. I always misuse that word, I guess. I think it means what I think it means, this denouement, but that might be wrong, this unveiling of facts. Do you think that leads to a movement towards some sort of settlement? And if so, would it be rapid?
Yeah, I don't know the extent, because those guys Curtis and his crew are much deeper into the facts than I ever had any. So I don't know, except my impression is they thought it would move things forward in terms of some resolution. Does that mean, I'm skeptical and have been skeptical, and little JR, not big JR, but he and I spoke, for many months, and privately speaking, to say I was skeptical about Congress is being generous. I'm not a big fan. So we're like, and those comments probably are about a year ago, just so you know. So now we're like a year later. There are obviously interests, but there was stuff I saw about Pete Sessions, right? Junk Savvy, I think, put that on. I think it was Junk Savvy put it on, about him taking a $5,000 campaign contribution from, remember that committee I mentioned at FINRA who decided about MMLTP and the corporate actions? So one of those entities is somebody who gave Sessions a $5,000 donation. And, Sessions probably voted, I don't know this for a fact, but it's possible he also voted against the CAT, the new CAT changes. So
go to the CAT. I read part of Senator John Kennedy's response. I'm trying to remember if it was an editorial, and anyway, one of the news outlets. I did it yesterday or today, can't remember, late at night. But the point is this is a violation of privacy.
Yeah, right? I know. I saw it.
And it's opening all this. To me, that's horse manure. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a concern about privacy, you redact names and account information. You don't need the specific names. So from a collective standpoint, to get information, that's new. So what's the deal? So you wonder, are they protecting certain interests? Like I said, so some company that's somehow implicated gave Sessions a $5,000 donation. He was approached by the MMTLP crowd and was deemed to be somebody who was supportive. And I've seen recently questions about how supportive is this guy. And, you wonder, how much money are those guys getting paid? I'm not talking about campaign contributions, because the campaign contributions are one thing. They have to be disclosed. And even though theoretically, even if they don't use the money, they get to keep it, which I also think is ridiculous. But me personally, little old me, am suspicious that there's money that's paid behind the scenes. Some people might call that bribes. Maybe. That's just my opinion. I just can imagine, I don't know who, but like somebody.
Bribes. I think it's more than the money. What it is access to the senator or the representative's ear, which we don't have.
Listen, like with MMTLP, they had that expert, James Angel. Remember him?
Yeah.
He got to speak to these guys in private. Now, I don't know him, by the way. I think I had one very small interaction with him on Twitter or something, whatever. And he may be brilliant, maybe, and may be correct. But he's also a paid expert, which means he's just a hired gun. So if when he went into Congress, or when he went to speak to, let's say, Sessions, and I think he did, by the way, and he told him X, Y, and Z, if he before he started says, I've testified for the capital markets, they pay me, that's my career, so take that with a grain of salt before I start now. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with that. But when you're being somewhat deceptive and you're claiming to give an objective view of things, then that doesn't sit well with me. And that was my impression of him. I don't mind he's a paid shill, whatever, because I can find somebody to do the same thing on the other side. But that is what it is. That doesn't tell you the truth.
I've been on a bit of a 2-week focus, although it's what I've been saying all along, on MMTLP and NextBridge. And rather than repeating that, I'll just ask you, if someone owns MMTLP, someone just asked it up here. I'll see if I can find it. Please, let's just use Hank's question. Please tell me the best and worst case scenario of transferring MMTLP to NextBridge. And
it would be, it would be really the NextBridge, placeholder, because I still have mine in Fidelity. I asked to have it moved, but they wouldn't accept a non-oral request. So I haven't made the request. Then when I was going to make the oral
non-oral.
I sent in an email, please transfer it to AST.
Oh, so you had to call in.
Yeah, they said you had to call in.
Okay.
Between when I got that message, then I heard about, before Curtis put out his information, he spoke to a few people. So I kind of knew somewhat what the information was. And then I thought, if I'm going to reopen my arbitration with Fidelity, then the same issue why I have stock still at Fidelity, it still might apply. So I wanted to see how it might play out. But it's really removing your placeholder, your NextBridge placeholder, and whether you keep it at your brokerage or you transfer it to AST, I think is the real question. And if that's the question, worst case scenario would be somehow that the brokerages have a different remedy than the transfer agent. And perhaps the brokerage somehow are entitled to a better remedy than the transfer agent, if you have your shares at a transfer agent. I don't think that would happen, but okay, anything's possible. So if you had transferred, then maybe you would miss out on some remedy that the brokerage would have you. I would tend to think it would usually be the other way around, my guess. That was my preference, even though obviously not legal advice, not financial advice, but my preference would be to go to AST, myself personally. But there's always a risk because we don't know the outcome, and we don't have the one thing that unfortunately is missing. We don't have specific information from AST as to what their whole. I mean, that's one thing would have liked to have had. I wanted to know how many shares of MMTLP had actually been transferred to AST. I don't know why they've never disclosed that information. It may be that it's confidential, that which would be a good reason not to. It may be that certain, like maybe or in this case it would be NextBridge. Maybe NextBridge owns the information and they would have to disclose it. I don't know. But on the negative side would be that you're in the wrong side of the remedy. That's the negative side. And on the positive side, you're on the right side of the remedy. That's the other side. But I don't think, I would be surprised if it made a difference other than, I'll use the example because it's the example. Dole Pineapple. That case, in the end, when they sorted between the shareholders and who got the remedy, whatever, and there was a overage, they had determined there were a bunch of shorts that shouldn't have existed. There was too many. But in the end, what they did is they classified a certain number of shares as being the proper. So if there was 100 million shares, but they accounted for 150 million, they somehow allocated 100 million to the correct shares. Those got a payout per. It was a buyout by the
Right.
CEO. They got a payout based on that through that system. The other 50 million had to go after their brokers. That's what they were left to do. So theoretically, let's say AST got a remedy, but it was limited to a certain number of shares, and they could figure out and they could determine who was a legitimate share, which I don't know if that could be determined, but maybe they figure out some way to classify these are shares we'll pay and these shares have to go after the brokers. Theoretically, that's a possibility based on that Dole case. But if I had an opportunity, and again, not advice because nobody knows, but I would move mine to AST. That would be me.
Mm-hmm. So what are the remedies, or is it just one remedy? What are the issues that need to be redeemed? What are the losses, the harms? I don't
Well,
know how to ask the question.
that's to be determined because you're going to have to put on an expert to testify to what the value was and what is the value. Is it the value at the time that it was stopped? Is it the value if you were trying to sell it prior to the stop? Is it the value of the asset that it's attached to? Those are all kind of things, and that's something the judge is going to have to decide what the valuation is attached to, because all those are different answers. And obviously, if you use the last price, the last value that it traded at, 289, I think is the last value, that would be another way. And that's how a judge could influence the case.
Are all the issues, let's say, taking the 2 days trading, misleading us on the halt? They could have said it on the 6th. Anyway, the whole mishmash, all the issues, will they all be litigated at once, or will they be divided out in separate lawsuits?
Yeah. So here is the kind of the rub. If it's FINRA, then there's no lawsuit, right? Because they're immune. So you try in this big picture, and I don't think people think of it that way, because when you look at the chat and go on the spaces, it's mostly about the regulators. I don't care about the regulators, because if they have immunity, then so what? Whatever. There's nothing you could do. They could do whatever.
Inviolate. There's no piercing of that immunity.
No, unless somebody does it. I'm still waiting for the Supreme Court. They haven't. It's going to happen, within the next 2 weeks.
On Alpine?
No, Jarkessi. That's the case.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the case involving the judicial power of the SEC and then their internal judiciary in a case involving a broker. Broker said, basically, you don't have the authority to come after me and levy a fine because you don't offer, the judges are not judges, a bunch of due process issues. And that's before the Supreme Court right now. And it will impact, depending on the outcome, it may impact the way that not only the SEC operates, but maybe all agencies. Wow. And it may strip them of some of their judicial power. Wow. So that's pending, because that might impact FINRA, by the way, and all their crummy arbitrations, by the way, for example. But that's pending, and it's going to get decided because they have to get them decided because they got to go home.
So in this case, I interrupted you. Going after FINRA is a dead end in terms of.
Yeah, I think the idea that it's been.
Is that the same with the SEC?
Yeah, all the SROs, the SEC more than FINRA, because at least the SEC's government. The FINRA is a SRO. They're not even government, but they have basically absolute immunity. But but there may be other parties that have liability, like all the brokers, hedge funds. There's others, and I think the idea of going after FINRA and the SEC was to get Congress to act, and to get Congress to somehow construct some kind of resolution. So if it was just against a broker, they probably wouldn't, because they would
I
say,
would think Congress is immune in the sense of going
they're not.
after damages.
No, I know they're not, but there's only so many, avenues, right? Yeah, there, the president, as of now, I don't think particularly is interested in MMTLP. The Supreme Court, as of now, is not interested in MMTLP. Some members of Congress, and then you have, judicial, and then whatever else, whatever other ways you can do it.
So how do you fix this then? If a broker dealer says, we were acting on the release from FINRA, instructions from FINRA, so you have to go after FINRA, but they're immune. How?
I think it's easy, actually.
They're
Actually,
pass the
you know what?
to,
I actually think the solution is easy. I know all the solutions we talk about, but in my mind, the solution that would open the door so that everything could be figured out, so that anyway, in other words, nobody could hide anything. And if nobody can hide anything and you're involved in litigation, you're going to resolve the litigation. In the situations we're involved with, for like MMTLP, for example, you can't get the stuff you need. You literally cannot. So how do you work around that? The easy way is all those self-regulatory agencies that are not government, you remove immunity. If you remove immunity, they're subject to liability and subject to discovery, and we're done. We are done.
Now we're talking about the war. How do we win here in the battle?
Well, that's a regulatory. That's a congressional thing also. That's a regulatory.
Congress in this MMTLP issue removed the immunity and said, lay all the facts on the table, that would solve it.
It would. I mean, everything that FINRA knows, I think, would resolve this matter. If they could tell us or wanted to tell us. But in the future, if everybody knew ultimately, since FINRA is going to end up is going to understand the entirety of the transaction. So if broker knows that, it's going to impact conduct, because they know now that certain information is going to be available that wasn't in the past. I'm just using broker as an example. It doesn't make a difference. It's anybody. It's going to be FINRA when they're going after, just for example, if they're doing an investigation of someone that's now public, the information's public or available or can be reviewed, they're just going to do it in a different way. There'll be a lot more scrutiny of whatever, just because there's always going to be somebody to look over your shoulder and you're going to be at risk. There's no reason they should be protected. No. Because again, like everybody else, like anybody who runs a business, what do they do? What do you do if you have a business and you have risk that somebody might sue you? You buy insurance. So there's no reason why all these companies couldn't just go out and buy insurance, and then they're protected, and then we are protected because we have access. And the where we started this was about privacy. You mentioned it, and it's the same thing. You could redact whatever. I don't need personal information, but the collective information is what we need. And an MMTLP is the perfect example of why that the immunity should be stripped.
If there weren't a problem, wouldn't the shares have already been transferred automatically?
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
I know you were reading something.
Yeah.
My point is, there's the one line of reasoning is there is no problem. That somehow we're just all conspiracy theorists.
No, but okay, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
So, in my mind, the easy way to resolve that is get a judge. So find a judge, I don't really care who the judge is. Get some federal judge who's a respected judge. give them the information in camera, means in private, let them review it. If they sign off and said there's nothing here, then okay. That's fine. I don't need, but I certainly have no reason to believe that what you tell me is truthful, nor, from the old, what the Ronald Reagan playbook, trust but verify. So I trust you, but show me. And it doesn't even have to be me. Just show somebody that I could. By the way, I threw that out. That was early on. That was early on MMTLP, probably like February, March of 2023. I said, give it. We were talking about blue sheets. I said, I don't want, but don't give it to me. Give it to some third party. Let them evaluate it. Let them submit a declaration. Either it says what you say or it doesn't. And that's it.
The thing you keep saying is we can resolve this. This is the solution. What is resolving this?
Well, I mean, theoretically, the transaction has to close. So it would be the transaction closing in some fashion. If not, then you have to give a value. I mean, you could stay in, I think the resolution is two things. You get paid a value, one, or two, you go in the NextBridge and that you're there. That's your choice. One or the other, because that was the option. That was the option. So it should be the same option. That doesn't talk about 2 days of trading or anything like that. That's just one or the other. And, ultimately it depends on who's making the calculation and the valuation.
Well, I was going to ask you that. Yeah. In your experience in the court system, and maybe that applies to Congress as well, how does that
usually it's not
theory
related
of value get duked out?
Without talking about a specific number, because it's all guesswork. But usually, so if I have a plaintiff, I'm representing a plaintiff client, usually what they think is an appropriate number does not really relate to the reality of the situation. So I would expect no matter what the number would be, and it could still be a big number, but a lot of people probably would be dissatisfied with it. Because in my experience, that is the way, unfortunately, it ends up. Now, again, that could still be a significant amount of money. But, you've heard all the numbers that have been thrown out. I've heard as much as I think, like $3,500 a share per share. So if somebody who's expecting 35, and I'm not saying what this is going to happen. So this is just hypothetical talk, no information. But if somebody was expecting $3,500 a share and they only got 1,000, they would be pissed off. But that might be a boatload of money too. So that's really hard. That's the roundabout answer to your question is value is, whoever decides it, and it still may not be satisfactory. But generally people unfortunately get less than they would like to get. General rule.
Will, in your experience, which is mostly legal rather than Congress, will the parties giving up the money require releases? And will the releases have to come from the whole class or just the people settling?
I would expect that if they're going to put out a real significant amount of money, that they would require you to give up your claims. So yes.
Would it be the whole class?
Yeah, I would think they'd go after everybody. Not everybody has to do it, but then
I was going to ask you, how can you get that?
You can opt out. I mean, if there's because there probably there'll be class actions, and there are class actions that might involve, people might be able to join, that might generate money. But you can opt out of those. Usually you have an opportunity to opt out. You have to do affirmatively opt out. I mean, you have to contact somebody. It doesn't generally just happen on its own. But it's probably likely in most cases that if there was some negotiated settlement, that probably the return would be greater than you'd get through a class action. Why would that be? Well, first thing is attorney's fees. Yeah, it's first thing off the top, and whatever other costs. So that's not saying you can't find a class action that might pay more, because that could happen too. But generally, I would say not. That's with an N, not with a K.
Not. Buck. So I was going to ask on that settling, it would not be necessary for everybody involved to sign a release before.
Only if you wanted to get paid. Only if you wanted to get paid.
Okay. Yeah. So then the other thing I saw on Twitter is that one of the reasons to
can I answer a question? So Barbara throughout, so FINRA and the SEC can do anything illegal. Well, the only defense against that is the DOJ. So even if they're stealing our money, they could still go to prison. So that's, and that's subject to the DOJ and the prosecutors and whatever, and however they're connected. But that there is some remedy against illegal actors. And if the feds go after you, generally, they don't go after people that don't end up losing. They generally are very successful. So the problem with the feds is they don't go after enough people. And that present company accepted, of course. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. It's your show.
Not really, it's your show, I think.
Well, whatever. I mean, it's not, whatever. It's okay. There's an argument on Twitter that if you move what I read is a deleted stock, it has no rights, this MMTLP. If you move that and exchange it for real shares of NextBridge at AST, if somehow, there's this argument that MMTLP might start trading. I'll ask you that separately. I don't think it'll ever trade. But if somehow there's a settlement or there's a resolution for MMTLP, will that act happen quickly so that you wouldn't have a chance to reverse your decision? I don't see anything happening quickly anywhere. Why would this all of a sudden be sped up to resolve? I don't know. People talk.
I guess, can I speculate? So let's say you didn't want people to accept the settlement. So maybe you would set a very short time frame for people having to respond with a, signed settlement agreement or something like that. So in that case, maybe, I'm trying to think of a situation where it would make a difference, that you wouldn't have enough time to go from one to the other. I think you would have enough time to go from one to the other. I'm not aware of why one, that because we spoke about it kind of in a little bit of a different vein. I'm not aware of why one would be better than the other. I have seen the argument about that. And, to be honest, none of us really know because it's a novel situation. We don't know how it's going to play out. So you might, because of that, you might raise that as an argument. And maybe they're right. But myself personally, it didn't impact my thinking.
Well, I don't want to get it off into my arguments because I've made my arguments. I want to hear from you. So my content, it's in the FINRA releases. MMTLP isn't anything after December 14th. And I don't know why anyone would want to hold that instead of get the real thing. But
well, they're holding something else. But I agree. It's just a placeholder. It's nothing. But I also believe that maybe the shares, this is my personal belief, it very well may be the case that the shares at AST are nothing also, right? I mean, they could be counterfeit too.
I don't know about that.
They could have gone in, but we don't know the source and the validity. So if I transfer my shares to AST, my placeholder to AST, I may have had counterfeit shares.
True.
So I don't know if that changes the character of now what AST has.
Well,
I don't know if that cleanses me by that exchange.
Well, what it does, I mean, I won't show you, but I've got 2 share certificates here. They're real.
Yeah.
You could argue, are they fake? I don't think so.
No, I think
all you're doing is, let's use Fidelity. Fidelity has 10 million street name shares, but they have 100 million out to their clients, you're just going and claiming what's available before everyone else does.
Well, I think I thought the main, my impression was the main reason that they suggested going to AST was a way of ascertaining the real share count. That was the idea.
I think that's also true.
Yeah.
You would then know. Look, the real shares are there at the AST. They're in my name and they're in Fidelity's name for
Right.
you. The question is, has Fidelity? It's like that scene in Bugsy Siegel in Warren Beatty. He's selling more shares in the Flamingo than exist. He's doing it everywhere. And then Ben Kingsley comes and says, I love you. And it's that.
Yeah, you can't sell 500% of a deal because that makes some people unhappy.
So that's what they're. There's a question for you.
Yes. Yeah. So whatever the statute of limitations are, they would apply. But generally, if it's intentional misconduct like fraud, and I'm not a criminal lawyer, I've done some criminal stuff, not personally, by the way, but I meant in terms of legal work. Yeah, you got a dirty mind there. You got a dirty mind. Usually, intentional misconduct has a longer statute of limitations. So we're talking about 2022, so we're less than 2 years, so we're probably not worried about that. But that would be for like a DA or a prosecutor or the DOJ to make a decision, because unfortunately we don't get to make impact other than, it's obviously, and I don't think a lot of people do it, but could shareholders of MMTLP send 65,000 emails to the DOJ to get something done? Yes. And I know, right now, and I think I mentioned it to you the last time, and it happened again. So Tesla shareholders are involved in a pay packet. It's a pay package dispute regarding Elon, and there's ongoing legal proceedings, and they sent about 6,000 emails and letters about a month ago, and now they're doing it again. This time it's like 8,000, and it's to the court to try to influence the court. So, and how much influence it will have, who knows? But it's at least you get to try to influence somebody and act. And usually, trying to act is good for your mental health, so that's a good thing. And there's no reason why. We all know that there's criminal misconduct here somewhere. I mean, there's something amiss. That's all I know is I still have $0 in my account, and a bunch of, what I have in my account was a bunch of NAs. That's what my account looks like. Every box is NA, not applicable. That's the only security I've ever had that had that. But there's something amiss, and the DOJ should have been investigating, and perhaps they are. And if they got more push from shareholders, couldn't hurt.
Kryptonian has a question for you.
Theoretically, they're supposed to do their jobs. So if you're reporting crimes or somebody is and they ignore it, it's a bad job. It shouldn't be that way, obviously. You could then contact them directly. That's the other option, kind of what we were just talking about. They could certainly say they didn't see it on social media, although, I'm guessing that anything that's of a major issue somehow gets scrubbed in some computer and gets spit out. But you certainly could contact them directly, and you could put them in a difficult position if they don't follow suit and something bad happens. We've had instances of terrorism or something where somebody might have given somebody a tip and somebody ignored it, and usually, unfortunately, it doesn't end well for that person either. But no specific responsibility other than you can make them look bad.
I think you might have answered that, but give it a shot.
Yeah. So some courts have the ability to let you get pre-filing discovery, but you usually have to have So like New York does, which I don't practice there. There's some other states that do, Pennsylvania maybe. So if you know that you have been wronged, but you don't know who, and you're just trying to find out who that is, in those states, there's a procedure before you file the case that you can seek to obtain the names. And I think Mark Basile tried doing it in one or two cases. One they said no, and one I think is maybe on appeal, or I don't know what the result was. But the issue is you can't be trying to prove up your case with those particular states. You can't be fishing for information that would give you the information you needed to prove up your case. It's only to identify the defendants, which for us is fine because we want to find out of those 105 brokers, which of those scumbags are the worst scumbags. So that's how you would do it. In federal court, you'd probably have to file an action. There may be some, somebody like the DOJ or some agency could subpoena documents directly. That's independent of us. If you filed a case in federal court, you could get documents. 3,500 for what share? So I was just making up numbers. So as I said, it's funny what people hear. I find that funny. I said I was just using for a purpose of an example that if somebody was expecting 3,500 a share and got 1,000, they would be pissed off. Even though,
although I will point out in Mark Basile's, I think, excellent lawsuit, his 7th footnote says during pre-market trading on December 9, some MMTLP shareholders had pending sell orders successfully execute at prices of up to 2,400 a share. For unknown reasons, brokers subsequently reversed the executed trades and removed the proceeds from their customers' accounts.
I think
the potential damages in the action may be calculated based on the market price of these executed trades. I'm done.
Yeah, and then I don't think the trades were ever consummated. They were executed, but they weren't funded. There was no money that exchanged. So I think what happened, and this is kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. So what would they do in that situation? They would probably go to that committee. What do we do with these trades? MMTLP. Should we let them go through or should we cancel them? FINRA has the right to cancel those trades.
What is the name of this committee?
It's the code. If you look at the FINRA, if you go to the FINRA site and you look at their committees, they'll give you 13 committees. It's the last one, the code something committee. You can imagine
they're there to protect us.
Oh,
the advisory committees.
Yeah, absolutely, to protect us. Of course, since their guys would have lost billions that day, they have no conflict in making that decision.
The investor issues committee, is that it?
No.
Market regulations.
Literally go to the bottom one. Literally the bottom one.
All right. Uniform practice code.
Yes.
So you've got Kelly Bell of Hilltop.
That's the current one. In 20 that has like 8 members. In 20
1, 2, 3, 4, and it has 2 liaisons. It just has 4.
Okay. In 2020,
Kelly Bell of Hilltop Securities.
Yes.
Nicole Brinker.
Remember we talked about, by the way,
Trade Station.
remember we talked about that 5,000 campaign donation to Sessions.
Yeah.
She works for Hilltop, right? That's Hilltop.
Unbelievable. Christopher Haynes, Edward Jones, Joseph Arachi, JP Morgan, and then the liaisons, Patricia Casamates and Chris Stone.
Yeah. And if you go back, then there's different people involved. And like at the time of the U3 halt, it was the person from Fidelity was involved and others. So these guys are the ones who make that decision, though. So theoretically, FINRA, because it's in their power to cancel a trade, whatever, for irregularities or whatever, they did. And these guys are the direct beneficiaries of that action because their companies don't have to come up with whatever they would have to come up in these transactions. So that's kind of a description of the problem.
These committees are all, the first one, Mary Kay Blomquist, Wells Fargo, Lana Carlton, Hilltop, David Crow, Axos, Janet Dyer, Fidelity, Rajiv Kanara, Apex, Nancy Newcomb, BNY Mellon, Sarah Sheenberger, RBC Wealth Management, Roger Schaefer, StoneX. That's the first one. They're all
in the tank. They're all in the tank.
They're all in the tank.
And not just one of the, this one happens to be relevant to us, but there's 13 of those kind of committees, all made up by the same group. That means that to summarize, that means they've figured out whatever possible issue that could arise in their organization. And there's some subcommittee that's going to have ultimate jurisdiction to screw everybody else based upon that. And we happen to be involved because it was a unique setting, all the corporate action notices and the U3 halt, but it is really so blatant. And then when you tie it to the politicians directly with who they're getting money from, usually we're just kind of guessing, but in this case, and I think it was, I think it was one of the early morning spaces. Yeah, it just kind of really makes you want to take a shower, right?
Yeah.
And I know in DC it's hot and you might want to do it anyway, but after
what's so frustrating, I don't know what happened between when I was young. I'm clearly not young anymore. So what happened from the time I was young and I looked up and I thought there were people that were behaving on the right side of things. There was right and wrong. Now there doesn't seem to be anybody you can go to that's not tainted with wrong in the financial industry.
Well, there are
on the regulatory side.
I have on the there are, I'm sure, still, but it's a big business. And I was saying is like a guy like Ken Griffin, he's got a lot of money, and he's got a lot of risk, so he probably exercises his influence to protect himself. That's his insurance. So you have a lot of people like that spending a lot of money. It's very powerful.
What's the statute of limitations to transfer MMTLP placeholder to AST to get shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons?
Now, I made a rule that if I had no idea about something, I would not
answer it.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to stay to that. But if you want me to make up an answer, I will. I can make one up.
Well, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on claiming your asset. I just think by definition, if there's only 165 million real shares and I'm making it up, there's a billion placeholders, you're going to run out of.
Oh, but I see. I kind of actually understand the question a little differently now. Oh, so yeah. So if there was a claim you had,
right,
that would be the statute of limitations. So where you had it probably wouldn't make a difference. But let's say I had a claim against Fidelity. There are, a breach of, like in California, so breach of a written contract, there's a 4-year statute of limitations. So that would be how I would look at that in terms of if I was at Fidelity. In terms of if the question is about transferring from one to the other, I think, as Bill just said, I think it's when AST wouldn't accept any more transfers. That would be the governing principle.
And what in what you just described, the 4 years in California, do you just have to maybe send an email or write a letter to protect that?
No. So if we had
how does it run out then?
Yeah. So let's say that you breached the contract on January 1, 2024. I was aware of the breach at that time. Then I'd have till December 31st, 2027 to file a lawsuit.
It's to file a lawsuit.
Yeah. And, the only exception would be that if the other side agreed to extend the statute of limitations, but otherwise it would expire under the kind of the way I described it. It would expire then.
So
just a letter saying, you screwed me. It won't help you.
let's get to these magical lawsuits. Right now, we're lucky to have you, as far as I can tell, mostly just generously donating your time.
No, I'm charging
And
you for
Mark
this.
Bazile is attacking things, but I don't know how much he's getting paid.
I should have told you that, Bill, before we started. I'm charging you $7 a minute.
Okay, that sounds like what the shills get. They get $7 every time you mention their name. But anyway, and I think Wes Christian is far more, I need to be paid to do this because he's got more business than he can say grace over. But my point is, if we get to the point where we have to file lawsuits, but we don't have money, we're a diverse 65,000 people. I mean, is it realistic to expect that someone's just going to pick up the crudgeon and go fight our battle for us? Or
if they think, to be, practical, probably yes. If they think there's money to be made, no. If they're not certain, no.
Well, my experience, I've talked to attorneys on this whole issue, and what I've run up against, there isn't an attorney that I know that will fight this because of the arbitration clause.
Yeah.
There's no deep pocket.
Yeah, that is the problem. Not only that, it's not just the arbitration clause, there's no attorney's fee provision in these contracts.
Explain that.
So generally in the United States, unlike England, if you're in a dispute, loser pays the legal fees. So you generally discourage kind of frivolous lawsuits. In the United States, unless there's a statute that says you're entitled to legal fees, some statutes, but not mostly not, or most cases it'll be in a contract, and the contract itself says something along the lines that the prevailing party will be entitled to the reasonable attorney's fees and costs. And if there's a provision like that, then before you're involved in litigation, you consider that, because you're going to be spending not only your own legal fees, but you could be responsible for the other sides. And generally, that's a very meaningful decision. So the way the brokers have set it up is they've incorporated their legal as a cost of doing business. So they don't care. They really don't care what one individual case costs. They're going to spend 5%. I'm just making up a number. But let's say they generate X dollars. They're going to spend 5% on legal. They don't really care. They're not interested. Just going to happen. Whereas, and it could be a ton of money, but it's just a factor. And they've decided in their analysis that it's going to be better for them, generate more money for them if they incorporate that way and discourage people from pursuing them. So they've incorporated. Now the plaintiff, like you have to hire a lawyer. So like what Bill said, one, you have to find some lawyer that'll take it on a contingency fee basis, which means
But you still have to pay hard costs.
They front, well, depending on how it goes. So on a contingency basis, the attorney only gets paid if there's an award. So there's money paid out. But there's a bunch of costs that precede the end of a case that you incur. So the question is, who's paying those costs? The attorney wants the client to pay the cost, because those costs could be substantial. It could be, in the many thousands of dollars, if not more. So that's something that comes into play. So attorneys are discouraged from doing cases like that. So now you're looking at somebody who's going to charge you on the hourly fee, which is going to cost you literally in the tens of thousands of dollars, if not more. So if you're not wealthy, or if there's not somebody who could finance that litigation, for most people, it's really not possible. So that's why the attorney's fee provision is not in there. It's to
squash. So they don't have a provision in the documents we sign that our attorney gets paid.
Correct. So you have to go to arbitration and you can't collect attorney's fees. And you have no choice, basically. It's not like you can go to Merrill Lynch and they're not going to have an arbitration provision and you're stuck. By the way, I think there should be legislation about that too.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem in all these stocks. We're fighting the war, but the battle is how you get paid in this transaction. It's hard to know if we're tilting at windmills.
Well, it's also the kind of, and you've talked about this in terms of, I don't remember which squeeze it is, but somebody recommends something else and everybody took their money and went elsewhere.
Yeah,
it's kind of the same way.
Not everyone agrees with me, but that's
I know, but I'm gonna talk about it in this terms, that sometimes it's helpful you just focus on one issue and take it all the way and get it done. And if you start to kind of get diffuse, and because all the issues might be, well and good, but your ability to kind of get things done on several things as opposed to one may not be the same. And so it's easy for us to talk about other problems, but it may not be helpful for us to talk about other problems in the grand scheme of things.
I don't know if this question you've already answered.
No.
Discovery.
So in depends where you are. So I'll use California because I can talk about California. So if I file a lawsuit tomorrow, there's a 30-day discovery hold on me from seeking discovery. Just that's it, 30 days. And then I could serve out interrogatories, which are written questions. I could serve out requests for production of documents, which are kind of as they suggest, document requests. And then generally the way it would play out is you get that, and there may be a battle over that too, and maybe court proceedings. And then you'd use that, and then you do depositions after that, because then you'd use kind of the documents and the answers as part of your script in your deposition. And that would be most of discovery as kind of we talk about it. Interrogatories, requests for production documents, and depositions.
This is a not for nothing, but his resolution starts at 6 sessions, 5 today. My question on that is,
when does the 5 per day start? Is it from? Is it today?
So I guess from the 14th.
Is it today, and is it what time of day?
Yeah,
just so we know.
Who's going to litigate this? And you could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars litigating this. That's what I don't get. I know.
Listen, I know, because I know how much time I spent myself.
Yeah.
I know that, and I'm not doing that to brag. I'm doing it to kind of like
understand.
Put this in context. So I know that so I filed an action in state court. Somebody opposed that. I filed an action in federal court. 3 law firms opposed that. We did a year arbitration. I had 80 filings. That's me alone. Those guys have to read everything and they respond to everything. And as opposed to one guy like me, it's a big law firm. So it's a partner, a senior associate, a paralegal, some other assistant. My impression is they spent over $1 million on my proceedings in MMTLP.
If each of your filings spent an hour and you charge $1,500 an hour, which is low probably in this field, that's 120 grand just that you didn't charge yourself.
Yeah. Well, just the bottom line is they spent a boatload of legal fees, but they didn't care because, again, it was part of doing business. And also, I believe my thought is it was also a way for them to kind of let retail know that this is what you're going to face if you come against us. I really do think that was the case. I didn't think about it until as we went into it and they were like just not interested in even if I wasn't going to negotiate with them. But it's just not that's just not the way you litigate.
You may not know the answer to this. How much of their fight is specific to the losses caused potentially with MMTLP and NextBridge? And how much of the fight is they don't want this problem disclosed because it's in so many stocks and so many securities?
Well, I think one, they didn't want to, because I thought about that. I think one, they didn't want to set the precedent that they would pay anything. They didn't want to set the precedent that anybody could get money. Because one, it would go against them. Two, it would go against everybody, right? Because whatever happens in one would be used against it. That's why trade stations are important now. But two, I really do believe, and they were pretty, we had one hearing, a scheduling hearing. And during that scheduling hearing, there was, and I don't remember how it came up, but there was a discussion and the other attorney said, they're not going to pay anything. That was their position. This is a scheduling hearing. It's not even, we haven't gone through, well, we didn't really go through discovery, but we hadn't really got to the end. But that was their position. And then at one other point in time, they said, and this really made me believe that was their intent, and I felt very flattered, by the way, is that they watched all my videos and had reviewed them. One, I thought that was pretty ridiculous, but I felt good because I got one extra.
I wonder who they're charging those hours to.
I know. I thought about that too, but I thought also I got one extra subscriber, so that's good on that level. But I thought, wow. I mean, if you're watching everything, and you know that I'm communicating with a bigger group, then kind of letting the bigger group know that if you come after us in arbitration, this is what's going to happen. I thought that was a means that they could communicate that. I didn't think that all along, but as time went on and they just were obstinate, because again, in most litigation, unless your party, unless it's a unique situation, everybody's willing to work something out at some point.
And they don't want to.
Never, just to the contrary, an exact opposite, without any governor in terms of spending money. So to me, it was the clearer message. At least that was what my impression was.
Why have, there's 104 broker dealers in this, apparently. Why haven't a few of them broken ranks and just?
Well, some people think TradeStation did.
Oh, because of this lawsuit?
Yeah. Well, before that, but what generated the lawsuit? Some people believe there were some Canadian brokers that might have maybe got out. I heard that early on. I heard that there were some Canadian brokers that approached NextBridge early on to see indirectly, directly to get out. So I'm not sure there is 104 left, but all those would have really small positions.
I have a question. There's somebody that sometimes she's a gardener and sometimes listens to this channel. She had a point. She said she's not moving her MMTLP to AST, to the real. To me, counterfeit shares to real shares. I don't know why anyone wouldn't do it. But she's saying that if she does that, then she lets FINRA off the hook. I'm using my own words. And she lets her own broker-dealer off the hook.
Well, I mean,
I don't really see it that way, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, well, I took a cautious position, so I'm still with my broker because I went after my broker. So I kind of took somewhat of that same position that I didn't want to let my broker off the hook. So my shares are still there. If I wasn't actively going after my broker, it wouldn't have influenced my decision. I would have just moved my shares. But like I said, nobody really knows. This is all novel. So anybody that says do one thing or the other, they may have a reason for it that makes sense, like figuring out what the share count is. That's a reason. But in terms of how it's going to ultimately work out, I think everybody is just, giving their best guesstimate, and that's the best they can do. Can we talk about GTII a little bit?
Yeah. There was a question, and yes, we can. I'd like to do that. Go ahead. The question was about the dividend, which I don't think you're qualified to answer.
On the GTII or the?
Here it is. Korea Union.
Yeah, I have no idea. But what's interesting is the issue that arose, that appears to have arisen with that dividend. And think about the timing. This is the fun part. So April 10th, I get to actually talk about this. April 10th of 2023, GTII.
Just before we move to that, because I'll forget it if I don't ask it now. You mentioned Canada, and it comes up over and over and over again. Can Canadians move their shares to AST?
I have no idea.
All right.
But I don't know.
Right, so go on. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. But I presume if they call AST, that AST would give them a quick answer.
All right. Okay. Go on. I interrupted you. I didn't mean to do that.
I have, by the way, just that's okay. But it's an interesting question because I've never heard any. There's a lot of Canadian investors in NextBridge. I've never heard anyone suggest an alternative one. So I'm, by process of elimination, I'm guessing that AST works for Canadian also, or else I would have heard go to Joe's transfer agent. Never heard anything. So I'm guessing, but that's, and obviously the best way is to call them directly, but I'm guessing they'll take it. Okay. So
floor is yours.
Yeah. So GTII, April 10th of 2023, they get a notice from the OTC markets that says, because of recurring inaccuracies and other issues with regard to your insider trading disclosures and beneficial ownership, we're going to bounce you down to the pink sheets tomorrow. So it's not like they give them a long time. That also suggests, but it's never been disclosed, so we don't know, that the OTC was probably after them for quite some time to be that kind of curt at the end and say, tomorrow we're going to.
How I hear it. I hear it that the criminals called in to get that done. But anyway, go on.
Okay.
August, I don't trust anything.
Yeah, August. Well, that's my view. My view is that the use of the term, there was a term, reoccurring. So the reoccurring means it wasn't a brand new issue. So that's why I believe. And just by the fact it was the timing, to me, it meant like somebody who, my impression was somebody had called like 10 times, take care of this. Nothing happened. Then they said, okay, we're done. So April 10th, they get the notice, and that means that they're downlisted the pink sheet status, which means their ability to raise capital is limited, and there's other negatives that apply to that.
Right.
So it happens on the 11th. April 23rd, they do the dividend. So they didn't disclose, by the way, the downlisting yet. They do the dividend, apparently, because they're great guys. They do the dividend, in my opinion, is to cover up the downlisting. So as opposed to disclosing the downlisting, they disclose they're going to be great guys doing the dividend. The problem is with the dividend is, and I don't have this firsthand, but this is through an investor who spoke to one of their attorneys, Mr. Markowitz, that at some point in time when they were doing the documents, they checked the wrong box. They marked it as a shell. Once you mark a company as a shell, it's permanently categorized as a shell. And it requires you to have strict compliance with your filings thereafter to do some things like dividends. And because there were issues about strict compliance with GTII, some brokerage houses, I know Fidelity for at least some time, were balking at recognizing the proper nature of the dividend. Additionally, because of that same setup, most of them wanted you to dispose of the dividend, that you couldn't keep it. You had to sell it. And that all comes apparently from checking the wrong box, whoever did that. So we have the downlisting, then we have the dividend, kind of hiding that downlisting a little bit because they must have thought of it as a good event. Then they announced the downlisting on May 3rd. So that's like 3 or 4 weeks after the event. They never disclose the cause of the downlisting. As of today, they haven't disclosed the cause of the downlisting. What has happened is the last 3 days in a row, they've put out PRs. They put out another one today. So, and I've taken taken it as a responsibility to respond to the PRs and their actions. And because I believe their actions are a direct attempt to create a defense to the legal action they know that's impending, and to show that for once that they're on the side of the shareholder. Now, I understand that at one point in time, people believed they were acting in the interests of shareholders because they were doing things that looked like they were in the interest of shareholders. In 2023, it appears that attitude changed, but what'll come out in future days is there were other activities that happened before that we weren't aware of that would have caused shareholders concern. And the only example I have is it would be like if I owned a company and I gave like 500,000 shares to my barber. If that was the transaction. Now, I may have a really good barber, but giving like shares to somebody for...
You don't have that much hair.
I don't. I have very little hair. So I go to like the cheap places. But but there are going to be transactions like that you're going to look at, and with everything, the context of everything, it's going to cause people to be skeptical. So what happened today is they put out a PR and said, Mr. Rabari, the new COO, remember his position, people don't know when he started, but according to the company, based upon a filing, he started December 1st of 2023. He was a consultant to the board. May 1st of 2024, he became the COO. But in December, apparently, inadvertently, he was given a certain amount of shares because I think David Reichman was taking a nap at his office and inadvertently his elbow hit the share printing button. Other than that, I don't know how you inadvertently give shares, but he was around since December 1. So it wasn't like immediate. And he was like, when I looked at his resume, by the way, he was a very qualified guy. I think he was like University of Chicago. So respectable background. I've only spoken to him once. I didn't have my conversation with him I thought was disappointing because he had no interest in any acquisitions and he was fixated on Alpine, which is fine if he had done anything. But the first action they took was the FOIA request. He's talking about
protect the shorts.
Yeah. So brings us to today.
In my opinion.
So today they put out that they were doing an audit of the 2022 and 2023 financials.
Right.
And they wanted to offer an explanation why their 10Q is late because their quarterlies are late. They asked for an extension, but they didn't meet that. And they talk about their auditor, Borgers, who was just kicked out of the union, so they can't do it. And they got rid of him on May. So interestingly enough, GTII got rid of him after the SEC basically, closed them in their office, shut the door, said so long. Literally, they can't do business anymore. That's when GTII got rid of them. MMTLP, NextBridge, for example, had Borgers as an auditor too. They got rid of him February 1st of 2024. So before they had gotten eliminated from the scene. So in the PR today, Luke talks about also maybe going after the fees of Borgers auditor for what they had paid. So I look back at what went on to now put it in context. So that's what they say in the PR. Now let's put it in context. So there were about 70 million shares issued by the board January 25th of 2023. They returned this week about 36 million shares. I don't know what happened to the other 34 million, but if the other 36 sucked, if there was a reason to cancel that And it was like the Black Friday. I don't know what happened. They just decided one day, we've been here for a long time, so let's literally take any value out of this company today. Let's just get it out of here. That's the equivalent of $100 million in market cap, which is probably.
Did they sell any of the shares during the time they?
Don't know, because we thought about that, because that might be a reason why they didn't return the shares. But of course, they could go out and buy them. They could go out, buy the shares, and then cancel the shares. They could do it. Actually, it would be easier today than it was when they got the shares. But there was 70 million shares, and there's a bunch of shenanigans that happened before that. Then we have the downlisting. Then we have the dividend. Then we have the announcement of the downlisting. The auditor, the existing auditor, didn't sign off on the 10K for 2022. What did they do? They left. March of 2023. So January 25th. This is what I see. The committee tells the auditors, we're going to issue X number of shares because that I don't know what the reason would be. Past consideration.
January 25th of 23.
Yeah. They go to their auditor. They say, who's an ongoing auditor? It's not the new person. They say, we're going to issue the shares. When the auditor finds out about it, says, you can't do that. We're not going to sign off on the financials. So we will nicely exit. Then they bring in Borgers. Borgers is the one who signed off on the 22 and the 23 financials. But what's the significance of that? Even though Borgers are they're scumbags, right? They'd signed according to the SEC and they left. They didn't even contest this. They just made up documents and they would be shills for their clients. So I would guess that the financials for 2023 aren't going to look better. They could look worse, but they're not going to look better because they would be working for the benefit of the company that's paying them, not otherwise. But the significance is the head of the company was the CFO and the chief accounting officer. So David Reichman he's the guy responsible for all the accounting of the company. He's in charge of all the finances for the company, besides all the executive decisions.
What's his title? Chief
Financial Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Accounting Officer.
Okay.
All three. And that, by the way, that's where like an ego will get you in trouble. That Chief Accounting Officer, that's like a bullshit title. He didn't need that. But now when you got a problem with your financials, it's a problem. He's also an expert in tax. That's where he's made his money. So he was a tax expert. So I find it a difficult to fathom that whatever Borgers did in the financials, that the guy who runs the company, runs the finances, runs the accounting, who's a tax expert, didn't know 100% what was going on, didn't review everything that was going on. And if in fact what was given to him was false and he didn't do his job, if he wasn't aware of all this, that's probably a breach of his fiduciary duty. So one way, because he didn't know, either he knew or he should have known because of his expertise, because of his roles, because of his ego that he had to be the chief accounting officer. So one of the things that came out recently was what I just said. They go after the fees. They go after the fees of Borgers. In a prior PR, they referenced they reserved their rights against Borgers. So my question would be, well, you, Mr. Rabari, you know who was involved in the preparation of those financials with Borgers, the guy who hired you. So what do? you really should sue the guy. If you have a problem with Borgers, you should be going after your boss. And that creates quite a conflict of interest. As far as I know, he hasn't sued anybody. There's been no action. That may change soon, of course, but there has been no action. But how could he stay in a position where he knows that the CEO, CFO, CAO either is in on it or didn't do their job? One or the other. There's no alternative. So they were presenting this PR like they were doing this amazing thing when, it took them a year and a half to return part of the shares. The guy who is now in charge inadvertently got shares, didn't take action, had no interest in acquisitions, didn't take any action against Borgers, the accountant, let that go on also, and hasn't timely filed their financials. Their 10Q is now late, and theoretically they could get delisted. So that was today's PR.
Something's rotten in Denmark.
Yeah, I've had so many people, different people. Some of them didn't believe it at first because the story has taken a while to play out. And when somebody keeps on doing the same thing over and over, eventually you got to believe them. Well, so my inclination, yes. By the way, just so you know, to me, I can't tell if it's true, but the first thing I thought of was somebody engaged in some criminal misconduct and they're concerned about it coming out. And not that that was my intention, because it certainly wasn't my intention, but when somebody continues not to act necessarily, in this case, there's absolutely a way that these guys could have gotten out many times. And I'm not even talking about before I got involved, because I know before I got involved, there were plenty of opportunities they got involved. They could have gotten out. Since I've been involved, there's been dozens of opportunities I've given them to get out. And they've never elected to do that. And the only situations I've been involved with where that was the case were when people had bigger concerns than just like the dispute in front of us. And the only thing I can think of is perhaps they misappropriated some money. There may be securities fraud, and there's concern about criminal liability. And perhaps some they've perhaps gone to a criminal lawyer, and the criminal lawyer told them just to shut up and not do anything and just kind of see how it plays out. And that's what occurs to me based upon how they acted. Now, they also may be irrational. I know Reichman's an elderly man. I know he had some health issues. So, can irrationality be an answer to that too? It's possible. But it's possible. Anything's possible. But most times in these situations, it just feels like there's something that someone doesn't want us to know, and they're concerned about the ramifications.
So what do you think happened? Or you already answered it. You've already.
Well, I know that there's there's a distribution of shares. There's a share distribution that shouldn't have happened. And that's why they were canceled. Because they never should have happened in the first place.
Let me just ask you. Reichman did a deal with scumbags, the Kramers, in my judgment. You don't have to agree. I mean, he did the deal. Of course, he bought it back. Then he's done what you've said. But then he's hired a guy with a great CV. Why would a guy come to a shell company to work? Is it possible? Because Reichman lives a nice lifestyle, apparently. Nice New York offices, cars.
How would you feel? By the way, how would you feel if he gave a bunch of shares to his girlfriend?
Is she cute? Oh.
Would you think that was kind of irregular?
I no, it's wrong.
Yeah.
And then what I'm
How about
asking
his pet
you,
goldfish?
huh?
How about his pet goldfish?
Eric, named Eric? His pet fish named Eric? Um, what I'm asking you is, could he have gotten a kickback from the criminals all
You know,
along?
a bunch of people have asked me that. I don't know. And it may not have been all along. It may be like, again, somebody runs out of steam and they decide, I want to cash in. And maybe he was approached. I don't know. They know about, listen, it's not like they didn't know about the concentrated short
Did
position.
you find sales that he made into the market at high prices?
Well, there were sales. I know that there were in
I
23.
guess I have to define high price.
Yeah, I don't think we don't have all
Over
the,
$1.
yeah, I don't think we have all the data from 2024 because they haven't filed their financials. But I believe that in 2023 and 2024, management had like 6 dozen transactions selling stock.
Did he queer the deals? There were a series of deals to catch out the shorts. Do you think I shouldn't use that word. I can't, my vocabulary. Did he screw up those deals intentionally?
No, the way I look at it, I presume, I really do look at it this way. And I don't even know if it's,
That's why I'm
yeah,
asking, but
I don't know if this is
I'm
true
being
or
the
not.
bad guy. I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. The way I look at it is I think he had something changed in 2023, and it changed how he saw things. However,
Well, I know
prior,
I'm not going to tell you here, but I know what changed in the summer of 2023. I know what
okay,
changed.
but there was
I'll tell you offline.
it
And
feels
it's not some big
uh,
conspiracy thing. It's just I don't think I can say it
okay.
because it's
That's fine.
private information.
That's fine. I it just feels to me like there was a philosophy change,
There
but when
was
you
in July or August.
but when you look back, there are also transactions that happened before that were not kosher.
Yeah,
So yeah, so he did
I
stuff.
guess what I'm asking is, was he working with the criminals, if I can call them the criminals?
Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah, so I'm going to give you the other side. So there are a lot of people that will, have a company and they'll cheat a little bit. So they think they have the right, if they have control, they think they have the right to cheat. And they'll justify it. It's my company. I put the time in, whatever. So if I take a little here, I'm entitled to it. And they'll figure out and rationalize it to themselves. So that's not kosher, but that's also not working for the other side. So I think a lot of time it's just kind of people not having maybe the integrity.
He did buy back the note, so that
Yeah, he
would
did.
contradict
He
my
did.
question. And then what could happen? He's 80 some years old, I guess. He just finally said, I've been delaying gratification. It's time to get some benefit here.
Plus, listen.
He could also be in a state of shock. I mean, most investors are. I know I go in it. It was $1 billion company, and now it's a piece of shit again.
Yeah.
There's human denial.
Yeah. What the way I see it is, listen, exactly. That's exactly the point. People are human. So not everything they do is good. Not everything they do is bad. And he may have been good for shareholders for a certain period of time. And then, his actions changed. I think, now, it's certainly, well, the stuff they've done now is good. And I encourage them to do more acts like this. If they actually undertake acts, I actually said this in my live stream today. I encourage them to undertake acts for the benefit of shareholders, because who's going to argue with that? And I don't care if they do that up until the day that they get kicked out of the building. That's fine with me. Why would I be against them doing anything for the benefit of shareholders? I just don't think it cleanses the crime scene. If you commit a crime, and the part that's kind of left unsaid, and I think is really the part that could be messy, is there is a certain amount of cash in that 2023 year that has to be explained.
My memory, correct me if I'm wrong, they exercised that warrant when I think a squeeze was beginning. And I think they got, oh, shoot. I was going to say 3 million. Then I 30 million came in my head.
No, it's
I
like
don't remember.
it's like 2 or 3 million. Yeah, it's
2 or
something
3
down there.
million they got.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is
How much is left?
Yeah, the problem is they started like, and I'm using approximate numbers, but if they started, let's say, at 3 million and they got 3 million for the warrants, they were left with 1 million. So they said they spent an extra $4 million in 2023 compared to 2022 in operations. I don't know if that means they were doing surgery on the side. They were literally, and they had to spend money for an operating room, but it was very vague. And when I saw that, I'm not the only one. When I saw
4
that,
million, they brought in 3 million. They spent 4.
No, it would have been more. They would have spent, I think it ended up, they spent more, but the change in the cash position dropped dramatically from 2022 to 2023.
Maybe that's why they were late in their filings. They didn't want to disclose it.
It's possible, but at least raises questions. You know what I mean?
So why would a guy from Chicago with this great CV join this murky company?
Well, he got stock. We know that based on their cancellation. So let's say he comes on board, and let's say he believes in the short position story, and they give him 5 million shares.
Doesn't want to do any transactions.
Doesn't want to do any transactions.
It doesn't sound like he believes. Anyway, go on with your
I don't know. I don't remember Alpine, because when I had my conversation with him, I didn't remember the status of Alpine at that time. So I don't know if he really believed that Alpine was going to squeeze that day or whatever. But if he's getting 5 million, 10 million shares, and he thinks actually there's going to, and he gets them at a penny or whatever, gets an option and gets them really cheap. And he believes in some kind of short squeeze scenario, even if it's going to go to $1, let's say it's going to go to $1, then he's fine. He can be done. Yeah. So that's, but now that he's canceled those shares, now is when I would really question it. So
what is inadvertent? What was the form? They just used the form from 5 years ago, and they didn't erase the. I mean, come on, inadvertent.
Well, they said erroneous and/or inadvertent. I really do believe
if it's erroneous and/or inadvertent, they're obviously found something that was criminal about issuing those.
Well, somebody who doesn't believe in the short position does not. So they think this whole thing's nonsense.
Who's that doesn't believe in it?
Somebody. So when I was putting together the group who were going after GTI, I had all kinds of people reaching out to me. Some were not interested, but were asserting their opinion. Some of them very sophisticated. I got a lot of interesting information. One, because he had level two information he was showing me. He was talking like he understood the inside. So, but he didn't believe in the short. He explained it, by the way. It wasn't like he just didn't believe it.
Is he from the American Stock Exchange?
I don't know. It was like a Mr. Big, it was something like that. I don't have a name. But he would, so we had interchange, and I was learning from him. It was interesting because I was learning from him, and I was open to him discussing it if I didn't agree necessarily with everything he was saying. And he liked that, by the way, because we've had an interchange. So when they canceled the 36 million shares, he said, there you have it. There's your counterfeit shares. He thought those were counterfeit shares.
Well, that's funny because this guy, Kabugiaku, I read from the other day, he says that short sellers, whatever counterfeiters, are not required to cover canceled shares.
Okay.
Maybe by issuing the shares to that guy, then canceling him, you're getting rid of some of the shares the shorts have to cover.
I see.
I mean, I'm reaching here, but
yeah. But I heard that discussion when you were talking about it. That was the language of deletion versus cancellation.
No, that's in MMTLP.
No, I
In
know,
the
but that,
Kentucky-
but
in
no, I
the
know, but you're,
Kentucky thing-
I know, but what you're saying is exactly the same, right? We're talking
Yeah.
about having to cover. So
Yeah.
maybe that's, and you remember that the FINRA was in charge of making that language change.
Yes.
So maybe
Yes.
that also was a covering issue. That
This
they
may
knew.
be a way of, I just got to think it through, because they didn't issue new shares to the guy because they were already, well,
Yeah,
that I don't know.
They didn't say they didn't say they issued new shares. They issued new
So-
shares. They issued new shares January 25th. That was one event. But the shares that were canceled for Ribari, they didn't say they issued new shares.
So how many Ribari shares were canceled?
They didn't say. Also, by the way, I would say that's not being entirely transparent, I would say.
Well, that's certainly true. I got to think that through. I wonder if they're slowly working down the Alpine counterfeits because they don't have to cover that amount. But
I agree, by the way, that was
close the whole circuit on my logic there.
I agree with you that if they continued to sell shares, and I didn't see, I think their plan, so they were selling on a plan also. And I think they either terminated it or it terminated May 17th. So I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any additional sales per the plan, but I would bet that if there's any court proceedings going forward with regard to GTII, not only a clawback, but you would probably ask the court, if you were going to do this, that maybe to restrict them from selling any more shares.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want them to, because, right, they're going to try to, I mean, you could be able to, if they did it today, they went out, like if David Reichman today goes out and sells 60 million shares, okay, maybe, but it's not going to survive. It won't survive as a transaction.
So they canceled that. Were they options or was it?
No,
shares?
there were shares. There were shares. Issued shares.
Issued shares.
Yeah.
So they didn't say the number, so we don't know if it reduced the outstanding share. The companies got authorized 750, outstanding shares 370.
Yeah, but that's
restricted 228, unrestricted 141.
But that 370 should include the 36 million that were canceled, theoretically, because the cancellations after that date. We don't know though if they added more shares in the meantime, and then the shares for Ribari, if they were canceled in December. I mean, if they were issued in December, then those haven't been included yet they were included in the 370, but they haven't been reduced yet. So it may be that the actual number might be, closer to 320, maybe 330, somewhere in
there. I mean, these ratios, even if there's 400 or 500 million shares short, and I always point out, I talked to a gentleman who I respect his opinion. I disagree with him, but I respect his integrity and his faith in the system. He always argues, he's from the American Stock Exchange. He always argues there's no way there's 500 million shares. There's probably no way that there's even 50 million shares short, because we only see one part of the data. We don't see the rest. I just wonder if FINRA can give us half the data. Why don't they give us all the data?
Yeah. Well, plus, we know that FINRA doesn't count shorts once they leave the country. So
or you're a lawyer. When they'd say it's non-domestic or non anyway, there's actually in-country places those shares can go where they're not part of the system too, I assume.
Yeah. And I know they could be tokenized. I mean, I heard there was a whole litany of ways. There's whole ways, if you really want to do it, you can. And I guess it was too difficult. Ultimately, I think it's just too difficult for FINRA to follow, and they decided just to give up. and they elected
Well,
not to.
I mean, not to get off, I want to stick to GTII, but I'm petrified that if Greg McCabe, I don't know Johnny Tobacco. I'm not saying anything bad about him at all, at all. But if he starts trading on blockchain, I'm so worried what they can do offshore and with derivatives and with tokens. I can't even think like they do. And I'm just wondering what's going on here because when I first got involved in this, the ratios were far more compelling for a squeeze than having 400 million shares outstanding.
Sure. By the way, I've 13 minutes just to give you a 13-minute warning.
Oh no, go. Let me stop talking. Let's
No. It's not, I wasn't trying to stop you. I was just giving you a number. I don't remember that Saturday trading day.
I don't know what that's about.
But there was a lot of weird. There were a lot of weird visuals about MMTLP. So anything's possible. Whether it was trading, it shouldn't be trading on a Saturday.
Now, let me ask you something which goes to my little bit of my point of view. I know you've worked on this lawsuit and there's a lawyer filing it. Not that you've worked directly on the lawsuit, but would it make some sense just to come to an agreement, avoid the bloodletting of a lawsuit?
Sure.
Kind of put yesterday behind us, draw a line in the sand, and then put a team together and let's go get back to $5 or $10 a share in value.
I agree 100%.
Okay. Yeah.
Why not? I mean, that's what I was trying to get. Originally, when I started, just to give you my mindset, when I started this, and this is after I heard people telling me their stories about what was going on. So that went on for a few months. Then when I got involved in February, I was bluffing. So my bluff was, I thought if I came on strong enough because of what was going on, there's no doubt that anybody who was sane would get out and leave management because I couldn't imagine. They just wouldn't get the point. So it escalated. But I was willing to pull the plug at any time. I'd be willing to pull the plug today. If David Reichman calls you up and says, well, return, because this is what has to happen. Okay. We won't admit any liability. Okay, fine. Everybody's going to leave. Everybody cleans out. We're out the door. We'll return the shares or
you have to return the shares.
We'll agreed amount of shares. We'll take care of the money because I think there's going to be some issue with money, and that'll be it. We won't go other issues. There are other issues, but we won't address the other issues, and I think those other issues are important to him. So if we gave him that would be his.
What if I don't know what motivates someone to hang on so tightly, but I can think of one thing I've experienced with CEOs. It's their baby and they don't want to let go.
I think
it's their identity. There's also that I know at my age, which I consider old, I'm starting to think about how I dedicate my life to leaving something behind. Maybe he wants to leave a legacy, but also it could be that there's something he's scared of others finding out that can affect his life in unkind ways.
It's also, listen, to be honest, it's probably embarrassing too. So it's a public embarrassment to him too. That's what, and I'm not excusing it, but that's kind of, you did all one joke. There you go. There was a second joke. That was the second joke. I mean, I give him, that's why I'd be willing to let him go. I don't want and I certainly didn't want somebody, the conclusion being we got everybody out and the CEO ends up his last days in San Quentin. Is that a result that anybody wants? No, I don't. I know shareholders get pissed because I see it and I understand it.
If it's not too much of I know you only got a few minutes left, but what's your view on the hurries, Alpine, and the case in DC?
Alpine, so Jercassia, that was the one we mentioned in the Supreme Court. will be interesting to see how it affects judicial power of agencies. Alpine, I looked again today, still no decision. I believe, this is much my guess, that the appellate court in DC is waiting for that Supreme Court ruling to see if it would, the Jarkessi case, to see if it might impact their authority or their position or whatever. Just my guess. Don't know for sure. They're about 90 days from the time of when the final argument was. That's usually more than enough time. Hurry, I hope he's under investigation. I would guess all those guys are under investigation, but nothing imminent. Nothing imminent.
Yeah.
As far as I know. Alpine, the other Alpine being the action involving the NSCC and the GTII. There's a stay that was issued, I think, like May 15th, while they appeal or get a chance to appeal their exclusion from that settlement system. And I look, because there's a SEC enforcement site, and I haven't seen any update beyond that stay as of today. So could happen anytime. And then, of course, after everything I just described, there'll be an appellate process afterwards.
So it could happen anytime, or it could take a long time.
Yeah. In my mind, when I think about GTII, this is just me, honestly, and I'm probably in the minority, I don't think about Alpine. I don't.
Let me ask you one more question about Alpine, though. Since NSCC put that in the document of a short position, are you or me or any other lawyer able to seek discovery to find out the size of that short position?
If you were in a lawsuit.
There is no lawsuit?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because I saw it. I mean, there's the order, you could ask somebody.
But that would be data that in a lawsuit, a lawyer might be able to get. Yeah.
It would probably be subject to some kind of confidentiality and whatever. But yeah, if you got to position the discovery where that was relevant, and it would be, and that's why, kind of when I was saying that they did this BS FOIA request, Rabari, Freedom of Information Act, which is going to go nowhere. If they would have filed they knew about this in 2022. If they would have filed an action against Alpine, because it was disclosed there was a concentrated short position, they could at least file an action to determine if that concentrated short position was bogus and how it impacted things. If they would have done that, they would have discovery against Alpine.
Didn't do that. Why didn't
they? Didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. They didn't want to spend the money. I'm surmising. They didn't want to spend the money on legal fees. It wouldn't have been cheap, but it would have been the thing to do, because that was, one of the few nuggets where the government gives you a nugget. You don't have to claim there's a concentrated short position. You start that position.
That's interesting. That's MMAT.
Yeah. If I thought about that, by the way, and I think I even gave a suggestion to somebody about, the attorney that we are the group that are, or may be pursuing the GTII matter, I referred somebody to that counsel for MMAT. I didn't know if they want to, but it requires a lot of money. That's the problem.
The whole thing is also incestuous, and CEOs and board members are trained by nature of getting to where they are in life to take the advice of lawyers and these fancy investment bankers, and it just all circles around to help the criminals.
Plus, and they're good. Yeah, and they're good at keeping secrets.
Go ahead.
It's the ultimate. It's not. This is not the good part. This is the bad part of capitalism, right? This is the money gone amok, run amok.
This isn't capitalism. Capitalism is a level playing field, and everybody is fighting for their place. This is just captured regulators, captured Congress. Everything is going to the banksters.
According to your definition, I don't think we've ever had there's ever been capitalism then.
Yeah.
because I don't think it's ever been level. I even believe, my view on this stuff is MMTLP in particular is I don't care about a level playing field. Because I don't think it's ever going to be level, but I'm okay with that. It just
Disclosure.
it just can't be like this. It can't be
Right.
like that. And that's what we got.
One more question that you may not be able to answer, but in terms of MMTLP NextBridge, I get often, why can't I buy more shares or why can't I sell my shares? What I understand is it's kind of like a private placement right now. If you have NextBridge shares, you've got to get approval of the company to transfer right now. But why not create a document or a gray market that people can trade the either MMTLP or NextBridge, or is that too complicated?
No, I was going to say that maybe that will be something that will occur after the other avenues are eliminated. So maybe after everybody decides that it's not going to happen through Congress and legal is going to take a long time, maybe that's when it'll happen. And it has to be to the advantage also of NextBridge. So maybe for NextBridge's purposes, I don't know because I don't have communication, but maybe it's just not the best time for them to do it.
Yeah, I think it'd be very expensive too because you'd have to record the contracts. All right,
But answering the question that's on the board right now, it could be done.
Oh, for MMAT?
Yeah, I mean, it just you have to get.
I can tell you, and I can't tell you who, but I know for a fact that board was advised by someone in the know and with gravitas not to take that deal, and the board turned it down. Did it anyway.
In a lot of the advice. In a lot of the states, the holdup is that you have to have, if you're going to claim like a breach of fiduciary duty or there's a proxy fight. And again, I'm not a secure. I've learned a lot, by the way, in the 2 years.
What law do you do?
I do real estate litigation mostly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I needed you.
Okay. Next time. Wow. But somebody could go after the board. The problem is
I'm unencumbered of real estate right now.
That's a real estate term, just the unencumbered part. The 10% usually have 10% of the outstanding share count. So that's usually the issue. So you can go after, but you need to have a group together. That's what was the difficult part with GTII. And it's kind of unfair, but the float was 370 million shares, so we needed 10% of that. And part of that float, I think, is illegitimate. Mm-hmm. It was issued in the prior year, but you're stuck with it. So that's usually the issue, is that and cost, of course. Unfortunately.
And it seems like the resolutions and all of this, just, Mark Bazille's doing a great job inching forward and getting things in black and white. Yeah. It seems like the only way is to go through this laborious legal system, because the regulatory side is doing F all about anything.
Yeah, very little.
Congress is indifferent. There is no journalism. So plus, I guess we're stuck with this.
And kind of like what you said, there's very little litigation. Very little. You talk like Mark Bazille, you mentioned Wes Christian on these big cases occasionally. If there was others that were, we'd be talking about them. There may be cases, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot.
The heart of this case is buried in here. I probably won't find it quickly enough, but it's an attack on the arbitration clause. That's why
that's Mark's case, right?
Yeah, that's Mark's case.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm saying though, but there's not like 1,000 lawyers out there pursuing. Right. If there were 1,000 lawyers pursuing, the law would be different and the reaction would be different.
I mean, the one breath of fresh air with Mark is you don't spend a lot of time convincing him of the criminal activity or the problem. Any other attorney you talk to, that doesn't happen. Why would they let that happen?
Listen, I felt that way before I got involved, and I understand it now, but it is. And like MMTLP is like a ridiculous, confusing mess. And if
They
you're not,
want it that way.
and if you, yeah, but if you're not willing to put the time in to hear it over like 50 times until you finally understand it, you're not going to understand it. And you're right. You're right that the other side that use that as an advantage. Do you have any last questions? Happy to take one more.
I think you already answered that.
I agree with that. I did reach out, by the way, yesterday. I did reach out to Fidelity, my lawyer at Fidelity, and I said, this new guy, Matthew Price, who apparently knew about the U3 halt and was involved in the corporate action. We didn't know that when and you kind of kept that under wraps when we were in the arbitration without discovery. What gives? So we'll see what the response is.
Here, you can pick either that question or you can pick this question.
Am I worried? I'll do the second one. So that's subjective because I saw what the second lawsuit is, I think, involving Anna, the trade station lawsuit.
Well, that's out
a name. That's a name. Okay. Whatever the plaintiff is.
It's the plaintiff's name is Intercoastal Waterways LLC.
Okay. So in that action, I think the damages were gauged based upon transactions that they undertook prior to the U3 halt. So they were trying to sell stock and they used those numbers as being the damage figures. I think that's a reasonable way of calculating the damages.
287 or 297?
No, I think they were asking, they had like limit orders. And let's say they were 40 or $50 a share.
Okay.
So I think if you had a limit order, you're willing to sell it before the U3 halt. Okay, that's a fair way of judging damages if that's what you were willing to take. So I don't think that necessarily would then translate for everybody else because everybody else would have a different situation. Probably very few people were actually selling with a limit order at that point in time. And then everybody's limit orders probably have a different value. And so if you used a limit order, that would be depending on what you put in there as your limit order. My concern in my arbitration was that my arbiter could give me a victory and give me a 287 number and kind of cut off my ability to challenge it and create some kind of precedent that could be used. And that would be a real share value. That wouldn't be like I was trying to sell it or anything like that. That would be establishing a different valuation based upon that time. And amongst other reasons, because there were other reasons, but amongst other reasons, I didn't want to let him do that. And I didn't trust him, to be honest, at that point in time. But that's different than the trade station position, because again, that's fact specific to someone who was selling prior to the U3 halt. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. That's not a good question for you. Yeah, I guess you've answered everything. Discovery time, and I don't know if that matters. What is this?
I'll throw out the last part. So, every state's different. So if you're pursuing in federal court, obviously there's going to be a lot of similarity because it's the same setup. But if you're suing in state court, every state's going to have different statute of limitations, rules, etc.
Why don't you take that as your last question? Will MMTLP ever trade again?
Will it ever trade again?
Yeah.
I've heard both. I've heard shareholders say they think it will, and I've heard just as many say they think it won't. I've expressed my concern if it trades. I don't know which will happen. Only thing I've done is to shareholders of sizable interest, I've expressed my concern that if it starts trading, I sure hope that someone can make sure it can't be manipulated and that the shorts can't somehow figure out a way of escaping. That's my only, caveat. If you can do it without that, then great. But,
I agree with you.
Yeah. Anyway, enjoyed the time.
I really appreciate it very much, Richard. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
I know everyone here appreciated hearing from you.
Well, I appreciate appreciate the time. And, I kind of part of my goal is to hopefully make legal stuff understandable. So that's what I'm trying to do. So hopefully we can get a positive result in all this stuff. And
it was so wonderfully joke-free.
I know. That's a big problem. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank
Take
you very
care.
much.
Take
Cheers.
care. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, you're left with me, and we can see this out. We don't have to do it for much longer. I do want to check how stocks closed. I do want to just quickly see if there was anything that happened. It is option trading tomorrow. Finger close. Oh, darn it. I have to look at the closing price. Finger was up on the close 10 cents, but now it's down. Everything's in the red after hours, so I guess that's not exciting to talk about. I gave you, before Ham came on, all the way back then, I was trying to give you the view of why, even though this is very early, why NextBridge could be a meaningful oil and gas company. They just need money, time, and drilling to prove up their thesis. And you might have a company the size of Oxy on your hand. Now that's a heck of a thing to say, because you've got to, they have to prove up quite a bit of their thesis. So that's where the risk is in the story. But anyway, I went through that. Let me see if I can find, I've got to get more organized. Anyway, I went through that. Then we talked about, Ham came on, and we just talked about MMTLP and GTII with Richard. If you have any last questions, I'll go over it. I just received Jim Rickard's letter, and I want to read his, I won't do it now, but I want to read his thoughts. We're going back, a new age of stagflation, which is, according to him, is basically inflation and recession at the same time. I want to read about it. I'll share it with you. And then he talks about, this is his last paragraph. That's interesting. Anyone under the age of 60 probably has no acquaintance with stagflation. That's true. The U.S. last experienced stagflation in 1977 through 1981, which is why they blame Jimmy Carter. I remember that period well. It was great for leveraged holders of hard assets, such as gold and real estate. It was a nightmare for holders of stock. Yeah, that's what's difficult about. Oh, he likes ConocoPhillips. That's a good company. He has a guy near here, Dan Amos. The U.S. shale boom is fading. A little late to that, but he says it's great for the incumbents. The merger and acquisition wave continues. In February, FANG, Diamondback Energy, offered $50 billion in cash and stock to acquire Endeavor Energy Resources. Endeavor is one of the largest privately held oil companies in the Permian Basin. Oil patch consolidation and pursuit of cost efficiency is the pattern. So you had the biggest deals, Exxon and Pioneer, Chevron and Hess, Occidental and Crown Rock, APA and Callan, Chesapeake and Southwestern. Wow, that's putting the band back together again. More focus on consolidation and drilling efficiency, plus fewer large private companies, means the most rapid growth spurts in onshore US production are behind us. ConocoPhillips, I like ConocoPhillips. So we'll talk about that in future. And then he talks about copper. He talks about Freeport McMoran. I've told you about Freeport McMoran. This is Jim Rickards. So I'll read that. Let's finish on a good stock idea. For this month, Jim Rickards, buy Freeport McMoran, FCX. If you have been a resource investor for any material amount of time, you probably are familiar with FSX. The company is a global miner which derives the majority of its revenue from the sale of copper. Freeport is a disciplined miner with decades of experience operating mines around the world. This discipline is especially important in uncertain economic times. I'll skip some. While inflation certainly drives some of Freeport's costs higher, inflation is also the driving force behind the price of commodities, which will continue to boost the company's profits substantially. Recently, FCX announced strong quarterly earnings that were well received by Wall Street. I've never been more enthusiastic, the CEO said, on the outlook for copper. In particular, the CEO was asked about Freeport's gold production. Freeport McMoran's gold production, gold is considered a byproduct of copper production because there is a material amount of gold found in the company's various copper mines. Now that gold prices have surged to all-time highs, this byproduct can generate material revenues. In fact, for some of Freeport's mines, gold sales generate enough cash to cover the mine's operations. So in other words, you can drill for copper for free. This means revenue from the mine's copper represents pure operating profit flowing straight to the bottom line. FCX currently boasts copper reserves of 104 billion pounds, of which 72% is located in the politically stable Americas region. They have a larger resources, double in resource. But for now, it's important for us to realize that FCX can likely double its reserves as copper continues to trade higher and as the company works through the process of mining its existing reserves. Hold Freeport McMoran for income. I expect shares of FCX to trade higher over the next several quarters. Remember, the stock price is tied both to the company's annual profits and to the value of Freeport's underground resources. As the price of copper trades higher, investors will be willing to pay more for the stock simply because the copper FCX has yet to mine is more valuable. An investment in FCX is truly a leveraged bet on the price of commodities like copper and gold. But it's also an income generating asset that can help you cover your day-to-day expenses. FCX currently pays a quarterly dividend of 15 cents per share. So you receive 60 cents a year. It's only 1.2%, but hey, that's not a huge amount of income, especially compared to treasury bonds, which offer 4.5 to 5%. But keep in mind, FCX is expected to earn $1.54 per share this year, and Wall Street analysts are projecting profits of $2 a share in 2025, followed by $2.52 per share in 2026. So as profits grow at a hefty price, FCX will be able to increase dividend payments, handing you more income for the investment you make today. I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I would not recommend waiting until 2025 or 2026 to make your investment, though, because by the time these higher profits start rolling in, I expect shares of FCX to be trading much higher. The key is to make your investment now so that you can accumulate both capital gains and more income as we move into a more profitable period for FCX. You can enter into their dividend reinvestment plan. As the risk of stagflation rises, it is imperative to protect your wealth by investing in commodity plays that will benefit from inflation. FCX is a perfect way to tap into this theme. This is actually written by Zach Schelt, who is an editor to Jim Rickards. Oh, he's got Byron King. King is great. He's a senior geologist, but Byron King, I used to follow his work. So we'll go through that. All right. Byron King says this. Here's what you must do to stay ahead of stagflation. Stay out of debt, especially debt that carries high interest rates. Hold at least some cash in your hip pocket so you can act quickly. Hold real estate, but only in the right location. Hold shares in solid, well-run industrial companies that have strong reputations and protection for intellectual property, and preserve wealth via hard assets. Gold. He's recommending Freeport-McMoRan. He also recommends Southern Copper. He recommends Exxon, Chevron, ConocoPhillips. He likes Schlumberger and Rig, Transocean. He likes Barrick Gold and Newmont Gold. And remember, that's where the little gold company I've told you about. He loves Alamus Gold. I know the CEO. I met the CEO. I talked with him. I don't know him as a friend. I like Alamus Gold. He likes Kinross Gold, which is done very well. He likes IM Gold. Will IM Gold. And he likes Contango ore. I've never heard about Contango ore. Wow, there's a lot of information here. The key to Russia's wealth is oil. Well, I'll read this and get back to you. Fantastic. That's good stuff. So if you're interested in this small gold company, email me there, fairandbalanced@gmail. Fairandbalanced@gmail. I've got a bunch of people to get back to, and then we're going to close it out. So anyway, let's thanks, Scott. Thanks, Richard. Stagflation, we're about at full employment. Inflation is coming down. Where are you getting your news? That's the problem. We have different sets of news. I don't know if we're at full employment, but let's wait till they make their revisions. But I will tell you, Dennis, I look around here and the economy's booming. So you might be right. I don't believe inflation has come down. Rent is going up. When you go to, I went to the grocery store, and of all things I bought, you're going to think it's gross, but I bought Steakums, and it was 6 to the package instead of the previous 8 or 10. I think 8. It was only 6. When I opened it up, it was really 5.5, and the price was higher. I think there's still inflation. I've been on the fence. Should I buy more GTII? Do you think the business will go out of business? I think if you have money to invest in GTII right now, you've got to be aware that the criminals are going to do everything to get it down to 3 cents a share and maybe lower. I don't know if they're going to be successful, but the company has no revenue. It is not going to do an acquisition. And if the lawsuit goes on and on and on, that's months from now. They are working. I wonder if the criminals are working, have gotten their nose in under the tent. I'm not privy to that. So we got to be aware of that. If I had some money to buy something right now, Clark, I know you're going to say it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. I know you're going to say that. I know you're going to say that. And you're going to say because it hasn't worked, that it's never going to work. If I had new money to put in something for a trade, that's what I'd buy. Logic. 0.0268. 0.0268 was the closing price. So let's say you buy it at 3 cents. Let's say you can buy it at 3 cents or cheaper, logic. I don't, oh, shoot. I can't pull up the news story to show you because I'm not going to find it. So I'll just tell you. They announced almost a month ago that they were in a binding deal to have this medical company reverse merge into the Logic shell. There are no lawsuits. There's none of that. The risk, here's the 2 risks in Logic. Aubrey Advisors set up Logic and Collective Audience, or Aubrey's Advisors is run by a bunch of idiots. But Aubrey Advisors had sponsored 100 SPAC deals. When the SPAC, Logic and Collective Audience now is the name, when they de-SPACed, the stock was destroyed. Collective Audience, investors were wiped out. Logic was wiped out. Now, in Logic did a deal on the Neo exchange, and 4 funders shorted that. That's Canada. they obliterated the stock price by what the same crime we all know about. Then Logic did a deal with Ionic. I got a letter from their lawyer that says they not only do not short shares of Logic, they never shorten any companies. I don't think that would stand the test of discovery, but all right, let's accept it at that. But Ionic had a strategy of shorting the stock daily and then buying it back. And I guess that's somehow different than shorting the stock. But you had the four groups on Neo take it from $3 down to $1. Then you had Ionic take it down from $1 down to 30 cents, roughly to my memory. And then they signed up with Aubrey Advisors. And the stock traded, CAUD did, traded up to $38. But Aubrey Advisors, because they set them up or they're just so incompetent, they didn't let the NASDAQ know that, hey, we're in the middle of a de-SPAC. So for about a day, there's not enough shares, but on Friday, there'll be enough shares. So someone on the short side called the NASDAQ. They halted, they stopped trading. So the $38, it opened at 11, then it went to 2. Now it's under $1. Well, there was shorting in Logic during all of that. It destroyed and Aubrey Advisors, either out of sheer incompetence or they did it intentionally, they raised $5 million so that Logic could pay the financial advisors and pay the lawyers. They didn't think, we better give Logic enough money to do their filings. We better give Logic enough money to go through the roll up of these other companies. They left Logic with no money. You ask yourself if Aubrey Advisors did that on purpose or they did it because they're inept. I don't know which is worse. So Logic in November/December was destroyed. Now, there may have been some day trading shorts and there may have been some real shorts because real shorts have access to market makers and they can sell stocks that don't exist. This is Gary Gensler's markets. You can't do it. They can't. So anyway, they took Logic down from 30 cents, briefly under a penny, which I predicted once I saw the Aubrey Advisors transaction announced last summer. And I got all angry. And then I was calmed down. No. They're on our side. You're wrong. They're good guys. They're as good as their word. They're all liars. They're all here to take advantage of you and take advantage of me. Anyway, so Logic is trading at 3 cents. Logic announced that they have a binding letter of intent and the deal's going to be closed by the end of next month to reverse merger a $100 million deal in. Well, assuming they do it based on arithmetic and they stick to their guns on the valuation, we get 15% of that new company. It's worth 6 cents a share. Well, the new company is our shell. It's our shell. Now, the risk is that management goes back to Aubrey Advisors and gets screwed again, or they get screwed by some other smiling face that says, no, you can trust us. But as long as management doesn't do that and they stick to the 15% and they reverse the arithmetic based on share price rather than the false price that the criminals have driven the stock down to, which is in the best interest of you, but it's also in the best interest of the CEOs who are reverse mergering in. I mean, the CEOs, they want the CEOs to say to management, hey, you told us we were going to do this at 20 cents and now the stock's trading at 2 cents. No fair. We get more stock. Well, it's incumbent on management to point out that if you go down that route, we're down the route of MMAT, MULN, the silver company I was in, HPIL, VNUE, GTLL. I can't think. I should get a list here so I can remember. They're going to just dilute the results to all to heck. If we stick together and we go with the valuation and the number of shares extant and then divide 15%, and we can come up with the numbers. So anyway, Clark, in the press release, it says they have a series of these reverse merger candidates with 2 more in immediate discussion. They say that this is going to be worth 750 million or more when they put it in. We get 15% of it. It's implied anyway. So that works out to 0.45 cents a share. 0.45 cents a share. Now, unfortunately, logic, and this is it, every way a CEO turns, they lose. One way when they deal with groups like Aubrey Advisors, in my judgment, because now they did a reverse merger, but they're going to do a reverse split. So the criminals took, I think, over $100 million out of the market. That's Polar. That's the clients of Aubrey Advisors from Collective Audience and Logic. And by when you sell stock that doesn't exist, it sits in the prime broker's account until you settle up the trade. Well, if you do a 50-to-1 reverse split, 95% of that can come out, boy. We'll just take that out. There are no maintenance requirements. So there, whilst there is a short position, the pressure the shorts feel is much reduced. But Clark, there could be a potential for this as the shorts cover, as this deal's already announced. There's more to be announced. And I think they'll be announced this month. Why? Because the reason they're moving into Logic is because Logic is a clean shell. If they wait till the after June, Logic has to report its finances again, raise money, and it's another delay. So I think there's a good potential. We're going to hear what's going on with Logic. Now, what I'm saying to you, Clark, is not that you buy at 3 cents. I'm not saying you don't sell at 6, you double your money. Or you wait till it's 9 cents, you triple your money. Or you wait till it's 12 or 15 cents and you make 4 or 5 times your money. You don't have to wait for 45 unless it behaves well, unless the news announcements are really compelling, because the blessed side of the reverse in the stock is it'll trade on the NA. I hope not. I hope it does not trade on Adina Friedman's joke of a market, and it goes to the New York Stock Exchange. But it's possible you get 45 cents or more in a squeeze. And anyway, this is the one I would buy right now for a short-term trade, and I would make it a trade. I would also, the other strategy I would use, if you really want to buy GTII, I would put half your money if you want to buy GTII and you have new money, put half of it in Finger or Wolf. It looks like Wolf is finally not going back down ever again. But I have Wolf is more, I don't know all the information on Wolf, but Wolf looks like a good one. So I would say either Finger or Wolf with half your money. Because I think in 3 months or so, 6 months, that half of your money will double or triple. So that if GTII doesn't really work out, at least you get your money back. That's how I would do it. I'd like to say you're going to have time to buy GTII, but if we can get it cleaned up and draw a line in the sand and move forward, it can move very quickly, and you might not be able to buy GTII at 10 cents anymore. So I'm not telling you not to do it. Things turn around really all of a sudden. And, but I just gave you a couple of alternatives. I can't specifically give you financial advice, but GTII has the potential to do everything Ham said it would. We really don't know the size of the short position. There's nothing in the company. There's no revenues. There's no assets. So it really comes down to, does the litigation clean it up, whether it's mutual agreement or a process? Does Alpine going out cause a short squeeze, or is it going to be the hard work of bringing in assets to GTII, knowing that the criminals are out there and refusing to play their game? And I can give you my list of things I would never do. I'd prefer not to say it out to the criminals, and trying to get the criminals caught out. But I think you could see GTII with the proper addition of assets become a very valuable company per share, regardless of a squeeze. But that's a process, Clark. That's a process. Barrick Gold is a tremendous. What happens in oil and gas, what happens in mining, is the first tier of companies, as the idiots that manage your money start copying each other, they go for the big names first. And then those get overvalued. They go for the second tier names. Those get overvalued. They go to the third tier. In the oil patch, everything's being bought up. Everything's being bought up. That's why in the gold area, that hasn't happened yet, but it will. It will. And that's why things are going very quickly now. For some reason, the Joe Biden administration is speeding everything up. We're racing into the wall of destroying the dollar. We're racing into the wall of destroying the credibility of our bond markets. We're racing in the wall of destroying many of our great companies. And now we want to show the world that we can't even fight wars in Ukraine, Middle East, and China at the same time. For some reason, we're putting unqualified people in charge of decision making, and they want to prove that just because they say it's so, the United States can win all of this. Well, as the world finds out that they have power and we don't, and as a rebalancing, gold is the place to be. But it's all speeding up. It's going so quickly. So I think it's time to put some money in miners. I really do. And I would start with Barrick Gold. I would start with Newmont Mining, and there's some others too. Less product, increased costs. They call it shrinkflation. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I notice it I just went with my dog because he was overheating. I went in to get a muffin, raspberry and lemon muffin. And it's baked somewhere around here. They used to be these big blossoming things. Now they're the size of a small, a really small cupcake. Same price. Do you think Logic could eclipse $7 this year? I don't know. I looked at the chart, and to me, if Logic were to trade in the short run over $1, really over around 80 cents, 75, 80 cents, that would be a breakout, and it would probably go to $1.25 in a trade. I think I'd get out there. I don't think I'd wait for $7. It depends though on what the news is. They may be on their way to putting, more, building $1 billion company, a $2 billion company. It's all going to be medical companies. They're all going to have therapies that have revenue streams that stretch out 20, 30 years. So it could be very exciting, but no, MFN, I'm not anywhere near predicting $7 a share. No way. It could be a big squeeze, no question. Yeah, yeah. Why not? As long as you recognize it as that kind of trade, maybe it gets cheaper, you throw more later. But like Ham says, you got to buy it when nobody wants it. That's why I was dating your mama. No, I'm kidding. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me. I was just making a bad joke. I was making a bad joke. That's true. You only have to hit one. You only have to hit one. I just told you one that I think could trade very quickly, and it could be 3 times your money, 5 times your money. I think Clark buying calls on DJT, you pick them out. As long as you realize you could lose all your money, I think to do it tomorrow is a good time to do it. But, calls run out. You can be right on the stock, but wrong on the option. GTII won't go out of business. It'll go in. I mean, they're already out of business, Clark. They don't do anything. But as a shell, I'm trying to process what I just learned from Richard in my head. They're not a clean shell because they have a lawsuit pending. They have some, it looks like some cleaning up to do. They had a bad accountant, it sounds like. So they're not a clean shell. That'll cost money to fix, probably $250,000 at a minimum. So they're not a clean shell, but they're not in business either. But assuming they can be cleaned up, and I think there's enough of us here that want to make it clean, they're not going to go out of business. They become a shell that you put other properties into. And if someone waved a wand and I'm in charge, I know exactly what I would do and how to do it, bring it in, and we'd be taking names and kissing arses. But anyway. Well, Clark, not only are they hypocrites, if you go from Barack Obama down to Kamala Harris, even Michelle Obama, if you go to Joe, if you go to Hillary, all of these people pretend to live the life of the working man and woman. They pretend to live the hardship of the African American. They pretend to live the hardship of Hispanic and other, Indian and Asian Americans. But just because their skin in some cases is darker than mine, they have never lived that life, ever. Kamala's lived she lives in rarefied air. Same with Barack Obama. Same with Michelle Obama. These aren't people that lived the typical life they pretend that they represent to you. They all just make it up. It's all just baloney. Why would you switch back bottles? I don't know how old you are, Bottles, but I'll assume I don't even know a song she sings. And what's her name? Taylor Swift. I feel sorry for you guys. That's the music you get, Taylor Swift. But Bottles, tell me why, if you had fake tickets to a Taylor Swift concert and you went to the will call window and you said, I'm really upset. I paid you um, five, I paid you $1,000 for 6 tickets and they're fake. I'm really upset. Well, Bottles, we're not sure we can do anything, but sit over there. Let me see what I can do. And then the lady comes back to you, Bottles, I can give you real front row tickets to see Taylor Swift. Just give me your fake tickets and we'll call it even. One of Taylor Swift's friends turned back those tickets. So I can give you real tickets, no cost, because you got fake tickets. Now you're going to say, Bottles, well, wait a minute. If I take your real tickets, what if I change my mind? Can I get my fake tickets back? That's the idiocy of your question. It's the absolute, complete stupidity, idiocy of your question. There is no reason, if you can get real tickets to NextBridge, to go back to fake tickets of MMTLP. None at all. And my advice to you, Bottles, if you can't see it, why don't you just hang on to your MMTLP? See what happens. See what happens. If you want to accuse me of somehow misleading you and misdirecting you, and somehow I'm taking away your choice, just hang on to your MMTLP. If you want to hang on to your MMTLP, I don't care. But you know what? MMTLP is expired. MMTLP MMTLP has gone to the choir invisible. The only reason MMTLP is standing on the perch is because you guys nailed him there. You just want to confuse people. They're not going to lose anything. MMTLP is never going to trade bottles. If MMTLP trades, this is how much you'll get per share. That's how much you'll get per share if MMTLP trades, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. If MMTLP trades, it'll be a method to get rid of the short position. MMTLP is deleted. Deleted. MMTLP has no rights with respect to NextBridge. None. The only thing, Bottles, is you can exchange one fake share for one real share. That's it. Now, if there is magically some kind of what everyone calls resolution or settlement, it's going to have to go through Congress. And we've been in front of fighting Congress for almost a year and a half, a year and a third. And there's no movement. But if there's movement, do you think it'll be quick? All right, let's assume it's quick. Let's assume it's quick. What is quick? Let's assume that Joe Biden takes some drugs and he goes down to Congress and says, I want this resolved right now. Let's say it takes 2 weeks. And let's say it gets done before their August break. And the deal is MMTLP, everybody in MMTLP is going to get $25. But they have to be an MMTLP. They can't be at AST. Let's just take your premise. Well, my understanding the criminals have your friends have counterfeited 600 million to over 1 billion shares. Now that takes, as FINRA says, why don't we just move the short position from MMTLP to NextBridge as we always do? Well, this takes into account that the criminals have been shorting Torchlight, MMAT. They falsely created MMTLP trading. 1 billion shares, bottles. 1 billion shares, bottles. That means to settle this up, You basically, to settle this up, Bottles, you have to convince the system to cancel the MMTLP shares, to cancel them. That's by delay. That's by wearing people out. That's by the fact that we won't be, if we wait long enough, there won't be lawyers doing it. That's one way. A second way is to buy back MMTLP shares for next to nothing. Again, by getting people not to move them, making it hard for NextBridge to drill their wells, hopefully driving NextBridge into lawsuit city. They can't prove up the Ora Grande. And then the final way is to buy directly from NextBridge a prearranged amount of shares, newly issued, to settle the whole shebang up. Now you can do a combination of it, but that's basically it. This can come through lawsuits, come through Congress, come through the regulators. But you control the regulators, you control Congress, and you interfere with the Twitter spaces to freeze everyone. So it's likely that you're going to succeed on some level of this. But here is what I want you to focus on, Bottles. In any kind of settlement, it's going to have to go through Greg McCabe. So what you're going to have I'll just use I don't know, just round numbers. What you're going to have is 250 million shares already issued. Part of those are sitting there for you to collect, Bottles, as real shares. For some reason, you want to hold fake shares. Plus, NextBridge right now can issue to the criminals 250 million new shares. But there's a billion shares they have to cover. Well, already some of it's been issued, 250. Let's say NextBridge goes ahead and offers that they will take a vote, they'll expand their shareholder count, and they'll expand it to 1 billion shares. Now, obviously, I'm just making numbers up, but there's 250 issued. There's 250 now they can issue, but let's say they expand it by 500 million more. Well, you can see that the balance, they have to cover 1 billion. Where are they going to get that from, Bottles? Well, they're going to cover MMTLP. This is MMTLP over here. So this is the fake shares over here, Bottles, that you want to transfer back to. Well, guess what, Bottles? Use your brain, which you don't seem to have. They have 250 million issued. In there, some of it belongs to people here. I don't know how much, 50 million still that hasn't been claimed. They're going to be able to issue 250 million easily, and they approve 50 million more. But that doesn't add up to this billion. So what do you think they're going to do, Bottles? They're going to offer the deal, whatever this crappy deal is, they're going to offer it to people that own the shares of NextBridge. Why? Because they need your shares. To settle this up, they need these shares. So why would you switch back easily? And yes, They will facilitate that transfer. Whatever the settlement is, it won't be quick. It'll have to get releases, models, you know this, but you're one of the criminals. You'll have to get releases from every market maker, every broker dealer, every prime broker, every maybe from the regulators. You'll have to get approvals from Congress. If it's in the legal system, you'll have to get the judge to do it. Then you're going to have to get releases from us. You're going to have to get releases from NextBridge, probably MMAT. This is not going to be a quick process, Bottles. Stop trying to scare people. You just want to freeze them so you can get paid your bonus. I think you should be ashamed of yourself. Your motive here is to continue the pain and the theft and the destruction of these people's financial lives. Thank you, David. NVIDIA, the tattooed lady. NVIDIA, my tattooed lady.
Battery 70%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Why not? Clock out 1940. Ah, Lydia.
NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
Under the sun. Ice. Gobble. Rolled into one. Oh, Lydia. Say, have you met Lydia? Lydia, the tattooed lady. She has eyes that folks adore so, and a torso even more so. Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Oh Lydia, the queen of tattoo.
So that's what I have to say about NVIDIA, the tattooed lady. I think Northwest Bio will go to, look, I don't think it's going to trade there, believe it or not, Clark. I think Northwest Bio, well, obviously it'll trade there, but my point is I'm not expecting a squeeze I think it's going to be bought out. I think it'll be bought out at 60, 80 bucks. So you won't have to deal with the criminals. And I think it'll be a great potential return. Yeah, maybe you need to know more about NextBridge as a company to feel better about it. Yeah, maybe you should do some work before you come on and scare people half to death. That article is here, David. Let's see where the date is down here. May 2024. May 2024. Hey, Lee. Thank you, Clark. Hey, Deborah. Something you know you won't forget. Hey, baby. It's something you won't forget. That is That is, it's not Leonard Skinner. It's Bachman Turner Overdrive, Deborah. Bachman Turner Overdrive. Bachman Turner Overdrive. Why don't you debate Drew on Spaces or your YouTube channel? You made a lot of accusations. If you're a man of integrity, this shouldn't be a problem. I haven't made any accusations. I didn't mention his name. Do you hear it? I just read your thing. Why don't you debate Drew on your Spaces or your YouTube channel? I believe I already debated Drew about 4 days ago, 4 business days ago. It's clear that whoever was attacking me here was Drew. So I think I already did it. I agree, Clark. Do you really think you should be assertive? You don't know what really, Yvonne Huber. That's not, look, Yvonne, I don't know what's going to happen. That's true. Nobody does. It's about probabilities. But I don't understand. Is this what the devil does? The devil convinces people to trade their eternal life for a lie. Is that what the devil does? Of course, I can't find it now. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Ora Grande, 5 billion barrels. Can't prove it yet, but they're drilling. They've drilled 15 wells. If they're all bad, why did they keep drilling? Ora Grande, right next. You see this in history? In the green are massively successful basins. In the orange is the Ora Grande. Do you think the dinosaurs just stopped? I don't. Buffett owns Oxy. Oxy, 4 billion barrels. Oxy, $55 billion market cap. There's a lot to do before NextBridge gets to that level, but NextBridge has 5 billion barrels recoverable possible. So let me ask you, Yvonne, would you rather be in a fake, deleted instrument that has no right to NextBridge while you wait for Congress to do something? You wait for Congress to do something? You wait for the legal system to do something? Huh? You want to wait for the guys that told you for a year? They've told you for 550 days that MMTLP is going to trade. They've told you that for 550 days. Has it traded yet? FINRA. MMTLP shares will be automatically canceled, and MMTLP holders will cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. I do know that's happening. It's already happened. Not a prediction. That's already happened. The shares are worthless. New field discovery. New field discovery. Asset overview. 134,000 acres, 72.5% interest that they've now expanded to 100%. Why would they do that, Yvonne, unless they don't believe there's something there or do believe? Anyway, they describe the wells they've already drilled. Here's the deposition. Here's the Midland Basin, the Central Basin, the uplift. Here's the Delaware. Here's where we are. Do you think the dinosaurs stopped shitting here? They didn't shit up here? Here's the Permian. Here's the Permian. Do you think it just stops? Listen, Yvonne, to this. Rich Masterson, Yvonne. I know this. Rich Masterson originated the Hudspeth County Oro Grande prospect, as well as the Wolfbane unconventional play in the Delaware Basin, which is massive, where he has prepared prospects totaling 150,000 acres, which have been leased, drilled, and currently are being developed by TROX, Eagle Oil and Gas, Rosetta Oil and Gas, Devon Energy, Browning Oil, J. Cleo Thompson Oil, Oxy Petroleum, CWEI, Noble Petroleum, EXL, Sampson, Pedra, Brigham, Atlantic Exploration, Centennial Exploration, Energen, Anadarko, Shell, Chesapeake, Arabella Exploration, Red Willow, Concho, and Petrohawk and BHP. I know that. Rich Masterson has created numerous prospects and discoveries throughout the Permian Basin, from 2,500 total depth to 17,000 total depth, since he began his career as a geologist with Texaco in 1974. Rich holds a BA in geology from Trinity University, San Antonio, Texas, and is a member of the West Texas Geological Society. I know that. I know that. There, finally, Yvonne, I wanted to show you this. This is from March of 2020, Torchlight Energy, which you guys destroyed. And that's why you're trying to protect. You broke the law massively. You're trying to protect your profits. Largest domestic onshore new field discovery in over 30 years. Largest domestic onshore new field discovery in over 30 years. 5 billion barrels is bigger than Oxy Petroleum. Takes a while to prove it. I don't know what's going to happen with that. They have to drill wells. They have to get out of this limbo that you're helping cause. They have to know who their shareholders are. They have to drill 5 wells this year and complete them, so that you face the fact that their asset is going up in value. Clark, the Clark, I'm not going to click on it because the fuck. Clark, logic is a trade, and we'll see what happens, but it's going to be soon. That's all I'm telling you. Why don't I debate Drew on Spaces or your YouTube? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I would. I've made a lot of accusations. I'm a man of integrity. I don't know what my integrity has to do with getting into a pissing match with somebody who wants to cause people distress, whatever his view is. I don't need him. You don't need him. But I haven't made any accusations. You're coming here. I've talked about Twitter. I never mentioned Drew. There is nothing illegal with my broker holding MMTLP in street name. I didn't say it was illegal. Your broker, Yvonne, holds, let me just use Fidelity as example. So your broker at Fidelity holds maybe 10 million shares of NextBridge in street name in an omnibus certificate. But they've put out, because of your short selling, 100 million shares of MMTLP. So there's nothing wrong with holding this counterfeit, apparently. But if you expect to get shares of NextBridge when they run out, good luck. But that's your choice. Yvonne, you can do what you want. You can stay in MMTLP. But when Fidelity, if that's your broker, runs out of the real shares, all you have left is you're going to have to listen to the people on Twitter for solace. And you can have space calls for the next 10 years. So you can do that. Both AST and broker held in street name are the same class and have equal rights. Yeah, but Yvonne, what you're being dishonest about, possibly, or you just don't know what you're talking about, is the shares held in my name are in my name. If these shares were held, this was Morgan Stanley. If they were held at E-Trade, to the extent that E-Trade, Morgan Stanley, holds 5 million shares in street name, those are identical to these shares I hold in my name. That's true. There's 5 million shares, I'm making the number up, in street name at Morgan Stanley. But if Morgan Stanley has distributed 50 million shares of MMTLP, I have no idea that my MMTLP that there are enough shares represented by the real shares to back up my fake shares. But Yvonne, you're more than welcome to find out. I think it's a really stupid gamble. In fact, it's idiotic. There's no upside to that gamble. None. And instead you can go into the real asset of the largest domestic onshore new field discovery. And this is 4 years ago. I mean, make no mistake about it. They have to drill wells. They've already drilled 15, but they've got to drill wells, build out infrastructure, prove that it's commercial, raise money, issue more shares. So there's a lot to do. But if they get to 1 billion shares and they prove up 5 billion barrels, that you can use the analog of Oxy. It's a $50 stock. Why would you sit in an item that's worthless? But Yvonne, go ahead. Fake is better than real, I always say. Kansas, I think Kansas is an acquired taste, but you're right. Very popular. As soon as I heard yesterday that MMT might trade, retail will lose. Retail will lose. Guys, I know that you want to believe the lies. They're lying to you. They want to tell you you're going to get something for free, but they lied to you when you bought the shares. They put an IOU in your account. They are stealing money. You think they're going to be honest now? I don't know. It's fine. If you want to stick with the advice to hold fake shares that have been deleted, instead, the doors are wide open. You can get on the airplane and get real ownership of a company that could be $50 a share paying dividends. And it could be in your portfolio for 20 years. Or it could be sold and you get cash. But it's real. And the specious argument is, what if MMTLP starts trading? Well, what if it does? You don't think Greg McCabe is going to say, wait a minute, let's make this settlement across the board. If you want MMTLP to trade, which is stupid, I'm telling you, if MMTLP trades for 2 days, closing only, they just won't bid. They just won't bid. They'll flood the market with fake shares and they won't bid. They might print a few at 5 cents, 10 cents. And then they'll go to Congress and they'll say, we gave them their 2 days. They asked for 2 days. We don't owe them any money. And then you're not going to be able to afford the lawsuit. Instead, you can own something real. Why did Eve listen to the snake? And why did Adam listen to Eve? There's something in the human being that likes to listen to lies. We like to hear what we want to hear. And people who are behaving in an evil way are willing to lie to you. But what's in it for me to sit here fighting this? If you want, Yvonne, to stay in the fake shares, stay in the bloody fake shares. I really don't care. Well, it's funny, Clark. I bought MMTLP much like Richard. It was that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And if I can remember it right, I can't remember it right. I either bought it on Tuesday and Wednesday, or I bought it on Wednesday and Thursday. Anyway, it was that 3 days, right? And as soon as it wasn't trading and there's this halt, which the same criminals caused that halt are as the same ones that are paying, in my judgment, to get you to buy into this belief that MMTLP has any value. Once after the aircraft is full, MMTLP's only value is a lawsuit or Congress. Do you have the money to fight? Just ask yourself that. What are the best odds? What are the best odds? So anyway, I got this, and Clark, oddly, now after I got my certificates, which I didn't think I'd get, I actually thought that the real shares would be sold out so quickly, because it's only because you're being confused by outright misdirection and misleading concepts that you wouldn't come into this. You come into the real, you help Greg McCabe get an account, you help him prove up the value of these shares, and you get to a settlement. And the settlement, if you're in the real shares, any settlement, they're going to need to balance out all the fake shares. So they're going to want your shares. They'll give you the option of getting out of your real shares if you want to. But I'll tell you what, if it's for 2 days trading, I think you'd be an idiot to do it. But I'm glad I have my shares now, because I think it's a great company. Yeah, I'm sure her skills are way better. She has other skills I don't have. Considering all the legitimate due diligence, MMTLP should have been a very profitable investment. Yeah, it should have been, until FINRA halted trading. According to this lawsuit, and I guess you just joined, Al Roglin. According to this lawsuit, during the pre-market trading on December 9, 2022, some MMTLP shareholders had pending sell orders successfully execute at prices of up to $2,400 a share. For unknown reasons, brokers subsequently reversed the executed trades and removed the proceeds from their customers' accounts. Al Rogan. So yeah, it was apparently a successful trade, but FINRA canceled those trades. So I don't know what to tell you. Love the YouTube videos recorded for any future litigation against me, giving uneducated financial advice. Well, Yvonne, my YouTubes are out there. And if you listen to all of them, I constantly say, as I'll say right now, none of what I say is financial advice. None of it is legal advice. Everything is in my opinion, and it's in my best judgment. But Yvonne, everybody's heard all stories. I don't know your real name. You're pretending to be a woman at FINRA. So I don't know your real name. But if you really want to litigate with me, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll meet you at the SEC. If you send me your real name, I'll meet you there, and we can go in and meet the man of the day person. You can tell your story, and I can tell mine. Let's go. Let's go. You are the criminals, not me. Yeah, Al, so I misunderstood you, but if you follow this lawsuit by Mark Bazile, and I think it's a powerful document he put together with his of counsel. Let me give them credit too. Agapesia Cruz, Esquire, and Joseph R. Rose, Esquire. Powerful. I'm tired of being accused of the poor results, which is created by the corrupt, captured regulators, corrupt system, and then the recommendations don't work because of the corruption, because of the criminal activity, and somehow it's my fault. These people you're listening to are just fronts. They're not that bright. They have no feelings. They're punks. And they're paid for by the criminals. But they get their rocks off that way. I haven't stolen any money. How much have you stolen? There is a I don't know what to say, a belief that the system is saying we'll exchange all shares. So is it possible that Equinity is corrupted by the river of money as well? And that when they issue shares, they're fake? It's one of the reasons I kept my paper. These aren't fake. Why are there two numbers at AST? You would assume any real QSIP identifiers would be stored under the same identifier. The only evidence of a QSIP number I have at AST is the same number. If you're saying there's two, I'll have to call and find out. It's the first time I'm finding out. If they are using fake counterfeit shares at AST, they're fake. They're fake. So all I can hope is I have the real ones. But guess what, Yvonne? The QSIPs are not, these stocks don't trade. They don't trade. It's just a way of identifying. It's a way of keeping track of bookkeeping. So if there's real and fake, I have the real. I guarantee you that. And there's still room for real. But that'll be another litigation that will have to, I'd rather have the real now when I can get it. Why don't you debate Drew? Who's Drew? Who's Drew? He doesn't even own MMTLP. On Spaces or your YouTube channel, you've made a lot of accusation. If you're a man of integrity, this shouldn't be a problem. Ipso fact, the one doesn't follow from the other. That's not true. It's not true. That's just not true. That's just not true. The broker's liability is the broker's liability. MMTLP represents the broker's liability. NextBridge shares, the broker, my broker is E.F. Hutton. And when E.F. Hutton speaks, no, my broker is E-Trade. They've honored, E-Trade has honored their obligation to me. They have a block of stock. They split out my shares, and I have real shares. To the extent that they owe for other things, I'm going to still get to see that. If there's a settlement, which will take a long time, because not the least of which that's what you want. If there's a settlement, it will cover everybody. And that's, in my opinion, this is a little bit of opinion, but it's also my belief based on action and statements. But the 5 or 6 large investors in NextBridge are going to make sure that it covers everybody. But NextBridge only owes the operational results to shareholders, not to MMTLP. They have not, you're just lying. That's a lie, or you don't know what you're talking about. I have no rights to go after my broker if I'm in AST. So let's explore that. Let's explore that. I give up my rights to go after my broker. So here comes the first argument from the lawyers who are going to be high paid, and they're going to represent your employers. Your lawyers, the bad guy lawyers, are going to say, Your Honor, we don't owe Yvonne anything. She never asked for her shares. We were able to deliver Yvonne's shares. She never asked for them. So why do we owe her any money? That's going to be their first argument. And you know what? It's a damn good argument. It's a damn good argument. Why, Yvonne? Why is that a good argument, Yvonne? Such idiots. Such manipulative, lying idiots. Waste of energy. It doesn't move anybody forward. All you guys do is drown people's energy in bullshit. In the FINRA facts, Yvonne. It's in their facts. Meta Materials issued an announcement regarding MMTLP corporate action, stating that each holder of MMTLP as of December 12th would be entitled to receive 1 share of NextBridge. Meta Materials stated that NextBridge shares would be distributed to MMTLP shareholders on December 14, at which time all MMTLP shares would be automatically canceled. Apparently that's been changed to deleted. And MMTLP holders would cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. On December 20th, NextBridge announces. NextBridge Hydrocarbons announces today that the spinoff of all the issued and outstanding shares of common stock of NextBridge by Meta Materials was successfully completed on December 14, 2022. Unfortunately, this one doesn't say how many shares. Okay, here it is. On February 16th, immediately after the spinoff, the company became an independent public reporting company, and the company's common stock is not and will not be publicly traded and will not be eligible for electronic transfer through the depository trust company book entry system or any other clearing corporation. At the time of the spinoff, Meta distributed 165,472,241 outstanding shares of NextBridge on a pro rata basis to holders of MMTLP. There is no current market for our stock, and there is no current expectation for a public market to occur. AST has distributed all shares of our common stock related to the spinoff, either directly to any stockholders that held their shares directly registered with AST or to our shareholders broker, in street name. By registering the shares of common stock in conjunction with the spinoff, we became subject to the reporting obligations of the Exchange Act. The company expects to file 10K and et cetera, et cetera. We recognize that some of our shareholders who owned MMTLP prior to the spinoff might have been affected by FINRA's halt. The company believes that our primary means of delivering shareholder value is to develop our Oro Grande Basin. All right. So I gave you the first argument. Hey, you never asked for the shares. We had them. So what are you on about? We don't owe you anything. Okay. Yvonne. Okay, Yvonne. Let me ask you this. I'm going to go after my broker. My broker is going to be represented by FINRA and the arbitration board and the arbitration clause. I, who own 4,000 some odd shares, am going to go after my broker. They're going to be represented by Baker Hostetler, Gibson Dunn, the best lawyers in the world. I'm going to go after them. Who am I going to go after them with? How much money do I have to spend? Are you going to lend me the money, Yvonne? Thank you. All right, now let me just show you. If I own MMTLP, I'm going to go after them for pain and suffering. I'm going to go after them for missing the squeeze. I'm going to go after them for legal fees. I'm going to go after them for a cash dividend, possibly. I'm going to go after them for the value of the NextBridge shares. NextBridge shares. If I own NextBridge, I'm going to go after pain and suffering. I'm going to go after the squeeze. I'm going to go after the legal fees. I'm going to go after the divvy. And I'm going to go after any value that this settlement gets in excess of share value. I'm going to get that too. What am I missing? I'm not missing anything. Okay, Yvonne. If I stay in MMTLP, I have the right to go after my broker. Bravo. How am I going to pay for it? Well, I write letters. I can ask Congress. I can ask the SEC. I can plead with my broker for a settlement. If I can't afford a lawyer. Bravo. Bravo. What do I get in NextBridge? I get the net asset value of the asset. I don't get that here. I get cash flow from the asset, which might be reinvested in the net asset value, but it might be distributed as dividends as well. And I get the result of asset sales. Again, it could be invested in the asset or it could be distributed. I get all of that, but you don't get any of that if you're over here. None of it. None of it. And by the way, NextBridge, I have cash. I could hire an attorney to go after my pain and suffering. I sit in MMTLP. I don't have any cash to go hire diddly squat. This is a bogus argument meant to freeze people. But again, Yvonne, please keep your shares at MMTLP. Thank you, Nunya. Yeah, I mean, the idea to play victim when Nunya, really, I can't believe there's still an opportunity to go get the real shares. I really can't. I really can't. I was so amazed that I got my shares. So amazed. Dust in the wind. Well, I've heard that, and that rather than make me stay in MMTLP, that makes me want to accelerate my efforts to get my real shares. But Yvonne, there is a risk, and it's going to come through the hard work of your crew that, and I intend to write an email to Greg McCabe, and if he talks to me, I'm not going to tell you guys about it. But there is a risk that the criminals that you represent are going to get the stock trading on blockchain, get a token going, get trading over in Germany or Panama City somewhere, and then get the stock, keep the stock price down. And one of the risks in NextBridge is that Greg does a deal, for example, through that capital group in California, and they do a deal with your guy, with you, the criminals, and they do it at a low price. Well, one way to do that is if I've never seen that in writing, by the way. I've just heard it, that AST will accept more than the broker allotment. Obviously, Yvonne, that cannot be true. There's only 165 million, 472,241 real shares. But what might happen is AST accepts people who were too late on a first come, first serve basis, just like when you go to the airport and you don't have a seat and there's a list of names there. And then when the settlement comes, when there's a agreement that the criminals pay NextBridge for newly issued shares, or when the settlement gives people who are already have a seat on the plane, they already have real shares, and those people say, hey, you know what? I'll get out. I'll take $25, and they're gone. That gives some real shares that then AST can allocate on a first come, first serve basis. So no, AST cannot issue more than 165,472,241. The fact that you all counterfeited 600 million shares, that's your problem. But if AST takes an indication of interest from more people, well, that's where the flexibility comes in. And that's you're talking against yourself. Because in a settlement, they're going to be keen to get some people to give up their seats on the plane so they can get other people that want to get on the express to Texas, the express flight to Texas, on the flight. So, everybody out there listening, you've got to ask yourself, why does Yvonne, who's a fake person, want you to sit in a position of victimhood? Why? They want to delay this. They want to make it difficult for NextBridge. They want to buy time. And ultimately, I believe it will be a mistake to get this trading anywhere. They want to try to convince the company to take deals at low prices so they can get out of their position. And then there's going to be a huge kickback to the people that help the shorts out of this. How can we fight that? We get our shares over to NextBridge so Greg McCabe controls the negotiation. And that negotiation is going to kick butt. Yeah, Nunya, thank you. The deal was, look, if I don't know, what's a good example? I can just think about this movie I watched with I'd stopped watching it. It was an old movie, but this girl and brother, and the girl gets taken by Indians, and she's convinced she's going to be raped. And she keeps saying it, oh, now I'm going to be raped. Now they're going to rape me. They never rape her, ever. They treated everyone civilly. But it's like that. You're sitting there, oh, they're going to rape me. They're going to rape me. And you keep waiting for them to rape you. And they never rape you. And then you leave because I don't know why. It's a bad example, but that's what's happening here. The system, Wall Street only owed you, in my judgment, those 2 days of shortened settlement trading. But if we had a chance for that trading, these same Boobergs would be saying, oh, no. It's regular way. They'd be arguing. There's always an argument not to do what's right for you. Always an argument. Why? Because they're working for the shorts. They're paid by the shorts, and they're going to get a big kickback from the shorts. There is no reason to hang on to fake shares. None. And if for some reason there's a cash settlement, there'll be plenty of time to move if you want to give up your seat on the jumbo jet to another passenger, because they need your seats. They need them. Just think logically. Don't think with emotions. They're trying to scare you because they are trapped, not you. They are trapped. And the reason they're on every call, they interfere with every advancement, is because they want to queer the results. Why do you think it's going on this long? Why do you think it's taken 155 days for Greg McCabe to know who his shareholders are? I think it's negligent and reckless on our part if we don't move our shares and help Greg McCabe run his company. We deserve what we get, in a sense, to a limited degree. Stop listening to the liars. Stop it. You're smarter than that. Anyway, they owed us the 2 days trading. They halted it because it was going to squeeze. It's obvious by the lawsuit. Well, they can't recreate that. And guess what? If they halted it, why would they give you the chance to get those outside returns anyway? Your only way of getting something back in this investment is allowing Wall Street to give you what Metamaterials distributed. 1-for-1 real shares of NextBridge for MMTLP, limited by the total of 165 million shares. Why do you want to sit in the TP and keep saying, oh, they're going to rate me tonight. Oh, they're going to rate me tomorrow. Oh, now I know they're going to rate me. Why would you do that? If you want to continue listening to this line, I've got to tell you at some point, I can't help you anymore. The reason that I strongly am describing the situation to you is because I guess I'm trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, as I heard down in Texas 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything to me. I already have my shares. And I've been talking about doing this for months. I have to admit, when I was asking for my shares, I didn't want to tell you about it. In my heart, I was thinking, don't tell anybody. Make sure you get your shares first. But you know what I did? Because of that guy over there hanging, I told you about it. I said, well, if I get my shares, I get them, but I want to make sure everybody else gets them. And now you're being misled that somehow you get some benefit by sitting in the TP and saying, oh, I'm sure they're going to rate me tonight. Just get out of the TP, get on your horse, go back into town, and get to productive work. Stop torturing yourself. Stop listening to the people that are lying to you. What you should do, transfer your shares, get your certificate, pay attention. You can't afford a lawsuit anyway. But then watch for the updates from Greg McCabe. And as NextBridge tries to prove up more reserves than Oxy Petroleum, Warren Buffett's portfolio, his sixth largest position, as NextBridge tries to prove up more reserves recoverable than Oxy Petroleum, you stand not only to make your money back, but you stand to make a nice return potentially. There's still a lot to do. It's oil and gas. There's still risk. But you know what? You can put it to the criminals too. Now, if you stay in MMTLP, you can go after your broker. How are you going to go after your broker? You're going to write a letter? You're going to make phone calls? You're going to go down to your congressman? You're going to get on space calls? You're going to get berated to write letters and call your Congress? And then once you get to some sort of go after your broker dealer, what are they going to pay you? If you never ask for your shares, they're going to say, Your Honor, they never asked for their shares. We could have done it. There's no way to do it now. They're going to say, only the original Torchlight holders deserve it. By the way, I owned a lot of Torchlight. I didn't, anyway. And then so they'll try to limit the payout that way. Then they're going to say, we only owe the closing transaction, which real shareholders sold, but we were in there manipulating. We only owe 283. And maybe plus a little bit of legal fee. Well, Your Honor, all we should really do, those people were speculating and they were listening to YouTube and they shouldn't have been managing their own money. They're a bunch of red state idiots. We come from the blue states and we went to the best schools, we should just return their money. Just unwind the trades. Minus legal fees, or maybe plus legal fees. Then they're going to argue, well, we should just give the highest price anybody paid, $12. Then they're going to argue maybe for a reverse Dutch auction where they can start low and go as high as it takes. And if you listen to the liars on Twitter, maybe they organize 2 days trading from Congress and you get nothing. And you'll have nothing and you'll be happy about it. Why put yourself through this? Why? There aren't two CUSIP numbers. There are two ways of keeping a record. If you Google CUSIP number, and you just go to the meaning, CUSIP stands for Committee on Uniform Securities Identification Procedures. A CUSIP number identifies most financial instruments, including stocks of all registered U.S. and Canadian companies, commercial paper, U.S. government, and municipal bonds. It's a unique 9-digit identification number assigned to financial securities. It is used to create a concrete distinction between securities that are traded on public markets. NextBridge doesn't trade. There is a number. Why? Because it's registered and it's how the system keeps track of things. MMTLP doesn't exist. MMTLP is a placeholder for the liability your broker-dealer owes you. Guess what they owe you? Guess what your broker-dealer owes you? 1 share of NextBridge. Guess what? You can go get it right now. You can go get it right now. And I'm telling you, Gibson Dunn has some high-priced attorneys, and they represent FINRA and the SEC. And I know in that list of attorneys that the first argument they're going to say, Your Honor, Mr. Ferrand did not ask for his shares. We don't owe him anything. Law. No. No, Moose. Moose. I wish I could say hi to Moose. You guys don't get to see Moose. Maybe I can show you Moose. Maybe I can show you Moose. I don't know how to show you Moose. Because last time I tried this, it didn't work. I'll try it again. Okay, I'll try that. Then I'm going to go see if I can send Moose. I knew a moose. Oh, there's Moose. I knew a moose who was a Newfoundland. He was the biggest dog in the world, Moose. I used to love Moose. Lucky got jealous when I would say hi to Moose. I don't, that's your statement. I'll read it out. AST is accepting more than broker allotments, meaning fakes exist. Exactly. That's our whole contention. Fakes exist. In AST? No, no. I think it's a waiting list. Hence the two identifiers. Yeah, you got a real one and a fake one. Guess what? I have my real shares. So, Yvonne, that's not much of an argument. I would hurry to get the real shares before they run out. Then all you have left is the fake shares. Then all you have left is the waiting. Thank you, Dominic Pantaleo. BTO. Was I right? See, Deborah? You know, I'm here taking care of business every day, taking care of business every way. I can't remember. You think you can trick me out? Okay, Kit Kitteridge, another great mind, another great thinker, and another honest person. EQ, that's equinity, is the fastest way to a NextBridge dividend. McCabe will never approve a CUSIP to trade, especially after advising to transfer. No CUSIP, no trade. Divvy, good luck getting it from a typical broker. Yay! Listen to Kit Kitteridge, Kitkaroo. Sorry, Clark, I didn't mean to wear you out. Yeah, the shares were actually issued by MMAT. I mean, I guess Nunya is just thick like a brick. I know, Deborah. I know, Deborah. I know. Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull, Deborah. Metamaterials stated that NextBridge shares would be distributed to MMTLP holders 1 for 1, and then after which MMTLP shares would be automatically canceled, and the holders of MMTLP would cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. On December 20, 2022, NextBridge announced today that the spinoff of all issued and outstanding shares of common stock of NextBridge by Metamaterials was successfully completed on December 14th. And then you go further on February 16th, 2023. At the time of the spinoff, Meta distributed 165,472,241 million shares. These are the facts. They want to confuse you, so you're emotional. Stop being emotional. I know you can tell me to stop being emotional. I know you could stop telling me to be emotional. I know you could. And you might be right. Wow, I didn't know that. Al, my college roommate, one of them, who I didn't choose, late at night, anyway, he used to play that song. I'll just leave it at that. Look, an argument isn't the simple gainsaying of what the other person says. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, don't stop that. Well, an argument is supposed to be a meaningful putting together of logical points. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Look, I can't argue with you unless you've paid. I paid just now. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Did, and did. Look, I told you I can't argue with you unless you paid. Ah, if I hadn't paid, how come you're arguing with me? Ah, gotcha. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Oh, this is futile. I have a complaint. Ah, this is being hit on the head lessons in here. I don't, I've already debated him clearly, and I see no benefit to it. Sam, if you want to keep your shares in MMTLP, keep them. I'm tired of trying to convince people. I think it's incumbent on us. We put money up to buy MMTLP. The system should have given us 2 days of short settlement trading. They took it away. They did that. So that's going to be litigated. That's the argument. I've already told you the other side is going to probably win on that argument. But all Wall Street owes us is our shares of NextBridge. Your argument is, we'll sit in MMTLP. They screwed us. How did they screw you? You can go get your NextBridge. Cry me a river. The deal was you buy MMTLP. If you don't sell it, you get a share of NextBridge. Now, it might be true that behind the scenes, the criminals, through machinations with some of these people, getting the ear of Greg McCabe, and maybe by trading on blockchain, I wouldn't trust that at all. Maybe by trading offshore, maybe by going through an investment banker whose clients are the short sellers. Maybe they have ways into the boardroom. You can darn sure they're trying to get in there. They're like those robots on the Matrix trying to get into the ship. They'll never quit. You're talking hundreds, possibly hundreds of billions of dollars here at risk. They're never going to quit. Never going to quit. So there is a chance that there's some deal in the works, maybe. But you know what? If it's a shitty deal, it's better to own shares of a real company. If it's a good deal and it's the same price, you'll have a chance to move. It'll make sense if you want it to move over and take the deal. If the deal, for some idiotic reason, is better in MMTLP, how could it be better? You're dealing with Wall Street. All Wall Street does is arbitrage everything. All they do is counterfeit everything. All they do is try to buy low and sell high. How the hell is the deal for MMTLB going to be better than the value in NextBridge? How? But if it is, you'll almost certainly, I'd say 99.99%, be able to move over and take it. Why? Because they need your seat on the jumbo jet. They need your seat. The other thing that'll happen, because Greg McCabe is doing it, if for some reason MMTLP gets more than the value of the shares of NextBridge, there will be an additional payment over to NextBridge to even it up. You're asking people to trust you and all the liars out there on Twitter. And Sam, why wasn't I invited to the space call on Christmas Day while a Jewish guy could make fun of a holy day, ridiculing me, a day that people should be celebrating faith? He opens up a space call to ridicule me. That's civil? We're not all Jewish, although I think Christ was Jewish, but we're not all Jewish. So for him, perfectly fun to use a holy day to ridicule and have glee at someone else's expense. He doesn't think about God and the hereafter, maybe. But is that civil? That's the example? Come on, Sam. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm trying to give you my arguments, but I don't care. If you'd rather play victim, play victim. If you'd rather retain the right to go after your broker, do it. It's going to cost you money. And let me ask you again, Sam. How are you going to get past the argument? The first argument that Gibson Dunn will ask. Your Honor, Sam Ham never asked for his shares. We stood ready to give him his shares, but he never asked. So we don't believe we owe him anything. All that Wall Street owes us right now is 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP, and the seats on the jumbo jet are still available. Go claim your seat. If you don't get a seat, then you have something to go after your broker dealer for. This lawsuit against TradeStation is because the client asked for their shares and didn't get them. Didn't get them. If you don't ask for your shares, how do you know you can't get them? Kitteridge, Equinity list what placement holders the transfers came from. So Equinity lists what placement holders the transfer came from. Get it right. Thank you, Kit. I've no doubt in the NextBridge future, but AST or broker held are entitled to the same Yes. Okay. They are entitled to the same distribution. But Yvonne, the whole reason people haven't received these shares automatically, the whole reason they halted trading, the whole reason your employers are paying you to come on here is there is a massive counterfeit position carried over from Torchlight, carried over from MMAT, counterfeited in MMTLP. So we're entitled to the same distribution, but there's only 165,472,241 seats on the jumbo jet. So you can sit there as a victim after all 165,472,241 seats are taken, and the jet takes off and it's at 35,000 feet, you can sit there and go, wait a minute, I'm entitled to that seat. Good luck. You'll have to get a lawyer. You'll have to fight for it. They will pay, what they will owe you is cash, not the seat. And then you will have to define through high-priced lawyers what the value of that seat was to you. You're going to have to go through what your pain and suffering was. If you've kept a log of other trading ideas that you did that worked, you could show that to the court and maybe you'll have a claim. Otherwise, the argument is going to be, you never asked for your shares, you deserve nothing. Only the original shareholders get it. We only owe $2.98. We don't owe anything, Your Honor. They were all speculating. Your Honor, the most we owe is giving their money back. But good luck, Yvonne. You obviously have a very good attorney, and you're going to be able to afford her services and go after the company. What's OBS? I don't have, Mitch, I don't have OBS. I have StreamYard, but I have to buy a new computer. I have to buy a new computer. And Mitch, I've heard OBS is the best. I've heard it's a bear to set up, but once it's set up, it's the best. So I have to get a new computer. You're absolutely right. Yvonne is correct. According to NextBridge, you have the same rights in the broker or at AST. Here's NextBridge. Immediately after the spinoff, blah, blah, blah. Meta distributed the shares I said. Each share of Meta's MMTLP entitled the holder to receive one share of NextBridge. No market. Okay. The transfer agent for our common stock is AST. AST has distributed all shares of our common stock related to the spinoff, either directly to any stockholders that held their shares directly registered with AST or to our shareholders broker. For questions relating to the mechanics, contact AST. Next page. I'm sorry, Mitch, you're right. I want to get, what's it called? OBS. I want to get that. Okay. If you are a registered holder, NextBridge, if you are a registered holder of record, you are considered the holder of record with respect to your NextBridge shares. And AST will mail you a statement and etc. No action is required. If your MMTLP are held at a broker, then you are a beneficial owner of shares held in street name. That's the whole argument. The whole argument, Sam Ham, and you're welcome to take that gamble. The whole argument is that your broker has a very small position in street name compared to a very large position in the beneficial for the benefit of. Fidelity owns 10,000 shares in the name of Fidelity Securities for the benefit of Sam Ham. If you want to believe that, stay, please, Sam. It's not worth arguing about. If it makes you feel more comfortable, stay at Fidelity and trust that Fidelity is holding shares in street name for the benefit of Sam Ham. Please. Then, if it turns out not to be true, you've reserved your right to go after your broker. And I know you have the money to do that. Hi, Jenny, Rebecca. That's going to give me a chance to find that I can show everyone. I think I can show everybody. I think I can show everybody. I think I can show everybody. Let me see. I want to show the best moose in the world. If I can find moose. I can't find moose. Where's moose? There's moose. There's moose. Full size render. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'll find it, but I'll try. Full size render is next to that weird picture. Okay. It is full size render right here. Nope, 1.7. Full size render. So let's see, there's full size render there and full size render there. So I'll say it's the second one. Can't open it. Yes, I can. I can open it. I can. Let's see. Let's see if this is moose. It's not moose. Nothing's happening. Oh, maybe it is. Yes. There's moose. There's moose. Best dog. I think moose needs a hug, a scratch behind the ear, and a treat. Moose. That's moose. That's moose. There, see, Nunez is so smart. It's not true, Yvonne. You are entitled to cash in lieu of the shares held in street name by your dealer. NextBridge is a private company now. If the shares aren't in your name, they don't belong to you. Couldn't say it better. Couldn't say it better. I like moose. Bass guitar. I never played, but a friend of mine said it was the best way to get the Goyles. Private company, private company, and private company, private company, private dancer, dancer for money. Wow, that's amazing. I think it'd be fun to be in a band. I think the one thing it'd be fun is to be able to sing and to hit the fastball. NextBridge said that you have the same rights as a shareholder, regardless if your shares are in a brokerage or AST. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. NextBridge didn't say that. I can't find their fact sheet. I printed it out, but you can go to their fact sheet and you can get that answer. They don't say, Kevin, you do not have the same rights. If your shares are at your brokerage firm, I guess there's you're missing the concept, Kevin. And I understand it. Wall Street tries to make it confusing. In about 2010, They changed it. You used to be able to hold in your account. That looks like a weird spelling. Type 1 or type 2. Type 1 was holding your shares Type 1 was holding your shares in safekeeping in the name of Kevin Story. Safekeeping, in other words, there was a physical share held in a safe at Merrill Lynch, and that was why they needed 5 days to settle trades, because they'd have to collect those shares, get your signature on a stock power, bike it over to Goldman Sachs. That would settle, and they bring back the shares for settlement for the buyer, or it might be done at the DTC. But that was type 1. In 2010, they took this away. It's very hard to get your broker dealer to hold stock in safekeeping. I don't think anybody does it anymore. Maybe if you're wealthy, but they don't do it anymore. So type 2, so now everything's done in type 2. So it's street name, name of your broker, Merrill Lynch. So the certificate is the same at the brokerage firm, has the certificate at Merrill Lynch has the same rights because it's really at AST. It's registered at AST. It is recorded at AST. There's an account at AST that says Merrill Lynch. Street name, Merrill Lynch, for the benefit of Kevin Story. So, Kevin, I mean, look, I don't think that this concept is all that difficult to understand. But if Merrill Lynch the whole argument, Kevin, is if Merrill Lynch has 1 million shares recorded at the transfer agent in street name, it's in Merrill Lynch's name, 1 million shares. In other words, Merrill Lynch owns 1 million shares, according to the transfer agent. Then they have for the benefit of 1,000 shares to Kevin and a bunch of for the benefits of that add up to 999,000. I put too many zeros here. Well, then if Merrill has for the benefit of to Julie and to Kathy and to Sam and to Yvonne a bunch of more stock, they don't own anything. They just own the liability. This is the whole issue. So you can't, I don't think you can be so blind to that. What Wall Street does is treat the stock market as a fractional reserve security system. They put more stock into their system, institutionally and retail, than they have in street name. Yes, the shares that Merrill Lynch owns, 1 million shares in my example, Merrill Lynch owns are the identical ones that I own over at AST. They're the same rights. But the issue comes, Merrill Lynch has sold 10 million shares into its system. Now, if you want to sit there and believe that Merrill Lynch has shares for you, well, that's exactly what the fractional reserve banking system is about. It's a con job. And the argument is no one's going to ask for the shares, so whenever at the same time. Well, guess what? It's a private company. They are asking at the same time. And what the people on Twitter are trying to do is not get you over there at the same time. I don't see their end game because it's a private company. They can't stop what's coming, but they're trying. They're trying. All right, Kit, I'll take you up on that. All right, Kit, I'd appreciate it. I'd love to have you on regardless. You are I think would describe and say things much better than I do. And I'd love to hear somebody other talk other than me. Yeah, it's not said by NextBridge. It's not there. I got to look. I couldn't find their fact sheet. Oh, I didn't print it out. You have to read it. I'll look for it. What happened to Chris McVie? Did she die? Tusk. I don't have differences with Drew. Drew is the most honest, hardworking guy out there. And when he gives advice, he's giving advice in your best interest, not in his zone. I don't have a difference. There's 65,000 people out there, and his opinions are different than mine. Fine. Sam, if you want to listen to Drew's opinions, if you want to listen to him make fun of Anna, ridicule me, go listen to him. I don't have anything to learn from Drew. Zero to learn from Drew. There's nobody Drew talks to that I don't speak with. There's no experience on Wall Street that Drew's ever had. I don't work for short sellers. He might have me having me at a disadvantage there. But the markets have changed considerably. But I did a lot of high volume. Look, I was a top producer, President's Club and all that shit. It doesn't mean anything. It just means I did a lot of business. People do a lot more now. I wish I had stayed so I wouldn't be in these endless debates. All right, let's Kevin, let's read their last press releases. You say their last 2 or 3 PRs. Okay, so their last PR is NextBridge Hydrocarbon announces Cordex settlement. Their second to last PR is NextBridge reports activity update. Their third PR is NextBridge Hydrocarbon announces transactions. All right, their fourth PR is NextBridge releases statement regarding Equity's share transfer procedures. Let's read that one. Okay, February 21. There has been some confusion among the public and brokers as to the transfer process for NextBridge hydrocarbon shares. As such, Equinity, formerly AST, has shared with us that it wishes to inform both domestic and international NextBridge retail shareholders alike of the official workflow and protocol for transference of NextBridge hydrocarbon stock shares into the Equinity system. I find some suspicion in this Equinity buying AST, but anyway, we got to deal with it. All right, Kevin, the transfer process is always initiated by shareholders themselves. So going back to the idea that Wall Street owes us something, that it's supposed to be automatic, here it is stated clearly. The transfer process is always initiated by the shareholders themselves through the respected brokerage firm holding their shares. At no time is it the responsibility of retail shareholders to open an Equinity account. The brokerage firm previously holding shares in street name or the holder will supply Equinity with a transfer of ownership form indicating the holder's personal and financial information. Equinity will create an account for the shareholder from these instructions. Shortly thereafter, Equinity will mail shareholders an account statement with their account number, which can then be used to register for and enter our shareholder central online portal. The account statement will also contain Equinity's contact information for the shareholders' reference. From that point forward, shareholders may at any time access either by the online portal or the telephone system for future communication and any information regarding their accounts. In some instances, shareholders may receive a paper stock certificate from their brokerage firm, if so arranged. In this case, shareholders will be recorded in quote unquote certificate form within Equinity's system, but not physically processed by the holder. If they so wish, shareholders may ship the stock certificate directly to Equinity along with instructions to convert the paper certificate into book entry shares to be held electronically. Either way, the holder's share balance and account information will be securely recorded below. You know, as I read this, I'd rather hold on to my physical shares. Okay. The next one, they released a statement on February 8th about the U3 halt. Investors have a right to know, misleading information. Okay, has nothing to do with what you're pointing out, Kevin. Okay, then they have on February 8th, update on registration statements. NextBridge submitted amendment to its S1. Okay, nothing to do with what you're saying, Kevin. Then it's the Johnson prospect drilling. Then it's a funding of the Johnson prospect. Then it's the debt to metamaterials has been purchased by Greg McCabe. Then it's frequently asked questions. It's about 8 stories in. It's not their last 2 or 3. It's August 3, 2023. How do I participate in the non-transferable subscriptions right offering? Well, you have to register your shares with AST. What does it mean to directly register my NextBridge shares with a transfer agent? AST will register and record your shares in book entry form. Book entry means AST maintains your shares on your behalf without the need for physical stock certificates. Shares held in book entry form without certificates have the same rights and privileges as shares held in certificate form. In certificate form. So shares held in book entry form at AST have the same rights and privileges as shares held in certificate form. Once this is, you'll get it one. This is about that subscription. What costs? We recommend that you maintain your shares in book entry form to minimize the risk of such certificate being lost, stolen, destroyed. However, you may request a share certificate for all or a portion of your book entry shares at any time. To request a certificate, ask the transfer agent. How many shares of NextBridge hydrocarbon are authorized and outstanding? 500 million. As of July 21, NextBridge had 248,830, 516, 248,830,516 outstanding. All right, let's see if there's anything else. No, let's go down to frequently asked questions. Okay, how many shares of NextBridge common stock are authorized and outstanding? There are 500 million as of April 22, 2024, 251,830,000 shares outstanding. What are the number of wells? Well, they tell you. You have to add them up. What does it mean to directly register my shares with the transfer agent? If shareholders so desire and are eligible to do so, our transfer agent will register and record your ownership of shares of NextBridge stock in book entry form. Book entry means Equinity maintains your shares on your behalf without the need for physical share certificates. Shares held in book entry form without certificates have the same rights and privileges as shares held in certificate form. This I don't agree with, but here we go. Is there any reason or urgency to transfer to Equinity for an upcoming dividend? Is there any reason to get a dividend? No, not at this time, because the S1 filing was waylaid by the SEC. There you go. In other words, there's no dividend pending. Sam Ham, I'm glad it would help you a lot. But here's what I suggest. Drew maintains and establishes many space calls. He's on many space calls. I strongly recommend you go listen to his advice and his acolytes. They are there to help you, Sam. They're honest. Their advice is meant to make sure that your financial situation is best served. They have no other goals other than to help you. So go listen to Drew on his space calls. Madam Blue by Styx. There was a song I liked by Styx. I can't remember it right now. I never saw Leonard Skinner, although I wish I had. I never saw AC/DC, but life is such. Tommy. Tommy. I would have loved to see Fleetwood Mac. I did see Mick Fleetwood. He had a bar in Old Town, and I went to see him a number of times. And maybe one of the chicks came once to play with him. But I never saw Fleetwood Mac. My girlfriend at that time made fun of me for liking Fleetwood Mac. I thought it was I thought their first album was great until the Clintons started playing it. But I thought Tusk was great too. I liked Fleetwood Mac. Well, Kevin, just to be clear, that's not true. I wanted a woman, never bargained for you. That's not true what you're saying. Look, Kevin, just to go through my history, and maybe I can find, I lost a lot of my emails. My life got disrupted and I lost a lot of emails. So I probably can't prove everything, but I can probably prove enough. Nothing's showing up. That's weird. So maybe I lost it all in storage. Okay. So on November 17th, 2016, from John Berta, here are the terms of a subordinated debt as it stands now. We have 3.6 million out in subordinated notes paying 12% quarterly. These are due next June 30th. They have a conversion feature that allows them to convert into common stock. I received this on 11/18/16. Torchlight has a net 10,000 acres in the East Midland Basin at 12,000 per acre using Johnson Rice estimates. That's $120 million in land value against the proposed debt of less than 10 million. Therefore, this offering is safe debt and an equity kicker yet to be determined. There's a lot of data missing in my emails. So the term sheet is missing. The term sheet is missing. So I guess that Gmail must have deleted these. Then on 11/16, I got documents for an equity offering. It's not showing up. Then I received on 12/3, December 3, 2016, I received a term sheet on the Series C senior notes. I was asked to raise money for Torchlight. The following is a summary of the principal terms. 10% Series C senior unsecured convertible notes. The minimum offering was $2 million in multiples of 1,000, with 250,000 minimum unless waived by the company. Only made to accredited investors. Maturity date 2020, 10% per annum. Company shall have a one-time option to elect to pay interest in common shares. At the election of the holder, any unpaid principal can be converted into common stock at the price of $3 per share. Interest at the election of the holder, any unpaid principal and interest can be converted into a working interest in the Oro Grande project if so elected at a comparable price per acre of $5,000. Use of proceeds will be used for drilling capital, lease acquisitions, working capital, and general corporate purposes. There is no commission. They may elect to find a broker-dealer. Forward-looking statements. That was the offering on that I was asked to help raise money for on 12/3/16. Then there was a finder's agreement, which doesn't show up, that the guy I was working with signed with the company. I guess he sent it to me, but I don't have a copy of it. So many documents missing. This was all in December of 2016. All right, on 12/20/2016, Torchlight announces drilling of its number. It cuts off and I don't have it. On 1/3/17, there were further update to the senior notes. It doesn't come up. On 1/10/2017, Torchlight reaches total depth in Midland, and it doesn't come up. On 1/17, there's a term sheet that comes up. There's an investor presentation from Torchlight dated 2016. The stock was trading at $1.40. They had 168,000 shares in the Oro Grande prospect in Hudspeth County. They had 12,000 shares in Midland Basin. They had other acreage. Well-known Permian Basin geologist Rich Masterson. They gave a timeline. They announced the acquisition of the Oro Grande in 2014, September. They spud the initial well the science well in March of 2015. In June, they completed a $9.8 million private placement, Series A preferred, eliminating senior debt. In September, they signed a $50 million letter of intent for a farm-in agreement with Founders Oil and Gas. They completed a $3.7 million private placement, Series B preferred. One of these offerings is where the criminals got in. On November 15, they signed a definitive agreement to sell a portion of the Hunton assets for $4.2 million. On April 2016, they entered the Midland Basin with a working interest purchase of 12,000 shares. They commenced drilling on the second Oro Grande well. On February 16, the Founders Oil and Gas announced initial plans to permit and drill 3 wells in the Oro Grande. October 2016, they announced positive results from test wells in the Oro Grande and Hazel projects. November 2016, they signed an LOI with McCabe, and that was Torchlight's largest shareholder and chairman, which is why I didn't know the new chairman, to acquire the Hazel. Working interest was now 74%. Goes on, they show a lot of things. Vertical wells, they talk about it. They give the checklist. They give the prospect area. Blah, 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 blah. I won't bore you. Let's see, they give a summary. Okay. They gave me a term sheet, and they gave me a map of shale plays in the United States at that time, and this was in it. Okay. So they gave an operational update, which I'm not able to read, on 1/23/17. To 21/17, an update, I can't read it. They entered into a flowback cleanup on 3/16. On 4/13, they entered into a drilling and development agreement. I can't read it, it's all gone. On 4/5/17, Plano oil firm poised to tap discoverer's billion-barrel magnum opus. A Plano energy firm that nearly folded when the market collapsed more than 2 years ago thinks it has discovered a field in West Texas with the potential to provide nearly 1 billion barrels of oil, according to a presentation Monday. Torchlight Energy, with the backing of Founders Oil and Gas, has drilled 2 wells in the Oro Grande Basin on the Texas side of the border with New Mexico. The company is in the process of drilling a 3rd test well and reached an agreement this week with University Land, an endowment that manages mineral rights in West Texas, for development of over the next 10 years. It's going to become the major asset of the company, Torchlight CEO and founder John Berta said on a conference call with investors on Monday. What you are looking at is the potential for a billion-barrel field. A well-known geologist in the field, Rich Masterson, is working with a company on the discovery. Masterson is acknowledged for his development of a lucrative play in the Delaware Basin to the east. Quote, if the Oro Grande project can be taken to realization of development, the Oro Grande project will be Masterson's magnum opus, said Atlas Consulting CEO Dallas Salazar, who is invested in Torchlight. The company was started in 2010 and purchased acreage in the basin in 2014 with stock when the shares were trading at about $4, Berta said. A few months later, the participating OPEC countries announced they would not be cutting supply, blah, blah. Torchlight nearly went under as debt payments loomed the following spring. Shares hit a low of 33 cents per share in April of 2015. But the firm hit pay dirt in another field and was able to stay afloat. Midland-based founders rode in the following fall, committing $50 million to the company on a bet on the Oro Grande project. Things were looking bleak for us for a time, Berta said. Now we've made the complete turnaround. The firm has been able to take up acreage elsewhere in the Permian, which is estimated to be valued at $150 million. The company is expected to soon announce that oil has been brought to the surface and could announce a more aggressive drilling project there. But its 168,000 acre position in the Oro Grande is on another level. Investors say that if the project produces like other areas in the Permian, as Masterson's data currently predicts, the land could be valued as high as $45,000 an acre. And that is not an unreasonable price, considering the amount of private investments and major oil companies looking to put capital back to work in what is expected to be a steadying market. Salazar said that returns on Torchlight stock could be exponential. Read the full article in the Dallas Business Journal. 4/24/17, Torchlight announces successful vertical well. I can't read it. 6/26/17, joins Russell Microcap. 7/18, completes drilling first horizontal. I can't read it. 8/28/17, Torchlight announced fracture. 11/16/17, Torchlight takes back control of something. 12/12/17, Torchlight provides operational update. 3/28/18, Torchlight ready for fracking. I can't read the whole group. MZ Energy announces participation. Can't read it. 4/5, another announcement I can't read. Okay, on April 9th, 2018, Torchlight today announced the board of directors had engaged Roth Capital Partners to conduct the process of marketing the company's Midland Basin assets, the Hazel Project. Torchlight owns an 80% working interest in 12,000 mostly contiguous Wolfcamp A, horizontal drilling, lower Wolfcamp A and upper B. We've begun discussion with a few groups. Best interest in shareholders. We have a multiplier effect of capital devoted to a play where we have 90,000 net acres as opposed to a play where we have 9,000. (4/12/18) sets frac date. I can't read it. NASDAQ, Torchlight, 5/11/18 on NASDAQ, 5/17 on NASDAQ. I can't read it. A Roth report on Torchlight, 5/19/2018. Torchlight Roth initiation on June 18th, 2018. Roth Capital Partners initiated a Torchlight Energy Resources research report with a buy recommendation. The stock was trading at $1.36 on the NASDAQ. Torchlight is undertaking a rank exploration effort in the Oro Grande Basin in far west Texas. While this effort poses significant exploration risks, it also offers very significant upside potential. Recent results from science wells mitigate, in part, this exploration risk. We are initiating coverage of Torchlight with a buy rating and a $100.75 price target. The Oro Grande Basin is lightly drilled with no significant oil and gas production. Torchlight has drilled 2 science wells and has drilled and is attempting to complete a 3rd well as a producer. Final completion results of this 3rd well should be released in the 3rd term. While the Oro Grande Basin effort contains exploration risks significantly, the potential upside, in our view, is substantial. Torchlight holds an approximate 68% interest in 133,000 contiguous acres of oil and gas leases. This is comparable to many much larger exploration and production companies. Torchlight advises that all previous wells in the Oro Grande Basin were vertical, conventional wells, and Torchlight believes employing horizontal drilling and modern frac technology will yield significantly improved results. None of the previous wells in the basins were drilled into the Pennsylvanian Formation. Torchlight is targeting the Pennsylvanian based on positive results from science wells drilled to date. Finally, Torchlight believes one of the key aspects of the potential of the Oro Grande Basin is that the Oro Grande Basin was formed during the same geologic time as the Delaware Basin and the Midland Basin. A comparison of geoscience metrics is contained herein. Then they talk about the Hazel and the Winkler. The leadership team is, in our view, strongly aligned with shareholders, with 27% of the common stock owned by directors and officers. Torchlight's chairman of the board is Gregory McCabe. Mr. McCabe's commitment to Torchlight is, in our opinion, impressive, with his current ownership either individually or through his affiliates equal to approximately 23% of the common stock. There's a company history I'll save you. There's a proved reserve profile. The estimate of proved reserves shown below are based on the reserve reports of independent petroleum engineering firm P Tech Enterprises retained by Torchlight. Torchlight does not have any employees with specific reservoir engineering qualifications. Torchlight's chairman and its chief executive officer work closely with P Tech. At this time, Torchlight's existing proved reserves are minimal, as Torchlight is in the early stage of developing all of its significant projects. They give a history. They give a picture. They compare the Oro Grande to the Midland. And of course, the Oro Grande is better in almost every measure. They're shallower wells, they're thicker targets. And it looks like better porosity and better permeability, and et cetera. They give pictures of their plant. They talk about the Hazel and the Winkler prospects. Then they go to the valuation details. Given Torchlight's current size and the potential of the Oro Grande project, we believe the Oro Grande project, in our opinion, is the most impactful of all its assets. We have not built a net present value model based on a multi-year drilling and completion program because it's simply not realistic given the very early stage of development on the project. Instead, in the event of a successful completion of the University Founders A25 number 1H well at the Oro Grande project, we are assuming Torchlight will drill a twin to this well, the number 2H, with the difference being the number 2H will be drilled with a 7,500-foot horizontal well bar. The 1H well was drilled to 1,000-foot horizontal. They go on to talk about that. They go on to give an estimate of proved, developed, producing potential. They give direct offset, which offsets, two of them, which are proved undeveloped. They give 50% odds there. Then they give probable on 8 wells, and they give 25% odds there. They give possible on 12 wells. They give an 8% there. So they give an EUR of 4.2 million barrels of oil, and netting it out with those percentages, but also netting it out with Torchlight's interest at that time, a 67.75% interest, it worked out to 2 million barrels of oil recoverable, or to their interest. They used comparable companies to give their valuation. The companies were Callan Petroleum, Earthstone Energy, Halcyon Resources, Laredo Petroleum, Matador Resources, Parsley Energy, Ring Energy, and Rose Hill Resources. So they did a calculation of those. They did a reserve valuation taking the various metrics. So they came up with a contingent resource valuation at that time of 24 million. They came up with an Oro Grande acreage valuation at that time of 13 million. They did the Hazel and the Winkler. They did a comparison to the Midland Basin transactions, which had occurred in 2017 and 2018. They did the Delaware Basin transactions. They did a capital structure. There were, it doesn't say how many shares, unfortunately. There's an unsecured promissory note, total debt of 15 million, stockholders' equity of 15 million, total capital of 30 million, debt to capital 50%. They had a revolving bank note. And our valuation based on a net asset value produced $1.73 per share. We adjusted that to $1.75. This was written on June 18, 2018. Then they announced production from that well, so it was successful. They, on July 26, 2018, they announced production from their 1,000-foot lateral, proof of concept, completed a 6-stage fraction stimulation in the Pennsylvania formation. With only 1,000 feet, it produced 1.8 million cubic feet of gas per day on an hourly gas measurement. Very exciting day. On 8/16, they provided an update. There was another Roth report. I won't read the whole thing. On June 18th, it looks like the same one I already read you. They did close a financing of $6 million. Unfortunately, I can't get it. It doesn't connect. Noble initiated research on Torchlight on October 23, 2018. New play in the Permian is the key to valuation. Torchlight owns 133,000 net acres in the Oro Grande Basin. Although unproven, the Oro Grande has the potential to be a home run for the company. Investors should keep a close eye on well developments in the Oro Grande. Oro Grande does not have to be a home run to justify Torchlight's stock price, which was 81 cents. Torchlight's current stock valuation is supported by the valuation for the Oro Grande property that is implied by recent transactions. We view big success in the Oro Grande as icing on the cake. Their target price was $1.45. Market cap was 56 million. 70 million shares outstanding. The float was 50 million shares. Institutions owned 8%. The 12-month low was 79. The high was 151. Plenty of challenges. Torchlight will need to sell assets, bring in partners, or arrange for new financing to drill enough wells to hold its positions. This is what all the boo birds, they still have to raise money. The company needs to improve drilling and operating results to provide proof of concept in the Oro Grande. Potential rewards outweigh the risks. The shares are trading significantly below our $1.45 per share estimated value. High risk, high reward bet on the company's ability to prove out the Oro Grande Basin. Management has a vested interest, 27%. They've drilled 2 vertical, 1 horizontal. Oro Grande provides a potential home run for investors. Torchlight's large acreage position could transform the company should the play prove economical. Property in the successful Permian Basin drilling areas have been exchanged in prices in excess of $20,000 an acre. Management and owner have a proven track record in finding new energy plays. Torchlight's consulting geologist, Masterson, has been involved in finding some of the more successful plays in the Permian Basin. The Permian Basin remains hot. Berta Masterson McCabe, $3 million in cash. Torchlight's ownership of the Oro Grande is by far the most important asset owned by the company. They own 72.5% interest in 133,000 acres. We believe the value of the property to be worth 75 to 125 million. Oro Grande's value has a value of 54 to 90 million with a midpoint of 70 million. We believe that goes to the Midland. Bull case, home run scenario. Possible upside for Torchlight is great. Should the Oro Grande prove to have similar characteristics to the Delaware or Midland basins, Torchlight's large territory would be valuable. They used the example of E&P companies, Callan Petroleum, Centennial, Diamondback, Earthstone, Halcyon, Jagged Peak, Laredo, Matador, Parsley Energy, Ring Energy, Rose Hill. Bull case valuation. In comparing Torchlight to other Permian Basin companies, we assume that existing production is worth $35,000 per barrel of oil per day equivalent. After subtracting off such a value, the peer group has a remaining value of $20,000 net per acre. Applying $20,000 to Torchlight's non-producing net acreage implies a value of $2.66 billion for the Oro Grande. $2.66 billion. $40 a share. There's a bear case. There's probability. Bull case, $40 a share. If everything went right. Then 11/20, they completed the drilling phase. 1/17, they presented at a conference. None of it comes up. They announced a new board member. 2/21/19, they provided an update on the Oro Grande in February 19. Doesn't come up. They participated in the 31st annual on 3/11/19. I don't know what. They announced a new field discovery 4/11/2019. Can't pull it up. There's more research on 4/30. It won't come up. 5/12/2019. It won't come up. 5/21/2019. None of it comes up anymore, unfortunately. They did a debt deal in 2020. My guess is that's where the criminals came in. They provided an operational debt update in April of 20. Doesn't come up. They extend the maturity of their debt. They got a NASDAQ notice, drilling commit. None of this is coming up. None of this is coming up. September of 20. And then 9/21, Metamaterials and Torchlight announce. None of it's coming up, though. Anyway, I hope, Kevin, that I show you that these are emails exchanged with the guy I was working with and with John Berta. I hope this shows you, and I don't have my other emails that came in physical form in my computers. I've lost those. I hope it shows you that I was highly involved in Torchlight, in trying to raise money for Torchlight. I invested in Torchlight, doesn't show in those emails, and I got a lot of my investors in Torchlight. So I had a friend of mine who, when MMTLP started trading, illegally probably, said, you better buy some. It was 80 cents, 75 cents. I said, no, I don't trust it. Well, you should look into it. MMAT is great. And then it started trading at $1.25. I said, nah, for months. And then there was this crescendo on my lives about MMTLP. I started talking about it, saying, I know that story. And then as I was talking, I bought MMTLP because I believed it could squeeze. And I really thought, and I did a video on it, I really thought it could show us how a squeeze would work. I figured, hey, I buy it, I'll know within 5 days. If it squeezes, I can come back and redeploy that money. That's what I thought. I had no idea they wouldn't allow trading. I had no idea. But I also, you are correct. As I was telling the story, I was remembering the story. I really did believe there was oil in the Oro Grande. So you are correct that I was happy to accept the Oro Grande. You're right. I love Jenny L. I love Jenny L. I think they're lying. If their opinion is different on a fact or something, you're right, but they're lying. When they tell you that MMTLP has value, they're lying. When they, I just read it to you. It's been deleted. You have no rights. When they're telling you that AST can issue shares that don't exist, they're not telling the truth. When they're telling you the stock could be trading and you might not have time to trade over, that's not truthful. So I apologize, Kevin. I think they are lying. I think they are lying and intentionally causing distrust. Now, if it's a simple opinion, they're not very bright. They're stupid. That's how I see it. And if it's that case, if it's just an opinion, well, it's an opinion. It's not a very good one. Kevin says, if there's a settlement, the fake shares will be the one that 100% have to be bought at any cost. The real shares at AST won't have to be bought as they. Kevin, you're not being truthful with yourself. What do you mean at any cost? Start at $0. They're not going to buy it at any cost. You're dreaming. Now that may be opinion. Maybe Kevin, here's my suggestion. This is my suggestion. I have moved my shares to AST where I have real shares. I believe I will participate if someone funds a lawsuit. I'll participate in pain and suffering. I'll participate in any kind of short squeeze lawsuit. I'll get all that. If there's a settlement, there'll be a deal made, and I think I'll participate in that. Also, if there's a settlement made, if they have to, as you put it, buy the shares at any cost, they're going to try to buy my shares too. Why? Because it'll reduce the cost. So my suggestion to you, you're totally wrong. You're not going to buy at any cost. You believe that just because they have to buy them, they have to buy at any cost. You're not being truthful with yourself. You're not being truthful with yourself, unfortunately. But here's my suggestion. For you, you should stay in MMTLP. You'll have ants in your pants if you go over to AST. Just stay at MMTLP. Not advice. What you want to do. Let's see what happens. And I hope you win. I hope you get, I hope somehow there's a miracle and they have to buy at any cost. You're just not being truthful with yourself, though. You're hearing what you want to hear. That IR guy, if you're still here, was no. I don't believe he represented Finger, but he represented a lot of he was a Wall Street professional, and he represented a lot of over-the-counter stocks, NASDAQ, and he is close to a lot of large investors, so he knows what he was talking about. Deborah P. Mark Bazile and law firm are brilliant. I agree. I think they've done a great job. No, it's my channel, so he can't invite me. He can't invite me to my own channel. Then I'm wrong. I know I heard on Spaces a long time ago that Drew doesn't own any, but if he owns it now, he owns it. That's fine. John Berta verified it. Okay, maybe they're very close. And if Drew owns some, he has standing here. I've told you, Sam, Drew is working hard for you. He has integrity, he's honest, and his recommendations to you are in your best interest. Please go listen to Drew. I do have PayPal bottles. I do have PayPal. Yeah, Frank, I owned a lot of Torchlight. I don't remember, but it was over 20 and under 30,000. And it might have been I owned a lot of it. You don't need an attorney. This will resolve. Well, good. So, you know what, Dave? I've come to my maximum about being able to stand talking about the same thing over and over again. Vladimir Arnondov, would you mind coming into a space to discuss your options with Drew in a civil debate? I don't own any options in NextBridge. The civil part, I'm perfectly capable of being civil, but I guess you're referring to Drew's behavior. And Drew is unpredictable. I don't see the benefit. If Drew's debate, Vladimir, is to argue that MMTLP has value, I don't see the point in the debate. I don't want to be part of something which causes people to lose their money. Now, I believe I've been debating Drew. I think I debated him last week, and I think today, right now, I'm debating him. Drew will do anything to win an argument. I'm not here to win an argument. I'm here mainly to see people, some people, if it's just one person, somehow get through this and come out financially stable. And if you do not want to move your fake shares, if you don't want to move your fake shares, into real shares, I don't know how having a debate with Drew is going to have anything to do with it. Almost everything I've said, I've backed up with data. There's no debating it. A couple of the things I've said you can debate, like, for example, is Greg McCabe on our side? I believe he is. You can debate that. That's an opinion. I've said that I believe we might have seen a squeeze in the stock on the Friday and the Monday. We don't know. It shows in this lawsuit, but we don't know. That can be debated. But I've shown you that MMTLP is worthless. Absolutely worthless. And what the criminals want you to think, and they want Congress to think, and they want the journalists to think, is that this big thing we're talking about is something we're imagining. If you want to keep that going, keep it going. Yeah, Rosa was great, Deborah, is great. I've never talked to her, but I listened to at least 2 or 3 of her Spacer calls, and I really admired her. I guess some men were hitting on her, which was unfortunate. And Richard Hoffman, it's amazing, amazing. Okay, so Al, what's the soon resolving? What's the resolution? $3 a share? 20? Anyway, okay, take the resolution. I really think people who believe Drew's answer is correct for them, they should take Drew's answer. I'm not here to get you to do something you don't want to do. If I have explained to you that MMTLP has been deleted, and once the bus is full, has absolutely no value unless you can afford to pay for the lawyer in a lawsuit, I've done my job. The only reason I'm still doing this, I guess, is there's so many of you. If there were one of you, I'd tell it to you once and I'd walk away. I would know that I had done my job. Well, Laker, I think you should always distrust everybody in this community until you learn about them. And I don't trust anybody except for about maybe a dozen people, maybe a dozen people. The rest should The rest should, you should always be careful because the criminals are coming at you from every direction. They bribe CEOs, they bribe IR people, they come in with investment banks with sugar plums, and they get CEOs to sign notes and then cross it with the shorts. They pay Ann Wagner. They contribute to FINRA. They contribute to the SEC. They threaten. They bully. They do everything to win the argument. And the key thing they're trying to do here in NextBridge, buy time. They would love Greg McCabe to trade. He should not trade. They would love Greg McCabe to take a deal with Roth Capital so they could price it at a low point and the criminals come in and take the stock. I don't think McCabe's going to allow that. Or Berta. They want, more than anything, they want to tie this up with all sorts of threats of lawsuits, threats of action, make it impossible for McCabe to raise money so he can drill his 5-well commitment, so he loses his leases. Guess what? So far, McCabe has met every challenge they've done. They cross-collateralized with MMAT. They're destroying MMTLP as we speak. But what did McCabe do? He took that away. He took it away. What's McCabe done with Southern Louisiana? He's been horse trading. He has money to meet the commitment on the 5 wells. And I'm telling you, Greg McCabe is not going to lose this company to the shorts. Not. But you're Laker. You shouldn't trust anybody. Shouldn't trust me. I trust me because I know me. But you know what? Even in sometimes, like I admitted earlier, I so much wanted to get my real shares of NextBridge. I didn't want to tell you what I was doing because selfishly, I wanted to make sure I was getting my own first. Well, what does that say about me? Well, I figured it out. I figured it out as, I don't want to get into all that, but as I figured it out that that motive wasn't pure. So I redoubled I had been talking all along since last year, but I redoubled my effort. I don't know the reason why they are bombarding me that I have to somehow debate this antagonistic disruptor who can come at you as your best friend, sincere, buddy, and then he can sing songs making fun of you, making fun of Anna, Queen of Trades. Screw that. You make fun of my friend, boom. Screw that. Look, guys, if I debate Drew, it's about Drew. My opinion, and I'm not a shrink, he's a narcissist that derives energy from mentioning his name. Drew. Wow, that gave him a jolt. Guys, I'm not here about myself. This isn't about me. This video, because I played that little Lydia, Nvidia, the tattooed lady, won't be monetized. If it were monetized, I'd make $9. $9. I'm not making money, Laker J. But, at some point, when I get a new computer, I'm going to shift my attention away from the dregs of society, the bashers, and I'm going to get up into real advice. because these stocks, I thought, because I saw 3 in a row work, I thought we were onto something with these trades. And when you add in AMC and GME, wow, maybe there's something here. But Wall Street is corrupt. The lawyers allow it. The broker dealers allow it. The regulators allow it. The banksters allow it. Government allows it. I'm tired of fighting it. I still think there's some trades in here where we can make some money. But Laker, I'm moving on. As soon as I get a new computer, I'm going to have guests on. I'm going to talk oil and gas, gold and silver, and platinum. I'm going to talk politics, geopolitical, and we're going to bonds. We're going to talk other things because the criminals have this space. And when you buy these small stocks, they come on. That there were guys on last week saying, "What? Tell him and you to stop talking about GME. You're wrong." Well, you know what? All they wanted was the stock to be up so they can steal a little more money. Look at the stock now. Ham wasn't wrong. Ham wasn't wrong. But fighting this is a draining experience. Everything they say is a lie. They will win. If they can't win this way, they'll try to win that way. And I don't want to deal with it. John Berta might want to deal with it. And maybe he has a great relationship. John Berta should debate with Drew. Go live. Here's what I hear usually. Well, William, you know, everybody has an opinion and everybody can do what they want to do. Everybody has an opinion and I'm not going to say it. They go out and inject heroin in their veins. Everyone has an opinion. But if they're being misled, it's not a very good opinion. And look, I'm going to keep talking about this until I feel like I've done my job. But it's not about me. And it's not about Drew. Drew doesn't care about you. And if the stock, if it goes tits up, and he may or may not have some other arrangement out there, he's not going to care. When this fades away and he can't get energy here, there'll be some other drama that he'll go get his narcissistic energy from. I don't care. I don't get any energy out of it. In fact, right now I feel completely drained. And after I sign off, I'm going to have a sleepless night. What's my value of NextBridge? It's funny. I'll give you 4 valuations, Jason. I'll give you 4 valuations. You're not going to like one of them. You're not going to like one of them. So Jason, I hate to put this one number out there, but I think based on recent transactions, which were a few months ago, I think one valuation is the stock's worth $2 or $3 or $4 right now. Not very much. You can argue that they don't have enough results. They did some trades. They still have this obligation. There's a lot of risk. So that's one valuation I have right now. Not thrilling. I did a valuation the other day of $37.50. That was a present value of maybe 18 months to 2 years efforts without issuing a lot of new shares. I used can't remember, but I tried to use the shares that we have now, I think. And I haircut it $37.50. And I think that's hard because, Jason, the company has to move forward successfully to be able to have the value now. So it's a little bit like an infinity loop. If it doesn't move forward, there's a lot of risk to the value now. If it moves forward, the value could be extraordinary. And then you can give it some sort of number. But that's probably my number right now. But then I did a valuation if they really have meaningful success, and I used some of the higher projections without issuing a lot of shares. So this is kind of my range. Then if there's a settlement, which has not happened, we just have to face facts. A settlement has not happened yet. But I think if Greg McCabe were to negotiate a settlement over a conference table, virtual conference table, he said it had to start at $600 a share. So that's what I think could happen in a settlement. But you'll get that if you own shares of NextBridge by definition, because he'll be issuing shares to settle the problem, and they'll be paying him that amount. I believe they will make that offer not only for newly issued shares, but for existing shareholders, because they'll need the shares. Now, the final number I'll give you Oxy Petroleum the final number, I think, maybe is what we're working toward. Oxy Petroleum has 4 billion barrels proven. NextBridge, does it have 5 billion barrels recoverable? We don't know. We don't know. We simply do not know. This is what's the mid-range of what's projected. There's a lot of science and they're moving forward, and there's a lot of good indications. But if, let's just say if they make that, the question is, Oxy's worth $55 billion market cap. NextBridge, how many shares do they have to issue to get here? If we assume they have to increase the number of shares outstanding to 1 billion shares, these are all wild ass guesses. But if they had to go to 1 billion shares outstanding, they proved this up and it's worth 55 billion. That's $55 a share. So Jason, I think ignoring all of my upside numbers, and I have big upside numbers, I will pick this as my valuation right now for NextBridge, $50 a share. But it involves, Jason, so many projections, so many projections. No, it won't, Kevin. Kevin, you know what? You're starting to come across as a shill. I thought you were a real person. Kevin, if you own NextBridge, you will get benefit of the sale or the cash flow from the Louisiana assets. You may get a cash dividend from production from operations. You will get, in both cases here, both cases, that money might be deployed in increasing the net asset value of NextBridge. If there's a settlement, you're going to be included. If you're in MMTLP, no, you won't get anything from that. No, you won't get anything from that. No, you won't get anything from that. Yes, you should participate in a settlement. We don't know how much this will be. But hey, Kevin, if you believe that MMTLP, which is fake, and I'm not going to pull it out again. It says in the FINRA document that if you own MMTLP, after it's been deleted, you have no right to nothing. That's separate from arguing that you have a lawsuit or you have a claim from Congress, but you don't have rights to anything otherwise. And I guess, Kevin, you have the money to sue Congress, to sue your broker dealer. FINRA is immune. I agree with that, Frank. There's been no timeline thus far to get to AST. The ones who wait till they are full will be the ones who get the most money. Ah! Oh, God. Kevin, you're not that beautiful, and your shares aren't that valuable. If you choose to think that there's going to be some sort of scarcity of shares and that they're going to have to bid, it's going to be the other way around. As soon as people realize that instead of having 50 million seats on the jumbo jet, there's only 5 million left, you're going to see such a race for those last shares. I hope you get on board. Well, Deborah, I think Mark Bazile has worked very hard on this case. The two settlements he got, I didn't think they were good, but he told me the CEOs settled that. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't see Laker J doing any legal work. I don't see Laker J getting New York to agree that toxic convertible notes are usury, which Mark Bazile did. I don't see Laker J getting getting Florida to point out that the arbitration clause may be punctured. We'll see. Well, Dave, that's what they're counting on. That's what it, and I know to some people this is a hard concept. The banking system is a fractional reserve system. They say there's $10 in the bank for every $100 you deposit because they lend it out. My guess is there's $1 in the bank for every $1,000 they lend out. But dollars are fungible. What's happening in the stock market, and I know it confuses you, but in the stock market, they figure that as long as they give you a statement that has black and white in it that you own a certain amount of shares, you own them. And then they give you glittering, buzzing, bing notice on your phone that you own so many shares, that they've done their job. Then their job is, if you want to sell, they got to make sure you receive the cash at settlement. And they figure it's real because it's fractional reserve and no one's ever going to get caught. No one's going to catch us doing this. Gensler doesn't care about over-the-counter stocks, so we can destroy them. And we've got shills that will support our criminality because they feel like it's better to be on the bully side than on the side of truth. I don't know. I don't know how those people sleep at night. But no, Dave R. In this case, the shorts are trapped. That's why the criminals are trapped, the counterfeiters. That's why they're coming all guns a-blazing. And for some reason, you got to ask yourself, why is somebody so motivated to tell you it's about to trade, it's about to trade, it's about to trade, night after night after night? I don't care what you tell me. I was told back when, and I believe it's still true because you can't buy shares. I don't believe Drew owns a single share of MMTLP. I've shown you what I own. But I don't care. If you believe he owns them, he owns them. That's both, Dennis. That's what I think will happen. There's not enough seats. Gosh. I guess it's just too confusing. There's 165 million seats. There's rumors of over 600 million tickets. So, Dennis, if all of these people gave up their seats, they'd still have to get stock from NextBridge. They'd still have to do it. So, little big man, I don't know if that's an insult. I'm really insulted. What if they give it to the real shareholders who owned it during the specified states? People who bought it when it traded all bought counterfeit shares. Well, that's Sam. That's the risk I think you run if you own MMTLP. Right now, Sam, they're not going to take your shares away from you. The doors are wide open that you can go claim real property. But I think once you have MMTLP, and that's all you have, I think the other side, high-priced Gibson Dunn lawyers, are going to argue. One of the arguments they're going to try is, wait a minute, we should only have to cover real shareholders, however they define that. Then they're going to try to segregate out the speculators, because no judge is going to want to pay speculators. Sam, it's going to be tough. And if you don't have the money to stay the course paying your attorney, it's going to be tough. Who are the liars? Liars are people who prevaricate. Liars are people who don't lie. You know, they don't tell the truth. Liars are people that tell only part of the truth. Liars are people that try to get you to act with your emotions rather than trying to get you to see the facts. That's who the liars are. That's true. Kevin, anyone who bought MMTLP is owed a share of NextBridge. My feeling is, Kevin says, those who transfer got what was promised. Yes. If I wait till AST is full and they can't deliver the shares to me, they owe me big dollars. Okay. You're a gambling man, Kevin. You are a gambling man. Here's the first thing they're going to ask you when you go to court: if you can afford to carry a lawsuit for 5 years all by yourself, or you get a group of you. First thing they're going to point out to the judge: Judge, Mr. Story never asked for his shares. And here we are 5 years later, and you're asking us to go back and reconstruct a market that no longer exists. Mr. Story had well over 16 months to ask for the shares. He never did. And Your Honor, we think it's unfair to hold my client liable for his claim that we somehow did not honor our obligation to him. It says right in the AST, the Equinity update that was made available on the NextBridge website, that if Mr. Story really cared about his asset, he would have read. It said it is the responsibility of the shareholder to ask for their shares. Well, Mr. Story showed no interest in his shares. We argue, Your Honor, he abandoned his shares. And if he had asked for his shares in that year and a half, we would have given them to him. But now, Your Honor, 5 years into litigation, 5 years after my client is spending money to make sure everything is okay, to argue that we have to go back and make someone whole who didn't care about their asset, we think that's rich, Your Honor. We are willing to give Mr. Story his money back, and we think that will suffice. You're going to have a hard time fighting that argument. You're really going to have a hard time fighting that argument. Now, if you want to do what you're saying I think the one way you have a chance, Kevin, is you wait till the AST is full or close to full, and you put in your request after you know they can't honor it. Then you get back that they can't honor it, then you can make a claim. Maybe. I still think they'd have a really good case against you. This lawsuit, TradeStation refusal to transfer shares and failure to keep physical share certificate. TradeStation announces its inability to transfer a physical certificate to AST. So it was only after this plaintiff tried that could happen. But Kevin, I wish you luck with your strategy. I think it's a gamble, but if they can't deliver the shares, they owe you big dollars. I hope it wins. Here's what you got to do. You got to win in court. You got to win in front of Congress. Can you pay the lawyers? Can you pay the lobbyists? Who's going to argue your side? It's a gamble. But Kevin, that's your strategy. You should stick to it. Now, what I'll tell you is if they pay big dollars to you, more than the shares are worth at NextBridge, the shareholders at NextBridge are going to participate. You're not going to outsmart this and get more than NextBridge shareholders. You're not, but that's your strategy. Sam, I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure if you own MMTLP, you bought it through an American account or a Canadian account. I assume you can transfer. As far as I know, it did not trade on international exchanges legally. Maybe you bought it in Munich or something. Talk to them. It's all fake. Sam, there are many folks on Twitter with way more knowledge about this than William. That's true, by the way. That's true. I think Curtis, Junk Savvy, Busy, 100%, a ton of people. I mean, Kevin, I would highly recommend to everybody that they tune in to the space calls. And I'm the first to admit, there's a lot of information out there that I don't know. Tune into Drew's space calls. There's a lot of information there too. Never trust a coward. If that's directed at me, Keith, I'd hope not. I really hope not. It's not a coward here talking to you. It's not a coward that sits and answers all these questions. It's not a coward. Keith, just to be clear, if I debate Drew, it becomes all about Drew. It gives a narcissist his supply, and I'm just not interested. It doesn't interest me. When they were buying MMTLP, who in their right mind was selling them? I'm an original, whatever that means, Torchlight, and I was pretty pissed when we weren't allowed to buy more. I'm pleased now, though. Yeah, yeah. William telling us exactly how this will play out is as reliable as his telling. Him is not a subject. It's as reliable as if he told us exactly how GTI finger CRT vocal would play out. Somewhere here, I have the CUSIP number, which attached to my shares. If you really need to know it, I have to find it. It's not something I memorized, Tom Davies. I may not be able to find it. So I'll have to tell you tomorrow when I locate it. But I can tell you if I find it, I can tell you the CUSIP number they gave me. Does it really matter, Tom? Is this really an important question? I guess it is. If you take the time to ask it, huh? If you take the time to ask it, it's an important question. I have one here, Tom, which I think matches to the one I got on a you can't see that. 629999590. 629999590. I have another cashier's receipt that I can't find right now. So I'm going to leave you with that one for now because it's late and I just don't want to spend the time. I will look for the other one, Tom, and tell you tomorrow. I don't know about that being a CUSIP with the D in there, but I don't know. Do you have shares of NextBridge? Then I don't know. You're not giving me enough information. Or do you own shares at AST or in your hand. If you have shares at Fidelity or that other one, you don't know what you have. You don't know what you have. Son of what? I don't think you should keep your shares in MMTLP. God. Tom, you bought MMTLP. That's what you bought. On December 14th, it ceased to exist. There is no such thing. MMTLP does not exist. It's a bookkeeping entry. It's a bookkeeping entry. That's all it is. Thank you, son of what? You were blocked? You know, what I should do is go in and just let everybody out of purgatory and start over again. I like this, Kit. All those propagating reasons not to go to the transfer agent is exactly like the microwave popcorn analogy. Those who want to slow down the time process of the popcorn bag filling up by misinformation demons. Thank you, son of what? I'll try to release your original name, whatever it is. It was a happy story with a happy ending. I heard it. He was making fun of me. Max Dog. I love Max Dog. I love Max Dog. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom quickly. You just compared holding your shares to waiting to get raped. And you complained that Drew was insensitive. I was comparing it to a movie I saw. And I was comparing it to playing a victim. Please, go back to high school. If you're not grown up, my audience here, they don't need safe spaces. You need a safe space, go back to high school. Hey, Julian. It is simply foolish not to move your shares. And that's what I really have to say. Want to invest in poor hygiene, GT Pink Eye. Yeah. I've been saying for a while, you know what? If you want to be selective and just, blame it all, blame it all on me. That's fine. Blame it all on me, Frank J. A name I don't recognize. Hey, John, Platinum Croissant. US Tahoe won. All right. No, Frank. If you need to have a panel discussion, have it without me. Have it without me. There's plenty of people on Twitter that know more than me. There's plenty of people who will be wishy-washy and compromise with the bullies. I'm not going to compromise. It makes absolutely no sense to leave your investment in a fake instrument if you have a chance to go claim the real thing. Once it's full, you have no choice anyway, and then we'll have to look at the bright side of life. But anyway, Frank, go have a panel discussion. I don't want to be on it. I don't believe that. I think that's whatever, Tom. If you want to believe that your brokerage firm has real shares for you, that's fine. I'm tired of arguing. That is a placeholder. I don't know. You don't say which brokerage firm you're in. If you want to know you have real shares, you should move your retirement account or part of it to a custodial who I'll let you choose your own one, but it was on a space call. I don't recommend this one. I don't know him, but it's called Advanta, Advanta. Move it there. Then you'll know you have real shares. That is just a computer entry. It's a placeholder. But Tom, if you want to believe what your brokerage firm tells you, that's the same brokerage firm that didn't settle up the trades. But Tom, you might be right. You might just be right. See what happens. At a minimum, Tom, could you do this for me, please? Could you write an email to the transfer agent stating how many shares you own? Maybe send an email to the investor relations at NextBridge, just so it shows you took some effort to let the company know that you wanted to transfer your shares, but you're trapped in a retirement account and you don't want to move it out of a retirement account and maybe take some sort of tax disadvantage. Otherwise, just sit. I'll leave it in your good hands. I'll leave it in your good hands. Hey, Frank, I'm gonna go down to the end and then I'm gonna be done. Okay, Stan, I love this. But Stan, if you agree with me, I guess we're I don't know what we are. In Stan's opinion, any settlement which benefits non-AST holders, in other words, real shares, more than AST holders, in other words, non-AST, non-real holders, more than real holders, won't happen. If it does, the lawsuits will fly and freeze. I agree with that. There's going to be no way to play fast and loose with this. I agree with that, Aaron. Just get the NextBridge shares and move on. I want to move on from all of this. I don't find what I'm explaining all that complicated to see. But if people are telling you, well, what if somebody said earlier, well, you get the same rights in AST as you do in your brokerage firm. I read to you. It says you get the same rights in book entry form at AST as you get in stock certificate form. And then people say, well, they're not lying. Hey, Mark, I'm almost done with it. Come sail away with me. I love Sparrow, the mighty Sparrow, or the mighty Arrow. Let me see which one was Sparrow. The one I like the best. Yeah, I like the mighty Sparrow. I like the mighty Sparrow. I heard him when I was there. I went to some I think it was on Antigua, but we might have been on a different island long time ago. And I was, but the one I liked the best is King Obstinate. Who killed my sister? I also like Breakfast. And I like Shiny Eyes. Oh, shiny eyes. Oh, shiny eyes. Here's the lyrics. I don't want to play the song because I'll lose. Oh, shiny eyes. I also like Arrow. I think it was the mighty Arrow. But Here's one by, no, it's the Mighty Sparrow. And it's King Obstinate. Who killed me? And Arrow. It's just Arrow. Anyway, I liked them all. My favorite, though, was King Obstinate. Oh, shiny eye. Anyway, I'll save that, John Rambo. If you have Caribbean roots, I'd love to someday hear your thoughts on it all. I was on the island of Montserrat and I loved it. But then there was a volcano, as you know. I loved it. I went to English Harbor in, I guess that's Antigua, right? Anyway, I loved it. Long, long time ago. I'm not apologizing to Drew. There's no apology, Juan. So if you feel like I'm not redeeming myself, no apology to Drew. None. Can I just say this again? This whole thing's been about Drew. I don't give two nickels about Drew. I don't even know his last name. I don't care. I care about people here making money. I care about righting a wrong. That's all. Ham is extremely honest. I don't know Mark Bazile well enough, but I believe he's honest. It's not like I know him the way I know Ham. So Juan, you know what? You're welcome to your opinion. I just don't agree with it. I don't know what it's called. Equinity, some stupid name. All right, Vlad. Drew is correct. Great. I've never met a better man than Drew. And my gosh, what a quick study. And the way he can come in and take charge of the whole community and he knows what to do, it's amazing. Just go with him, Vladimir. He's made great songs to combat the criminals. Hey, Juan, when you run out of money, go listen to his songs. Yeah, I took Lucky walking 22 and he just wore out. So I went to get a seat where the shade was, and the guy gave it to some chick, and I was standing there first. Anyway, I had to sit in it's all right. I'm not complaining. I sat in the sun. Vladimir, I don't know who you are. So until I speak to you on the phone, I believe I've spoken to Mark Bazile, and he's fighting. Every step he makes isn't always going to be. There's so many things that you guys have created in this multi-decade destruction of the U.S. markets. Go enjoy your money. Please go enjoy your money. Hey, Vladimir. Vladimir, what is resolution to you? Give me a number. What's the number it's going to be resolved at? That's better than owning the real thing. Give me a number. GTI doing well. Maybe. We're not there yet. John Berta agrees with Drew. I doubt it. I know one thing about John Berta, in my opinion. He's an honorable man, and he doesn't need all this crap. John Berta is making money while you, Vladimir, are getting people to focus on Drew. Who gives a F-U-C-K? Yeah, I'll go get some sleep. Who are FINRA Sessions and Gensler protecting? Probably themselves, but I think Sessions is more honorable than people are giving him credit for. But these guys are busy. They get, I think it's not so much that he's trying to do something. It's just his donors get his ear. We don't. That's what I think. I think Sessions is honorable. I think FINRA is corrupt and Gensler is a PUSSY. I have seen Drew shares. I doubt it. I doubt you have. Can't trust a liar. John Berta vouched for Drew. Okay. John, that's John's call. I don't know Drew. I do not know Drew. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his name. I don't know how old he is. Don't know anything about Drew. I can't vouch for Drew. And who are you calling a liar? Ham lied about having Chris Rose on Tim Pool? I don't know what the F you're talking about. Ham insulted Chris Rose. Oh my God. Lord, Ham insulted someone. You know what? If you know him, you're going to get insulted. So go back to your safe place, Juan, please. There is a safe place for you. Yeah, if you didn't sell MMTLP, it turned into NextBridge hydrocarbons. However, it says in the transfer agent's own release, it's on UISX 544 to ask for the transfer. If you don't ask for the transfer, you end up with a fake, you just have a placeholder, which is okay with, it's okay. I think it was Tom Davies. It's okay with Tom Davies. Maybe it's okay with you. I wouldn't want a placeholder. Yeah, Big Al, Ham. Look, if you are here to hear good advice, I will tell you, Ham's heart is here. The only distinction you have to know, Ham wants to get the shorts. He wants to get the shorts. That's a big battle. So he's not going to get involved in every single trade. But if you want to listen to the Twitter people, go ahead. If you feel like you're gambling on Finger and GTII one, you shouldn't own either one of them unless you want to gamble. GTII, I've told you since July. And I'm not going to go through it again. I haven't told you to hold GTII. I haven't told you to buy GTII. GTII remains a piece of shit company. GTII is a piece of shit company. But we are working on it. We are working to make a difference. What are you doing? Nothing. Nothing. And I'm committed, if I'm involved, to make GTI worth $5, $9 a share. And I won't cooperate with the shorts. I think I've told you, get out of it. Go buy Logic. Take your money out of GTII, buy Logic. When Logic goes up, trade out of it, take a third of your money, go buy back GTII. But you might miss out on a squeeze if Alpine goes down. I don't think Finger's a gamble. But if you do, you shouldn't own it. It means you don't understand what you own. And Juan, I'm starting to get tired of answering your questions. You're a moron. Are people holding tort shares now in NextBridge in retirement accounts, transferring shares to AST. My understanding is you can't do it, but you can notify the company, NextBridge, that you tried to. Tom, I don't know which brokerage firm you're at, but let's say you're at Merrill Lynch. Tom, if you are at Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith, and they have 5 million shares, I don't know, at the DTC, at the transfer agent in street name. If in their regular accounts and their IRA accounts, they're holding 25 million shares, they have 5 million shares real for the benefit of 25 million shares. If they've put a placeholder in your IRA, I don't know. Do you want to take that chance? It's up to you. At a minimum, what I would do, if you don't want to move your shares out of the IRA, I think you can move them out without paying tax. Check with a professional on that. But even if you have to pay, it'll be very, very small. The problem is you maybe start a new holding period, which, maybe. You got to check with a tax professional. I don't know. But if you move them out, then you can get your real shares. If you don't move it out of your IRA, your choice is to call up this group. You have to do your own work, because I don't have time tonight. There's a group, I think, out of Chicago. It's called ADV, as in Victor, AN as in Nancy, T as in Tom, A, Advanta. You can open a retirement account, custodial account with them. It costs, I think, $200 a year. You can transfer from your Merrill Lynch account over to Advanta, and Advanta will request from Merrill Lynch via the transfer agent the real shares. And then Advanta will hold as I understand it, it's in their name. They will hold the shares for the benefit of you, but it's simple. They own 10,000 shares. It belongs to you. 10,000 shares in Advanta's name for the benefit of Tom Davies. And there's none of this hypothecation and rehypothecation that Merrill Lynch did. I'm not sure you're at Merrill Lynch. So that's what I would do. But if you don't want to do any of that stuff, at least notify the company that you showed interest, but you felt you were not able to transfer. I don't know what that'll do for you, but my guess is, Tom, if you leave your money in your IRA, you're going to get a cash settlement. It could be as low as $3. It could be $25. It could be $8. It could be $1,000. I don't know. But if you get the real shares, I'm just tired of saying the same thing over and over again. All right, Tom, sorry. I'm trying to get your question, Tom. My clicker's not working. The reason I asked my question is that you kept keeping. No, I don't want you to keep them in MMTLP. Your shares right now, Tom, are in MMTLP. That's what they're in. I mean, you could argue that your shares, let's say, I don't know how many shares you have. Let's say you have 10,000 shares. You could argue that maybe 100 of them are real. in my example here, if Merrill Lynch has 5 million shares in street name and they've put out 25 million to their client base, you don't have. Do you think your IRA is special compared to all the other accounts? You might have, 1/5 of your shares you could argue were real. But odds are that 5 million is going to get spoken for, and then there's going to be 20 million. It's just a placeholder. So, Tom, I know what you could do that would settle your mind. You could call AST, Equinity, call Equinity. I'll try to find the phone number. Call them. Ask them if they show your ownership of shares. If they don't, you don't have real shares. It's a private company and you don't have real shares. Let me see if I can find that number. Yeah, here it is. Equinity. Call them up, Tom. 1-800-937-5449. 1-800-937-5449. Call them up. Ask them if you have shares of NextBridge. You don't. You have MMTLP. They might be calling it NextBridge, but it's just a placeholder. Call them up. And then if you find out you don't have them, call your broker and say, please, I would like my shares, put it in an email. I would like my shares of NextBridge held in safekeeping. I want to move them to type 1 in my retirement account. I want to put them in safekeeping in my name. And I want to see a picture of those shares. They won't do it. Then call Advanta. Let me see if I can find the phone number for Advanta. I don't know who Advanta is. I'm not recommending them. Yeah, here's Advanta. The power of a self-directed IRA. Here, I'll give you the website. I will give you the website. Just got to find my pen. That's the website, Tom. Advantaria. I just opened it. I don't know much about them. You open an account, you fund your account, or you can set up a real estate IRA. You can set up a self-directed IRA. You take control of your retirement funds. Anyway. Yeah, I'm about to sign off. Oh, no, there's more. Okay. Hi, Red Pepper Ronnie. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just Drew and his people came on. They want me to debate Drew as if that's the be all end all of solving everyone's problems. It's not. That's just about Drew. If you need to hear from Drew, he has a daily space call. He gets on other people's space calls. Go listen to Drew. I personally do not see any benefit at all of debating Drew on my channel. So if you need to hear Drew, my channel's not for you. If you need to hear some sort of reasoning why you should keep fake MMTLP, this isn't the channel for you. If you need to hear, oh, wow, that's a good idea, just like the one guy said, I'm going to keep my MMTLP. And then after the AST, the transfer agent is full, they're going to owe me a lot of money. If that's your strategy, this is the wrong channel for you. That's just delusional thinking. And if you need Drew to feel good about delusional thinking, go listen to Drew. He's a great guy. He's honorable. He's doing his best. He debates. He listens to all sides. He cares about you. Go listen to Drew. And if you needed a debate, put a debate together. Put a whole panel together. Put Drew in charge and make sure he uses most of the time. It'll be worth your efforts. I see multiple companies using the ticker AST. It's not a ticker. It's not a ticker. It is not a ticker. And besides super newbie, it doesn't matter anymore. The new name is Equiniti. See it? EQINITI. Equiniti. They still use help AST at Equiniti. It used to be called AST. See it? Equiniti. Formerly AST. It's not a ticker. It's a name. It stands for American Stock Transfer. Now they call it Equiniti. I don't know why. Catchy name. Berta confirmed his shares on the Noble book. Great. I haven't talked to John Berta. I have no idea. I don't know who you are, Vladimir. I'm glad that you believe Drew owns shares in this stock and that his net position is long. I'm glad you believe that. I'm glad. I don't want to have an argument about it. I don't care. I don't care if Drew is long, short, the biggest short seller, if he's working for somebody that's short 100 million shares, if he's being paid to help short sellers, if he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart. I don't care. It has nothing to do with anything. Drew can go his own way. He talks. He's on every Twitter. He talks to John Berta. He has information. He calls into congressmen after other people have talked to that congressman. The guy's a bulldog. He's not going to be denied. He's going to be in front of everything that's ever done. Go deal with Drew. Vladimir. He's the best. Go listen to him. Go listen to Drew. Please. His advice is fantastic, and it's with your best interests at heart. Why is Drew and his crew so obsessed? I don't know. Yeah, that's true. They're annoyed we're not agreeing with them. Why? If you're seeking the best solution, why? Look, the only reason I've been adamant like I have the last 2 weeks is because I really am seeing he's taking advantage of people. I don't know why. What's in it for him? But whatever. I'm going to stop talking about it at some point because it's boring. It's just boring. Hey, Red Pepper Robin. So, Matthew, how are you going to get court-ordered discovery? Who's going to do it? I don't have an attorney that I can ask to do it. Mark Bazile, I think, will do it through, he joined a case. Do you know that? Mark Bazile joined another case to get the discovery. Doesn't mean he can tell you, Matthew. You're not paying for it. But Mark Bazile is out there actively doing it so he can get discovery and get facts and get a strategy going. I don't, why is there no way, Matthew? I I think a lawsuit in this case starts at a minimum of $250,000. It starts there. I think by the time it's done, you could spend $1.5 million to $3 million. And I could be wrong. I could be low side. Do you have $1 million to spend on a lawsuit? If not, it's going to be a class action suit. Here's your problem. No attorney's going to take the class action suit because of the arbitration clause. Guys and girls, if anyone's still listening to me, the door to the bus is wide open. The exit, the gate to the airplane is wide open. The simplest, the cheapest, the safest, the for freest, the without a lawyerist way to get value for your investment is go claim your real shares and deal with the lawsuits later. You don't have money to do it. Well, Juan, you know what I say to you? I say to you, Juan, thanks for stopping by. Juan, it's the last time I'm going to talk to you. This comment is on a guest destination. Only your guest can delete the comment or ban the user. But Juan, I'm going to get rid of you somehow. And I'll get rid of you somehow. So disappointing. Yeah, I'm sorry to. I'm just. Where's your out? Okay, what's this? So there'll be no resolution soon. I'm so glad, Matthew, that you moved your shares. That's your resolution. No, I don't think there'll be any resolution soon. There may be a shockwave going through the system if Curtis is correct, and it might happen tomorrow. But will that cause a resolution anytime soon? Matthew, when you deal with lawyers, please learn one thing. Learn one thing. You have to define your terms. Don't make assumptions when you're dealing with lawyers. Don't make assumptions when you're dealing with Wall Street. Define your terms. What does resolution mean? No one tells me what that means. To me, I'm trying to say to all of you, if you want to get money back from your investment with a high probability, move your shares. I don't know what's going to happen with the performance. It looks good. I don't know. But if you end up with a placeholder called MMTLP, you're going to get cash. How much is that cash worth? I don't know. I told you the other day, it could be worth zero. It could be, we'll give you your money back. It could be worth $3. It could be worth $12, the most anyone paid. It could be worth, an upside down, some sort of scale. They start low and go up in a gray market. I don't think it's going to be very big if we're relying on others to rescue us. If we have an attorney who's fighting to make this work, and remember, Mark Bazile joined another lawsuit to get the data. Mark Bazile is putting things into black and white on the record all over New York, Florida, elsewhere. that can be precedent for future lawsuits. He's not like you are. Hey, I want it delivered by 2 p.m. Not you personally, all of us. Me too. He's not like Wall Street. Hey, I want to trade it. If it doesn't work for a week, I'm out. Law is building it brick by brick, and he's doing that. But Matthew, we can't afford it. So I'm really glad you moved your shares. As soon as I'll predict, as soon as NextBridge is full or as close as practicable, I think you'll start getting updates that you'll feel better about. You feel like you left your broker off the hook? Maybe. Maybe. I don't think so, though, Matthew. I don't understand the argument you're making, because what your broker owed you is those shares. That's all they owed you. Your broker did not take 2 days trading away from you. So all your broker owes you is the shares. FINRA took 2 days trading away, and they have immunity. They have immunity. Who are you going to sue? Your brokerage firm did not take 2 days of trading away. All your brokerage firm owes you is 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP. You got it. You're lucky. What happens, Matthew, when all those shares are taken and your broker can't do it anymore? I'm telling you, Matthew, if there's a settlement, it might not even be cash. It might be, we are going to waive your IRA fee for 10 years. We're going to give you a training session with a value of $1,000. You don't know what they're going to do. It could be anything. I don't think you let your broker off the hook. I think you did something that protected your asset. If I'm right, on my low end, good Lord, you're complaining? You have 30,000 shares. Oh, come on, Matthew. You're worried about letting greed is greed and not fade away. Matthew, my lowest valuation is $37.50. That's mine. You can argue with it. You multiply it that by 30,000 shares, that's 1,125,000. And you're worried you left your broker off the hook? I would be dancing and saying, hallelujah, I'm on the plane. I've got a chance to make $1 million. That's what I'd be saying. Now, if there's a settlement for pain and suffering, for fraud, for not being able to trade for 2 days, for the halt, remember, FINRA has immunity. If there's a settlement, you're going to get it. You'll get that. But if the broker oversold the shares, where's this coming into people's heads? I know I have a high number. I think a settlement should be at $1,000. We have to be realistic. It may not happen. Greg McCabe said a settlement should start with $600. That's a good place to start. But we don't know. But Matthew, if there's a settlement at $600 a share, it's going to take months. If there's a settlement at $600 an MMTLP placeholder, it's going to also extend to the shares. Why? They need your shares. They need your shares. And it's got to go through Greg McCabe's body. I don't know. I'm so sick and tired of this argument. You know what? I give up. From now on, you guys should listen to Drew. He's honorable. He's got your best interests at heart, and he's correct. Just leave your shit at MMTLP. Just leave it in a placeholder. You're going to save your right to sue your broker, and someone will just sue it for you. If it takes 5 years or 10, you're going to come out better. Just keep the placeholder. Drew's looking out for you. Well, that's the best argument you made. You got the 1-for-1. But what didn't you get? What didn't you get? You didn't get the 2 days trading. You clearly were harmed by the fact that they sold you counterfeit shares. That's a lawsuit, right? And pain and suffering. And a settlement's going to include money just to make people go away, to get their release. So you're entitled to all that. Now, let me ask you something, Matthew. Let me ask you something. You could get $1 million at $37.50. Do you think the settlement's going to be bigger than $37.50? For sure. I believe it should be $11.50. Let's say it's $1,000. Let's say it's $1,000. Well, that $1,000 is going to partly go to NextBridge to issue new shares. So that's going to, I want to sign off. So I don't want to draw out anything anymore. But to reconcile everything, the criminals are going to have, in my example, the criminals are going to pay $1,000 to NextBridge to issue new shares. So Matthew, what are your shares worth? They're worth $1,000. In that example. Any settlement per share that NextBridge has to issue new shares to make that's the price, that's the value of your shares. Plus, if there's a cash distribution, am I knocking my head on the wall here? If there's a dividend, if there's a cash distribution, if there's a payout to get people to go away, it's going to be given to everybody. And on top of that, Matthew, if for some idiotic reason you decide that you would prefer to own fake shares, you can always move them back. Not right now, but if there's a settlement, they're going to give that option. It's probably going to be a lower number than the value of your shares. But you don't believe in NextBridge. You do not believe in NextBridge. So I understand. I don't know what to tell you. I'm worn out. I apologize for being a little agitated. I'm just completely worn out with this. This is so boring. It is so boring. But what matters is that, to me, is that you make a financial decision that helps you. That's what I want. And get on with your life. Stop having these sleepless nights. I'm so glad, Matthew, that you transferred your shares. That's a real resolution. And at the end of the day, all that Wall Street owes you is one share for the other. If you didn't do it, how can you claim they weren't ready to give you the shares? But good Lord, I keep saying the same things over and over again. If you need to hear the other side of the argument, go listen to Drew. He's going to open up a space like he did last week just to hammer me. Go do it. It'll be Drew all the time. And you can hear the other side. Oh, you agree with me. All right. I got that going for me. Hey, Matthew, I really think you did the right thing. I admire your courage. I know it's difficult. But I'm going to sign off because I'm completely worn out. I am totally worn out. And I really appreciate the handful listening. I've got to get a better computer, do a better service. I've got to hire a producer. I never want to hear from these bashers again, ever. Ever. I never want to hear from them again. And I want to stop dealing in these small, crappy stocks too. What they do, they control Gary Gensler. They control everything. And what they do, if you invest in the stocks, they want to take that money from you. They just want to take it from you. They're just thieves. And anyone that works with the thieves, I think by extension, are thieves. So anyway, I'm going to say a prayer for Jenny L. I also say a prayer of gratitude for those of you who are here trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, as I learned. My favorite new way of expressing things. So I'm going to sign off. I'll see you tomorrow, or maybe not. Thank you, Steve. Cheers, everybody.